Week 3 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Spain and Groups A and B are back to ply their trade, but disappointingly, Group B missed out yesterday as rain ruined the whole of Monday's play. But Group A are back and there's some interesting matchups. The Tigers and Bengali are both keen to top the group and there's plenty of teams snapping at their heels as well. This is the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain and it starts right now. Good morning, wherever you're watching around the world. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and welcome to day 12 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Now, of course, yesterday all 5 matches were washed out, but hopefully we're going to have a lot more luck with the weather today. Earlier, I was with the match referee with the 2 captains of match 56, which is Bengali versus Men in Blue.
Tail is the call. And that is it. So, Bangla, you have won the toss. What would you like to do?
Yeah, we are batting first.
Bangla have won the toss and they are going to bat first.
Well, there you have it. It was Bengali captain Riaz Howlada who won the toss and elected to bat first, and he was very keen to put a score on the board. Although we've seen them doing well chasing, he thought it was a smart play on the first game of the morning to bat first, and he'll be relying on some big runs from Musharraf Hussain. Also, Omar Ali hasn't quite got into the swing of things yet. Let's see if he can get a big score. Of course, Men in Blue, they were the Golden Ball heroes back on day 3 of action, and they're back. Their captain Sanjeev Tiwari was telling me that he would have batted first if he got the chance, but he's not too upset as they do think that they have some good batting options to chase down whatever Bengali set. Of course, Shanky Kalagatla, he was having a bit of an injury concern after their last match, but he's had some time to recover and we do expect him to open the batting, most likely with Prasanna Jathan, with Shubdeep Deb coming in at 3. Now I'm looking forward to seeing Abhishek Borika, the money man, going out there and opening the bowling for Men in Blue first match of this morning, which is actually a rematch of match 1, the very first match of the competition. Now let's talk about the conditions today in Barcelona. The good news is the rain seems to be staying away. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 15 degrees, currently about 13. And look, the groundsman Rob has done a magnificent job getting this ground back ready for play. There is a little bit of dampness on the pitch, which we do expect at this time of the day, but I think with the wind and hopefully a bit of sunshine that it will dry out as the day goes on. Around the pitch there is still a little bit of dampness, so I'm sure early in the day it might be a little bit difficult for the batsmen running between the wickets and also the keepers, but the fact that this ground is ready for play is a testament to all the ground staff here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground. So Rico, it's going to be a fantastic day's play, 5 T10 matches coming up. It's over to you in the commentary box.
Muchas gracias, Vinny. Y buenos días todos. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Todo está bien? Sí, claro que sí, porque hoy no tengo lluvia. That's right. No rain today. Forecast is good already today. Whereas previously on other days we've had the floodlights on because of the light. No floodlight. It's quite bright. The sun is trying to break out. And well, Roberto, the groundsman, has done a fantastic job with his team of helpers. Gurvinder Bajwa, Dalvinder Singh, making this ground nice and dry, and the umpires Safwan Naeem, Raf Zaman, and of course the tournament referee Shubh Navjot Singh. They've had their walk around and they're happy that conditions are safe. That would have been the only worry this morning. You heard Vinny saying that just got to watch the sides where the batsman would run and also the wicket keeper area. That was very wet yesterday. That's where a lot of the water was sitting. And also in the baseball part of the ground. You can see from your aerial view what I mean by the baseball part, where the red clay is. Once the water sits on there, it's very difficult to get rid of it. But the rain did stop, even though we did have a little flutter in the night time. It's been clear today. No rain. So we're looking forward to a very good match. And Bengali and Men in Blue, you can see the fantasy dashboard there. Well, yes, they did play the very first match of this European cricket series. And it was Men in Blue batting first. And thanks to Shankar Kaligatla, he was the first man to score a 50 in this series, in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. But that wasn't enough, even though he got his team to 83 for 1. Bengali doing what they do best, winning it right off the last ball, 86 for 6. So that was a great match. And it was, well, Shafwan Rahman for them who scored the run, scoring 42. Well, you can see the two teams coming out. They're taking their places. So, Men in Blue, they'll be keen to start with a win, but they're being put in the field. So, Bengali very confident to get a good start in here. And I think that's a good call from the skipper, Reis Hadler, very experienced man. Obviously thinking that it's going to be harder first thing to field and bowl on the pitch than it is to bat. But anyway, the first thing they have to do though is contend with this man, Abhishek Porikar. He's probably their key player. I mean, Mr. Maximo refers to him as the money man because he always is doing the job for him, whether it's with the bat or with the ball, always in the wickets. And the thing is with him, it's not so much just the wickets, it's just his economy is so good, very difficult to get him away. And of course they'll be also hoping that Shankar Kaligatla, when it comes to the batting, would do the job for them. He's also taken a couple of wickets as well as Kaligatla, so he's also quite a key player for them. Well, we're getting ready to go. Looks like Omar Ali is at the non-strikers end. Normally takes strike, so he's at the non-strikers end. And Musrat Hussain is gonna be taking strike. The umpire just making sure everything's ready. The bowler checking his field, and a good time to say once more good morning to Vinny Sandhu and welcome him into the commentary position. Good morning to you, sir. How are we today?
Good morning, Rico. It's fantastic to be back, and good morning to all of our viewers as well, of course, when you're watching on Fancode. Here comes Borika for the first ball.
Well bowled. He's just pushed that out to the off. Thought of taking a single.
Yeah, I was going to say just good, welcome to all our viewers, of course, on Fancode in India and also on our YouTube channel. And let's have a look. I'm just opening the YouTube chat now, so please feel free to put any questions or comments in there. Wouldn't be anywhere else, to be honest, and especially after all matches were washed out yesterday. Let's hope we get full day's play in today.
Check once more. Beats him outside the off stump. That nice fancy pink towel tucked in into his trousers there. That will come into play for the first few overs for sure, just to keep the ball nice and dry. Well bowled that.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, yeah, you mentioned I call him the money man. You can see exactly why. He's right on the money straight away, and he's going to pose some difficult questions, especially a little bit of dampness and a full length as well. Borika.
Hit up over the top, so over the infielders. Remember, we're inside the power play. It's good running by the batsman. Good throw as well. Yeah, inside the power play. So only for the first 3 overs, only 2 men are allowed outside. So early on, we should expect to see a number of shots like this, just hitting over the top and into those vacant areas.
You can see the power of having someone like Borika in your team, because you've got those 3 overs with only 2 outfielders, and the fact that he almost has the batsman thinking defensively in the power play because of his accuracy. And I was going to say the bit of movement as well. You see that one. There's nice away movement from the batsman who's just playing inside it. So a bit of a nervy start. Of course, these guys have had over a week off. That's a nice outswing delivery, and Borika, such an important player. And it's one of those ones that you're almost happy. I saw in the first game, I think he went for 13 without taking a wicket, and Bengali would probably take that again, to be honest, the way he's bowling this morning.
A bit of a way swing, and that smacks it into the left foot of Borika. Fortunately, seems okay.
He's just such an athletic player, and he's very charismatic and important to the Men in Blue team. So even there, you see it's probably most bowlers that's getting through for a single, or perhaps even more down the ground. But Borika straight away is down, and don't think there was too much damage, although I'm sure that didn't tickle. Very frosty morning. Well, it's not too bad actually, about 13 degrees at the moment in Barcelona. The main thing is no rain, and hopefully it stays that way.
Oh, and well, he just losing his rhythm there a little bit, just a strain down the leg side. What is good to see, Vinny, is though we do know that it's pretty wet, or has been very wet out there, especially yesterday, but it's dried up well, but still wet, especially the bowlers' footmarks and some parts of the pitch, but no signs of the fielder struggling at the moment, so done a good job here, the groundsman. Oh, that's a peach of a delivery. What a comeback, and what a way to end the over. So with that wide, the ball before, the score 3 without loss after 1.
What an over from Boraka. You can see he's just doing enough with the ball sideways and hitting that length, which is not too short, so it's very difficult to play a horizontal bat stroke. But he thought he might be a handful, and it's certainly proven to be the case. I think Bengali must be happy not to lose one of their openers in that first over. Good morning, Luke Belgium on the chat. And if you'd like to say hello, we'll try and get some hellos out there. Got Jesus there as well. Jesus, good morning to you. Nice to have you. And nice to have some cricket back, isn't it, really, when it comes down to it? So it's going to be Karupasamy Sandrapandian to bowl the second over. Let's see if he can keep the pressure on for the men in blue.
So, going to be Omar Ali to face his first delivery. And that's going to be a no ball. It was too wide, pitching off the pitch. So no ball, free hit.
Yeah, and Omar Ali, that's exactly what he needs, I think, because he's a very talented player. We saw him score an 80 in last year's series. That was a very impressive knock, but seems to have a knack for getting himself out early. So a free hit gives him a chance to hopefully make some good contact and get that confidence up.
Well, I was going to say, still looks like he's getting a lot of swing, taking that ball way out of not just the batsman's reach, but also the guidelines there for the umpires for the wide ball. So another wide, remains a free hit, of course.
Yeah, and Akiba just had a question in the chat, but we might come to it after this. Another free hit. Let's see if Ali can make contact this time.
He makes contact, didn't quite middle it, but it's still going to go a couple of bounces for 4 runs. So the first boundary is off. Well, the first boundary of week 3 in this Fan Code European Cricket Series, and the first boundary of this match. So that's 4 runs to Omar Ali, hitting over the top, clearing the fielders, but not clearing the ropes. A couple of bounces, 4 runs.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty, but it was effective from Omar Ali. And if he gets going, let's say if he gets the 20 mark, I think gets that confidence up, he's going to be very hard to stop. So again, Sandra Pandian and Boraka in the early overs would love to see his dismissal. Here's Sandra Pandian now.
It's a good reply. Full ball, well pitched up and well played as well. Bali not losing his head, keeping his shape. Playing it straight back down the ground for a single.
So Akibur Rahman is on the chat. He's wondering if all these players are from Spain, and yeah, that's right, Akibur. The players are all Spanish residents. They're all local, and it's great to have so many cricketers involved in this year's Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. We'll see over 300 cricketers during this series, which is being played over 5 weeks in Barcelona.
Sandra Pandian in once more. Goes short outside the off stump, just dropping short of Shubdeb there.
A nice effort by Shubdeb to smother that one, though. We've seen him be a bit of a live wire in the field for the men in blue. They do have some players which can change a game, the men in blue, so let's see if they can get some revenge for their loss in the first match of the tournament.
That's hit firmly, but straight to a fielder. They will take the single. So Hussain just rotating the strike.
Good morning to Keanu, Aussie Impact guy, evening from Australia. He's excited for another night of good cricket. Well, I hope so. Keanu, where are you watching from in Australia? I'm guessing it would be 3:30 p.m. on the west coast and 6:30 p.m. in the east coast this game would start, so it's fantastic to have your company. And let us know where you're watching from around the world. It's always fantastic to hear from you in the YouTube chat.
Oh dear, that's going to be another no ball. The keeper's done very well. A few shouts to say get the ball into the bowler's end.
But also it's not very smart because that ball must be a little bit slippery at this time of the morning. So in fact, as rolling along the ground, we see the captain Tuari giving it a good rub and then undriving it back on the bounce. But yeah, good comeback from Sandra Pandey, except for these extras, you'd have to say.
Yeah, Jatan, I think, made a very good stop there. That could have gone all the way through. Good keeping from him. It was a free hit. He goes out for a single. These two doing well. And of course, Vinny, the importance of this match. I mean, this is a Group A match. Bengali having won their first 4 on the spin, losing that last game to Gracia. Just see this delivery. Once more, the bowler is similar to what Abhishek did, using his feet, but this time they do sneak the single through. That's the end of the over. And that's 14 without loss. 2 overs gone. Yeah, I mean, just looking at this group, it's so close. I mean, Bengali, 5 games, 1-4. They're on 8 points. Then you've got the Tigers on 7, but just 3 points behind are the men in blue. Now, if they can get this victory, they're 1 point behind them. It really opens up this group. Whereas Bengali themselves get a win here, and then also they're right back on the next game as well. So they know that if they can get 2 wins out of 2 here, that they'll be fancying themselves to go on to win this group, no doubt.
Yeah, you'd think so. They made an amazing start, didn't they, Bengali, after winning only 1 game in their previous series. So they won the first 4 on the trot, but then faltered on Friday night of week 1. Now, here's Sachin Sudashana. So Borika isn't going to bowl out. They're going to sneak an over in from Sudashana here, 3rd over. When you see there, Mosaraf, perhaps indicative of the tightness of this early bowling effort from men in blue. They're 14 after 2 overs, so they'll have their sights on a big over. I think they'll be happy to see the end of Borika for now at least, but of course he can come back a little bit later in the innings.
Short again, and the batsman not able to capitalise on that. Musraf was saying it's no fielder out there on the leg side boundary, so really need to try and get underneath those and put them away. Yes,
and look, the only boundary so far, Rico, was off that free hit, and it wasn't the most convincing stroke either from Omar Ali, so he has a chance now facing Sudashana.
Short down leg side and signalled as so by the umpire. Safwan Naeem.
So we've also got Keanu saying that he's watching from Sydney. Well, I hope everything's well over there on the East Coast. And Egan saying good morning to us. Watching from Costa del Sol, beautiful part of the world.
Wide once more.
Yeah, you see the difference here. Borika was right on the money in the first over. And Sudashana, although I don't mind the decision by men in blue captain Sanjeev Tiwari to bring Sudashana on at the moment, because he has been a good bowler, but of course just releasing the pressure, and it's a bit of a calculated gamble to keep Borika back to bowl later in this innings.
It's better delivery and shouts to catch it, but he manages to get it through the gap and goes all the way despite the efforts of the fielders. 4 runs. That was a nice looking shot. We'll just see this again. Gave himself some room and really just placed it well in the gap.
Yeah, perfectly in the gap, wasn't it? You see these 2 men, they weren't that far apart. It might have been more luck than design, but that's where it went. And although it's a little bit moist, the outfield, that one's still rolling across it for 4. So again, valuable boundary for Bengali.
Pitched up. Ali giving himself some room, trying to smash it away. Not really intended, but he does get 2. Yes, good morning, Egan. How's it in Costa del Sol and Kartama? I saw some pictures of
my home ground.
Yeah, I heard you say last week. Listen, I saw some pictures of the ground the other day. It looked absolutely beautiful, and well, no doubt they're hoping to get the cricket started there soon. Lovely facilities there in Kartama, grass pitches as well as artificials. Well played, and one thing that I remember conversations happening. I think Vinny, you were with me when we were talking to Bengali. over a week ago, and one of the things we talked about Omar Ali is that maybe he just needs to set himself a little target at the beginning of his innings to say, right, before I do anything silly, I'm going to get to this landmark. Now, it could be in this format, maybe it's 10 runs, but he seems to be doing that. He seems to be just holding back a little bit. And, well, he's played some nice shots already. That's hit hard, it's in the air, fielder slips but recovers well, and it is Abhishek Aborika. He looks back at the ground. He did ever so well there, because as soon as that ball went in the air and as he got himself into position, his footing went behind him, but he kept his eye on the ball and taken a neat catch, and that's the first wicket down, and it's Musharraf Hussain on his way back.
Yes, well, Borika was taken out of the attack, but he was still in the action down at long off. Wasn't the easiest catch. It wasn't hit that firmly. A bit of a miss hit from Musharraf. He'll be disappointed. Never really got going this morning. And Abhishek, well, he was in perfect position and took it with the correct technique, just cradling the ball and with soft hands. Again, it might look like an easy catch on your screen, but it's 13 degrees and pretty slippery here in Barcelona. These balls are super hard under these conditions. So, well done by men in blue. They'll have to take all their chances if they're going to avenge that loss in match 1 of the tournament, of course. That's the end of the third over. It's 24 for 1. Yeah, that first match, it was Bengali 86 defeating men in blue 83. Despite men in blue only losing 1 wicket, they weren't able to overhaul that target. But a couple of key inclusions. I mean, Prasanna Jathan is back in for men in blue. He's likely going to open the batting. And this is Shanky Kalagatla, who we saw have a bit of a leg injury in his last appearance. Must be 11 days ago now. So the word is that he's good to go. He'll open the batting for men in blue as usual. We saw him bat down the order in the last game with that injury, but he did have a bit of a run on the weekend and seems to be good. So here he is at the bowling crease now. Kalagatla to bowl the 4th over.
Bob pushing that into Ali, and he's just able to negotiate that down to Chub there, but taking the single. That's good running, and that puts this man onto strike. Shafiqur Rahman now. He had a great start to this Fanco European Cricket Series, was very consistent in the 40s, and really was key for Bengali winning those earlier games, and they'll be hoping that he's in similar form this week.
He was the difference last time these two teams met in match 1, scoring 42 off 23 balls. Here he is again. In that match, the next highest score was 16, and then there was 10. That was by the captain Howlada and Pipari respectively. Apart from that, no one got out of single figures for Bengali. And so Shafiqur Rahman, he was one of the most impressive players on the opening morning of the tournament. So been a bit of time since then. Let's see if he can recapture that kind of form. Here's Kalagatla.
Ooh, just out of his reach. Kalagatla bowling well here. He's not trying to do too much with the ball, just concentrating on getting it there around outside the off stump, making the batsman play every ball. And it seems to be, to me, Vinny, just seems to be when that ball is pitching, he's just holding up a little bit. And that's why we're getting quite a few of these shots being played in the air. That one just out of his reach. Ooh, could be just going down leg maybe. I think when that hit, I could probably just see the leg stump, and in the end, some untidy fielding, a little bit of tennis.
Oh, jeez, Rico. It's interesting to see this one from side on. There's a lot to recap here. First, it was an LBW appeal. It was very close, and then Shafiqur Rahman, I should say, was very, very close. Perhaps just sliding down, and the overthrow was on, but he had to get his skates on.
Yeah, I mean, you see there, the bowler just not in the right position. He was too busy finishing off his appeal. Couldn't get behind the stumps. And, well, some bonus runs there. 2 taken in the end. Ooh, that's good swing on that. You see that one starting off like it's going well outside the off stump, and then sort of doing a boomerang coming in. That's well bowled. Just get the feeling if you could push that one just further up a little bit, try to get the batsman driving, it would be a very good ball indeed.
Yeah, batsmen are being good at waiting on those ones though at the moment, and we've seen some respect paid to balls on the stumps, which we haven't always seen in this series. Seen a lot of batsmen getting bowled, hitting across the line, but at the moment, the batsmen just playing with a straight bat, protecting their stumps and scoring if and when they can.
Oh, that's well picked up. That's a nice looking shot. And well, the keeper, not the keeper, the fielder has gone down like a sack of potatoes. He picked it up beautifully. I think it's gone all the way.
I think it has. Tell you what went all the way as well. The fielder. It's not easy out here at the best of times with the mound. Watch out. Ooh, and I think he's all right out there. Krupasamy Sandrapandi, and hopefully there's no serious injury. So he's a little bit slippery, and it was that man, Kalagatla, that was suffering an injury in last game.
Yeah, good shot though. Picked that up well, and that is the first 6 carreras as well of the day. So Omar Ali, well, maybe he's taken a little bit of the advice that he's been given. He's got himself to a score. He's got himself set, and now looking to play some nice shots. That was nicely whipped away. The fielder seems like he's okay. That was nice to see. We saw as the fielder went down there, just doing a little bit of stretching, but tournament referee was there straight away.
Yeah, that's right. And more shout-outs as we see Nikhil Chowdhury being brought in to bowl the 5th over. So still holding Borika back. But the other bowlers, for the most part, doing well, although that last ball, you see, just drifting on the leg, and the batsman was able to capitalise. Here's Chowdhury.
Being pushed out towards Abhishek, taking a single, and we're approaching the halfway stage now, and most teams at this point, by the end of this, the 5th over, would like to see themselves on around about 50. And I think Bengali will be the same. They've only lost that 1 wicket, and if they can push on this over, they'll be well set to score 100 and maybe push on 110, 120. Hit hard, shouts a catch. The fielder does well. You have to keep an eye on the ball down there. Anything can happen, especially on this wet outfield. The ball can hit and take off or slide and skid. But Ali looking to capitalise there, missing out. He'll feel that he probably could have directed that a little bit finer. Just a single. Rahman on strike, and no issues there. He wanted to take the single, not his call, of course, at all. Ali quite happy to stay in his crease and say no, and I think it's a wise decision there. It's not going to be easy to be taking these very quick singles, especially with it being quite slippy there, so no need to take an unnecessary risk at this stage. That will be a wide. Too much swing away.
So good morning to Red Devil, who's watching from Doha, Qatar. It's 10:45 in the morning there, so just a couple of hours ahead of us. And Abhishek is watching from Seattle, Washington, United States. Well, that's great. I've been there. It's a lovely place, Seattle. You ever been there? Come to that in a second. Here's Chowdhury.
It's in the air. It's probably going to just drop in front of Abhishek. It does, and that's fortunate, I think, for the batsman. Shafiqur Rahman, I think if he hit that any better, it would have been snapped up by Abhishek. No, I've never been to the States. Never.
Never?
No, never. And the more stories I hear from people, the more I think it's a destination which I have to venture to. Full ball, that's hit hard. I think it's going to go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Yes, indeed, says the umpire with a little nod. 6 carreras.
Watch Omar Ali here. This is the confidence of someone that's just had a couple of overs to get in. Didn't try to overhit that, but picked it and knew that if he got it straight enough, he'd be safe. Carried all the way for 6, and now you see Kalagatla still pretty straight, and so's Borika, because they know that's Omar Ali's hitting zone. Last ball of the over, a very important last ball, as the score's 46 already for Bengali.
He's pitched it up again, and there's going to be a race on. The ball's probably going to not go all the way. The damp outfield come back for 2. And that's good. That's the end of the over. 48 for 1. And, well, just a couple of runs short of that 50, and they'll be happy with where they are at the moment here, Vinny.
Yeah, definitely. So that's the halfway point, 48, and they don't lose any wickets. Probably on track for something like 100, and we saw both teams score in the 80s last time, so I think 100 plus. Bengali would be very happy with that after winning the toss and electing to bat. Yeah, no, we were talking about Abhishek, who's in Seattle. Yeah, Pike Place Market. I held a big fish there, I can tell you that. And also they had a really cool ride. It's like a kind of virtual reality kind of roller coaster, which I was on. I went all through Washington. There's a lot of wilderness up that part of the world as well. So it's great that you're watching cricket, Abhishek. I wonder if there's any cricket in your part of the world. I was going to say we've got a lot of questions about ECL as well, which we'll come to maybe a bit later in the innings about where it will be and the teams taking part. And it's good to see a lot of discussion about the European Cricket League as well. But for now, it's going to be spin and Atul Kesar coming into the attack.
Well, short, and it's racing away. The fielder is not going to get there. That's 4 runs. You've got to put away the bad balls. And, well, it was his first, but it ended up far too short down leg side. And Shafiqur Rahman making no mistakes. 4 runs.
Yeah, because they're just way too short. And we've seen the seamers, an occasional wide, I suppose, but they haven't given too many 4 balls. That's the difference. And this one was a gift, nicely wrapped up, and the batsman not making any mistake.
Short again, but skidded through, but very well negotiated by the batsman. Fielder's doing well there. It's quite tricky fielding in that area, as we've seen already. A player go down with a thud. You've just got to be careful of your footing. 2 runs.
So Jesus in the chat talking about Rotterdam with some professional players. I'm wondering about that. What I would say is that one of the good things about the ECL is because you do get a variation in the professionalism, if you like, between countries. I'll just come to this in a second. So it must be tight if he hits. But I think it's just been adjudged home. It was very tight. Umpire Raf Zaman there. Went a bit too close to call. We'll see this on the replay. Tell us what you think at home. It's very difficult for the umpire, of course. We don't have the line decisions. I think it was probably one of those ones where run either way. Benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman on this occasion. So Omar Ali to face Kesar.
That's hit hard. It's going to go all the way. Kinna Sona, 6 carreras. Omar Ali, he's woken up and playing the big shots there.
Well, you can put the fielders straight, but it doesn't matter where you put them because this is going to go well over their head. Again, he just waited before he went, didn't he?
Yeah.
So that the bowler didn't have the clue. And he didn't get the memo. And the ball, well, that one was sent.
Shorter ball, sort of hit the top of the bat, didn't quite time it. Gets lucky.
He deserves a bit of luck, though, Omar Ali, because he just seems to, like, every one of those in the first week seemed to go to a fielder. But, yeah, no, what I would say, Rico, is that the way to get better is to play against better opposition as well. So we're not just going to see the Netherlands this year. We'll see teams from England, Ireland and Scotland joining the competition as well. And that will be very challenging for some of the other nations where cricket's not as developed. And, yeah, so it's going to be certainly something to look forward to starting May 31st. That's the end of the over. It is 63 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, Vinny, the other thing is, you know, the better the opposition, and in a series like that, you get good players playing and you're playing against them. One thing it does do is it improves your game, and I can't stress that any more than that, because sometimes what happens is here when you're playing cricket in these European countries, when you get a team that is on top of the game and they're playing well and always winning consistently, it gets to a point where they don't get any better because the standard that they're playing and the level of the opposition they're playing against is not getting better. So it becomes a walk in the park, and then all of a sudden to have to up your game against good players, that makes you in turn a better team and a better player.
Start of the 7th over, it's Shanky Kalagatla coming into bowl here, second and final over. Yeah, I'd agree, and look to other sports for some examples as well. I use rugby union as an example, and Japan got absolute shellacking from, I think it was New Zealand, a couple of World Cups back. It's probably a bit longer than that now, but you look back in a decade later, they're beating South Africa in the World Cup, who are a very established nation. So I think we can learn things from this, and although does mean you get some one-sided games from time to time, and it's actually a good thing overall for the development of the sport. So yeah, we're looking forward to seeing England, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands, some of these countries. Of course, 2 teams from the Netherlands because they've got the defending champions as well as their entrants for this year. So double Dutch at ECL 21.
This plays to be in the gap. It won't go to the boundary. It's in that area where the ball tends to plug and stay there. And it's got to be quick and, well, a better throw. And possibly the bowler in a better position. That would have been very close indeed. But O'Malley, he's certainly trying to accelerate here, playing the shots.
Well, we mentioned it's a little bit slippery, but I tell you what, the batsman, Shafiqur Rahman, making it look like quicksand at the moment. He was not very quicksand, I should say, but was able to just get through. The throw bounced and took enough pace off it. Here's Callagutler again.
Oh, well, he pushed that through a little bit quicker. Beat his man, O'Malley. That's a rare miss from him. But luckily for him, the ball missing the stumps as well.
Good morning to Jay Wild. He's saying, morning boys, great to see the game on. Heard it was a bit moist. Well, that's an understatement yesterday. It was a good day for ducks, as you would say, Rico. Not a great day for cricket.
Morning, Jay. Right into the pads. And just say to Jay that, Jay, after your conversation with Vinny last week, Vinny's been in the nets, he's practicing his wicket keeping, he's after top spot down there, you know.
It's all right. A bit of healthy competition never hurt. No, look, I'm very interested to meet some other clubs in other regions around Spain, and I'm sure we'll get to see one this weekend. We might come to that in a second as well, Rico.
Well bowled. Just keeping the pace of that one, and O'Malley hitting straight, but straight to Abhishek Burkett will be 1 run.
Yeah, so Jessica's in the chat as well, saying good morning, and good morning to you. Jesus saying Fateh all the way. We know he's a big Fateh fan, and we won't have to wait too long to see Fateh. Jesus, that's the good news.
Chakde Fateh, yeah. Oh, that's a delightful shot. And even on this, quite a slow, wet and damp outfield. That's good enough to get to the boundary. That's a lovely shot. Majestic, that. Loving that.
So he did well on the first day as well. Rahman just hits the ball from whence it came. That was on the offside. The fielder wasn't able to come around and cut it off. A nice piece of timing.
Yeah, I think we're at that point in the game, aren't we? With 3 overs to go, the 100 should be on. But maybe Bengali now need to start thinking, okay, we've got so many wickets in hand. Let's try and make that 100 to 110, maybe 120.
That's right. And just a reminder, ECL 21, we've just been talking about it. May 31st for 4 weeks in Spain. And that is the 15 champion clubs of 15 European nations, as well as the returning champions, VOC Rotterdam. Catch the action right here on the European Cricket Network. Been a lot of discussion about it this morning, which is great because it's only going to get louder and louder as we get closer to May 31. Here's Chowdhury to bowl the next over.
Oh, that's it a long way up. And the fielder, he doesn't look too comfortable. And, well, in the end, he shuffles it a bit and then pumps it up over his head, and behind him it falls. He was doing a little dance before that ball came. Have a look at his footwork here. Have a look at the footwork.
Rinku had way too much time under this. Rinku Seahole, we saw him took a great catch in the first week, and he's always bashed this one back into the sky. He just had no idea where it had gone, and, well, a chance goes down and a life for Bengali.
It's nicely played, nice looking shot for one, really. But he won't mind that. This what Bengali have done here well. There have been very few dot balls. They've rotated the strike, and, well, Rahman quite happy to give the play back to Ali and say, here you go, have another go. And I'm sure he will. Big shots here from Ali now, I think. He's hit that well. Balle, balle, balle. All the way over. And this is what he's got to do now. He's taking charge. That's 6. It takes him on to 46 of 21 balls.
Well, it's just the innings that Omar Ali needed as far as this tournament went. And Chowdhury, well, he can be a slippery customer, but at the moment he seems a nice little pace for Omar Ali, sliding onto the bat.
Sí, muy bien, Omar Ali. Ahora solo una carrera. Tiene 47.
Yeah, only one run off his 50. Exactly right. My Spanish is coming along. I mean, 5-week tournament here.
Nearly,
If it was
nearly.
5 years.
You were close.
Oh, damn, I got it wrong.
It's a nicely played shot, and that's what I like, you know, from Shafiq Rahman. He does have all the shots. I mean, when you watch him bat, it's probably fair to say, and he won't mind me saying so, you can see that T10 is probably not his strongest form at the game. I can see him batting the longer format and batting all the way through and scoring loads of runs. He just got all the shots, you know.
Only 2 runs off his 50. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying a nice shot takes a single. He's went for the big one again. We'll just get the one.
I heard only 1, so I thought, but then seeing the score now, he's only 1 run off his 50.
It's all these languages you're trying to learn.
Yeah,
You're confusing yourself.
too much going on.
Spanish, a bit of Punjabi as well, Hindi.
Too much going on upstairs.
Yeah.
It's not normally a problem with me, tell you that much. But we've also got Nate from Tennessee in the chat. Good morning, Nate. Saying Atul Kassar with the best hair award, as we see after 8, as we welcome Nate. It's 83 for 1. Yeah, Atul Kassar does have some pretty good hair. Number 77 for the men in blue. And also Tyson Mercado is in the chat. Good morning to you. And good morning to Vinny and Rico and everyone on here. That's very nice. Great community feel in the YouTube chat this morning. Abaya Subi saying good morning, guys. Any Spanish national team players playing in the tournament? We might come to that in a second. But first, this is Karupasamy Sandrapanians. Obviously recovered from his slip on the boundaries and bowl the 9th over.
Oh, that's smashed away, and there we have it. Well batted that man. 6 carreras. Es genial. Es un chico muy grande. Tiene problemas de primeras semanas en este torneo de Fanco European Cricket Series. Pero ahora está fuerte. He's come back strong. And that 6 brings up a very well earned 50 for him. And his team are racing along here now.
Big confidence builder. Let's see if he can go large here in the last few balls of the innings.
Very relaxed with his running there, Omar Ali. Well,
Yeah.
you know better. He
But
should be running with that bat sliding
I
in.
don't think he was in the frame though. I think he knew if that hit it was gone, and good backing up from Chowdhury to prevent extra run as well.
Short and punished. What a shot that is. Well, that is awesome. Clubbed that away. It was onto it so quick. 6 more.
Well, there was no mercy here. And Rahman, well, he was the star on day 1 for Bengali. It's been somewhat upstaged, you'd have to say, by Omar Ali, but he wasn't having none of this. It was too short from Soundra Pandian. Gets the treatment. So Bengali reasserting themselves late in this run chase.
Just adjusting the field, but, well, it was short and it got dispatched. He just needs to pitch it up a bit more. He's got 2 men there out in the offs, and that's where he's got to concentrate on it. He does play nice shots there, Rahman, but with the fielders out, it should stop the boundaries. And there we go. That's better. That's what he needs to be doing.
What I will say, though, is that they will have Borika to bowl the 10th over. And so they've got 2 pretty decent bowlers. They score more or less in the balance. You'd have to say perhaps Bengali a little bit ahead of things and look headed for something in the 110 to 120 region. But still, some good bowlers for men in blue at the end of this innings.
It's hit hard. The fielder should stop the boundary. In fact, the ball stops almost before it comes to him. So single again. Quite a number of shots being played out on that offside, but because of the ground being fairly soft, not going through to the boundary. So yeah, that's a good tip for the bowlers today. Concentrate on outside the off stump, and well, the only way perhaps to find that boundary early on today is to hit over the top. Score approaching 100. Slice that in the air, and somebody's got to get to it surely, and that's a fantastic catch. Caught and bowled. Well, He did the 100 meters there. Well, not quite, but he held on to the catch. Always difficult when you're running, but bowler took responsibility and took the catch.
Well, this is a great catch, and the bowler, we had a quick look around and didn't see anyone there. Saw a lot of grass. Had to make the play, and he was at full stretch, wasn't he, Sandra Pandian? So we saw him have a bit of a mishap a bit earlier on the boundary, but this is a great bit of fielding and showing no signs of injury, which is what we like to see. So an important caught and bowled, an important wicket, and a dangerous player leaves the building. Rahman, he goes, but he can be very proud of his efforts in this match so far. And so we have probably the Howlada come into the crease at number 4. It's the end of the 9th over, so it's 98 for 2 with an over to go. And this is where it's so important. I mean, a catch like that, yes, it stops a run, but also it gets a new batsman to the crease, and Howlada, well, he's very capable, but you would say that's never easy coming in, especially Borika, as expected, bowling the 10th over. So interesting strategy from Men in Blue captain Sanjeev Tiwari not to bowl Borika in the 3rd over as per usual. They've held him back. Of course, every bowler only gets to bowl 2 overs maximum. I think the discussion here is about whether the batsman would have crossed during that catch. So if they did cross, then it will be Howlada on strike because it was the end of the over, which means they'll cross back. I think it's been decided now that they did cross, so Howlada is facing. So 98 plus this over.
Yeah, this will be interesting. I mean, the captain is in that position where regardless of what comes his way, he's got to get bat onto ball. He's got to try and get a single, no dots, and get Ali on strike if he can. Oh, club it big himself. Well, that's nicely played. It was going to be a wide ball, but he decides to just flick that away. And that's 4. So that's a good start, and that brings up the 100. So 102, and we still have 5 balls to come in the over.
Yeah, nice. And just Howlada using the pace of Borika against him on that occasion. Just had to clear Kassar at short fine leg. His magnificent hair had to turn around and chase that ball to the boundary.
Chance will catch it. The fielder getting himself set underneath it and makes a total mess of it. Didn't get anything onto it. And well, worse still probably for Bengali is they only take the 1 run. But it's not the end of the world. You still got Omar who's there. I mean, he's 57, not out of 27 balls. So
yeah, I think that was strategic from them. I think they knew they could have got 2 there, but Ali, he's the batsman that's in. He wants to be at the business end.
He's chipped this in the air. This one should be out. It's straightforward, and yes, it is. So his innings comes to an end. Just chipped that up in the air. Couldn't get find the middle of the bat. So what batting from him? 57 he scored off 28 balls. He's had a rough time at the beginning of this Fan Code European Cricket Series, but he's come back strong and done a good job for his team.
Yeah, nice effort by Omar Ali. We saw him just be careful early in the innings. Didn't want to throw it away and had 1 or 2 slices of luck. That time the gamble not paying off to keep him up the striker's end. Just holding out a catch, but it's going to be a very interesting target, especially with Men in Blue adding Jathan to the lineup compared to the first match of the tournament. I think this chase, which looks like it'll be somewhere between 100 and 110, you'd say at this stage. I wonder if Howlada can have something to do with it.
Yeah, short. That's well stopped. We'll keep it to 1.
Who are you favouring at this stage, Rico? It's pretty even for me.
Yeah, it's pretty even. And listen, from what we know, the first time these 2 teams met, we know it's going to go down to the wire, don't we? I mean, it's just got that written all about it. It's that sort of score. So what's this ball from Borika? That's well bowled. Pitched right up in the block. Good bowling at the depth this. But it's always, it comes back to what I believe. I think once you've put the runs on the board and you've got that 100 plus, then the pressure sways to the team batting second because they know they've got to keep up with the run rate. They know they've got to make the most out of the power play. So I think the Bengali CC players here, in the air will be safe, have done enough. They will feel to set themselves up to a good victory.
Yeah, so just the single off the final ball in the end, which means at the end of their 10 overs, Bengali, they won the toss, they elected the bat, and they have scored 106 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. The target will be 107 for the men in blue. As we see some of the highlights from this, well, it is basically the first match of week 3, isn't it? After all the matches were washed out. And we saw the openers be a bit cautious, and understandably so. Borika asking questions of the batsman early. That was a very good seed. See Mushraf Hussain, Borika couldn't believe that one didn't catch an edge. They held him back, and it gave Bengali a little bit of a chance to settle, I suppose, holding Borika back to bowl the 10th over. Sudarshana was preferred to bowl the 3rd over. He was a little bit inaccurate and went for a few runs, went for 10 off that over. It turned out to be the only over that Sudarshana bowled in the innings. See Borika back in the action though in the 3rd over, so a handy wicket for Sudarshana. Kalagatla came in, bowled well for the most part, just kept it tight and tried to keep it accurate. But probably what I'd say, Rico, last time we saw the men in blue only lose 1 wicket, but not quite score at the rate required to win the game. They lost by 3 runs despite only losing the 1 wicket. So this time, a few more on the board, 20 more in fact, so 106 are on the board for Bengali. Men in blue have to be a little bit more aggressive in this chase.
Yeah, they do indeed, and I think a lot of that is going to go down to the main batsman. We saw him in this game before he made the 50, but really the 50 was a good landmark for him to get to, but he wasn't able to get the win for his team, Kalagatla, and that's important for him. And they're there, good running, good cricket all round. Just was doing some coaching here with the kids and telling them how important it is to run with your bat grounded, and that is what saved Rahman there. But this man, Omar Ali, missing out on that one, but there was very few that he did miss out on. That was one thing he did well for me here today, is he made good contact with most of the balls. That catch going down, well, didn't do too much damage really, because since then Omar didn't get too much more of the strike. But when he hits the ball well, when he uses his feet and keeps his head nice and straight, he does send it packing. And that was the one that brought up his 50. Just goes to show, I think, if you're a little bit patient at the beginning of your innings, just take your first 6 balls, say, in this form of the game. That's an excellent catch there. Yeah, if you just take a little bit of time to get yourself in, knock the ball around a bit, take the singles and then save the big shots for later. That certainly worked, and worked very well for Omar Ali. 57 of 28. He was a good little partnership at the beginning with Mushraf Hussain. He was 5 of his 12 balls. And then Shafiqur Rahman, he's a very talented batsman, very classy, plays shots all around the ground. And well, the pitch didn't suit him today, being a bit slow, especially on the offside, where he played some really delicate and exquisite shots for me. 26 and 17. And then the captain coming in, having to really just face that last over, and Borika as well. Started with a nice boundary, ended up with 7 of his 4 balls, and there Muhammad Rahman as well, just 1 from 1. So in the end, 106, 3 down. I think 100 is always the landmark you've got to try and get to, and then anything either after that is bonus runs. So Bengali, this first game this week, match number 56, they'll be happy with the runs that they've posted on there. Abhishek Borika taking the 1 wicket, and very, very economical, just 11 runs of his 2, and all the other bowlers chipping in. It's I think he bowled well, just kept the pace of the ball, just kept it in the right areas. So even Stevens, I would say. The men in blue will be in their dugout now, thinking that they've done the first part of the job pretty well, and now they need to come out positive. And for them, if you get a good power play in, first 3 overs is important to them. I think if they can get off to a flyer and maybe be around about the 40 mark of 3 overs, I think they'll fancy themselves to go on to win this match. It's not going to be easy. We know that the Bengali captain, Raz Hadlada, he's going to have a lot to say about it. And also depends on the form of Omar Ali. You know, Omar Ali, when he's at his best, it's a difficult young man to contend with. And if he's as pumped up about his bowling as he was about his batting, then it's going to be a very interesting contest. Anyway, for now, there's the momento. We're going to take a short break of around about 10 minutes, and we'll be right back with all the action to see if the men in blue can chase down a target of 107. We'll be right back after a short break. Hasta luego, hasta pronto. Welcome back. So the umpires, Safwan Naeem and Rauf Zaman, are out ready to receive the players. And it's Bengali who make their way out to the middle this time in the field. They'll feel that they've done the first part of their job here pretty well, scoring 106 with their 10 overs, losing just the 3 wickets, and that was thanks to a very good knock from Omar Ali, 57 of 28 balls, well supported also by Shafiqur Rahman, 26 of his 17 balls. Well, both teams here will need a good start to see which path this match takes. Men in blue, they will be looking for a good power play. We'll be hoping that their batsmen are able to take full advantage of just the 2 men being inside the ring to begin with. And it looks like it's going to be the young man Omar Ali to open the bowling. We'll be hoping that his day continues to go well. He's had a good start with the bat. And now he's got to do the job with the ball for his captain. Two batsmen having a little chat with each other. Turning out to be a lovely day here in Barcelona. The sun is starting to break through and burn away this early morning cloud that we have. The temperatures a lot warmer, already creeping up to around 14 degrees. We've had some chilly starts here first up, but beautiful today, completely different to the day we had yesterday where it was a complete another washout. So here we go, the start of the reply. Omar Ali starting outside the off stump. So Kalikatla, first ball, dot ball. This one's fuller through the gap, and the ball is racing away, and the captain giving it chase. Rise Howlett up had not been able to do anything about that. Nice shot. Nice footwork there and well executed. 4 runs. So the innings starts with a boundary. Just what they need. Confident start. That was a very good looking shot as well. So Ali, what's the reply going to be? And he comes. It's probably too wide for me. Yes, called a wide ball. He's trying to concentrate in that area. But, well, certainly a very small margin of error. A little bit too wide, and those arms come out from the umpire. So he's got to bowl it again. Another run goes on to the score. Slower ball, hit up in the air, nobody back there now. Is the ball going to go? It's probably just dropping short. We've seen that a number of times. The fielder slips as he retrieves the ball. Here we go, we see this again. The ball normally hits the ground there and plugs. Just dropping there, and just watch this. The fielder coming into play, puts the brakes on there, and down he goes. Well, a few times we've seen the fielder slide, and in the process of sliding, make contact with the ball and kick it over the rope for full bound for 4 runs. So at least he was wise enough not to do that. Anyway, two more to the total. Score moves along to 7. That one angled in to the right-hander, just pushed out And, well, finds the throw in. Wicket keeper. T10 just... apologies, Rahman just looking up back at the field and saying, no need to do that. Hit my gloves if you can. So, Prasanna T10 now to face his first ball. Decent start, 8. Wasn't quite ready there. He knows that if he can push that to 10 of the first over, he'll be very happy with where they are at this point. Here comes Ali. Can he get a good one in for his team? And outside that off stump. Maybe a little bit unfortunate there. Just seeing that ball perhaps just moving away. That's what happens sometimes early on with these new Kookaburra ball shoes. See this again, you probably didn't just quite see the movement there. But there is a fair bit of swing. That's another wide. It's obviously trying to keep it in that corridor. What he's probably not thinking about here, Omar, is that those last 2 deliveries have been to the new batsman. So the batsman that hadn't faced any balls as yet. He was not bowling to Kaligatla, so he couldn't afford to send one in there. Interesting shot. Played it very late indeed, and batsmen get there comfortable to complete the single. 1 to come in the over. And the men in blue got the score to 11. So a good start from them. Most importantly, just need to make sure that they don't lose any wickets, early wickets at this stage. And, well, that's good running. Very good running indeed. It was Kaligatla himself saw the opportunity. The ball half stopped and went into overdrive there with his running and gets to ECN very quickly. So, the end of a good over for the men in blue. So, 1 over gone, 12 is the score. And Kaligatla does look in fine form at the moment. It's very early days, but just seems to be bowling and timing the ball very well. As we welcome back Vinny Sandhu to the commentary station.
Thanks, Rico, and yeah, pretty relieved not to have caused an early wicket, which seemed to be a bit of a trend, didn't it, the first couple of weeks of this tournament. And Omar Ali struggled with a couple of wides, but still call that more or less an even break after 1 over. 12 without loss, and needing 107 for victory. Kind of looking at 10 or 11 and over, aren't you? And to keep pace. And we saw men in blue struggle with that the first time these 2 teams met in match 1. We saw them just not able to scramble the final run, so they won't want to fall too far behind in this chase. It's Mohammed Arifur Rahman to bowl the second over for Bengali.
It's a nice start from him, nice bit of turn. It's nice to see this, the slower bowlers, spin bowlers being introduced early on. I think it creates a good battle because the mindset of the batsman is still to try and hit over the top in this power play, but they've got to get the timing spot on. Also, wicketkeeper standing up as well. That one is picked up well, and the fielder should be able to deal with it. And, well, they're not able to. The communication going wrong there, and you can see the captain there pleading with them. Come on, guys, sort it out. That's 4 runs. See this again. Just needed a fielder here just to flick it back, and in the end, getting each other's way, and the ball.
They got 2 boots on it in the end, but unfortunately, it still ended up rolling into the rope. So, again, a bit risky, and that's the risk you take also going with your boot. Even though it's no fun getting on the ground when it's a bit wet, but that would have been the way I would have gone about it.
I gave it some flight. I thought the batsman for one moment there was going to turn that into a full toss to Tan, and then just hesitated a little and almost ended up yorking himself.
Yeah, and then Shanky Kalagutla, we mentioned he had a bit of an injury concern last time he was on the field here. He got this throw right in the arm, unfortunately. Just one of those things about cricket, and just giving that a bit of a rub. Just hit his right arm, I think, so hopefully it doesn't inhibit him too much. He's made a bright start to his innings.
It's adjusting the field, captain. They know that this is a big wicket for them. Well bowled and well played as well. Kalagutla making himself some room as he comes down the wicket, and then realises he's not in the right position to play the shot. Dabs it out for a single.
That's right, and we saw him basically wasn't too proud to then be a bit more cautious. If he'd gone for a wild swing, there were two men back positioned and also risked missing the ball and getting stumped. So smart batting.
Pushed out to the off, and a few singles being taken there. Just wondering whether the captain will want one of those men in, maybe about another 5 to 10 metres more, and walking in from there to cut out that single. That's an interesting looking shot, and well, not was it just interesting, very effective, goes all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. What a lovely shot that was, and what a way to bring up the end of the over.
We had to adjust to the lack of bounce, and he's really taking his life into his own hands. And you've got the captain saying, why bowling so short? To be honest, I don't think it was that short. I think the batsman took a huge risk in playing that stroke, but getting away with it, and so Bengali, we know they set high standards for themselves in the field. That's the end of 2 overs. Another dozen comes, and it's 24 for no loss. Just quickly, Nalini, I meant to say hello to you earlier, watching from Trinidad. It was 4:15 in the morning when he started watching. So Nalini, it's great that you're joining us. He's also asking, can you please send me the European Cricket.com link? Well, you've almost got it, Nalini. It's just EuropeanCricket.com. It's a great place to go for all the match previews and, of course, all the scores and fixtures for the ECS. Also, good morning to Jamie Bundy. He said, sun in Barcelona, sun in England. Well, that's a rarity. Brother Bundy, it's great to have you with us. Here's Alauddin Sadiq to bowl the 3rd over.
Asking a question, appeals from around the ground, the umpire not moved. Yeah, interesting this, that by now we would have seen the captain would have had a bowl. He's holding himself back. Liking the pace off the ball at the moment. That's short. Hit outside the off stump, half-hearted attempt, the ball racing away and will beat the fielder. That's 4 runs, a nice shot that, made himself a little bit of room, pushing it away, and that's sometimes Jatan, who's just pushed for singles, finding the boundary, that'll make him feel a lot better.
Yeah, he's an experienced player, Jatan, and because you see you got 2 fielders deep on the leg side, so he decided, I'm going to try my luck on the offside. If I get through the infield, I'm likely to get a boundary. That's exactly what happened.
This one straight, and he's going to split the field, I think. Fielder's coming across, and oh, that's great work. Superb stop. Mushraf Hussain, wonderful bit of fielding there. My money was on the ball there, Vinny.
Yeah, you did think so. He never gave up on it though, did he? Hussain down the ground. He saw it straight away and took off. This was straight down the ground. And then this is how to do it. Again, you get down low, get the hand on the ball. It's a much better strategy to save those boundaries. So a nice piece of fielding. That could be important as well, with 2 runs saved.
Ooh, and that one nearly sneaking through. So the bowler winning the battle that time round.
Got Nalini asking how many games today. Well, we have 5 games today. This is just the first one, so don't go anywhere.
He's hit that well, all the way it goes. Balle, balle, balle. 6 carreras, and that's the first in this innings. Nice shot.
Beautiful straight hit again. Jatan, he's been quite selective where he hits the ball. Doesn't want to bring those outfielders into play. We've got a wide long on and a deep mid wicket or a deep forward square leg. So he knew that if he got that straight enough, it was going to be safe and well executed. and he's been an important inclusion for Men in Blue.
This one bangs it into the ground, takes a single. Good running, good backing up on Kalagatia.
Yeah, so we saw a dozen off the first 2 overs. This is a baker's dozen off the third. They're 37 without loss at the end of the power play.
Yeah, and a good one as that. They'll be happy with that. No wicket down. I was saying that they'll be loving it if it was around the 40 mark when they're almost there. So they're right on track to get to this target at the moment. And, well, the required rate at exactly 10. And with wickets in hand, they won't be too concerned about that. But one good over, one tight good over, everything can change.
It's a game changer as well because we have 5 outfielders allowed now. So Jathan's been pretty clever at avoiding them. It's not as easy to avoid them with 5 outfielders back. As we see, it was someone in the chat that was saying, I think it was Keanu, saying, I want world cricket to adopt Maximo for sixes. Should start charging then, shouldn't I, really? But I was going to say it might be a bit late for that. I've heard kids saying it in the street, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have indeed.
It's nice. So what are we? 10 and over required. So this really does hang in the balance. And it's a good bowler coming to the attack now, Hassan bin Hakim.
It's nicely pushed out. Take the single.
Yeah, Hassan bin Hakim has been very good for Bengali. Again, good control. You won't see him give away too many extras. Probably unless I mention it. And next one's probably a one. Let's have a look. You see he's quite accurate.
Played chance to catch, but it's not going to reach the captain. A couple of bounces before it gets to him. Good start to the over. Couple of singles.
This is the thing. Last time,
well, that was very, very interesting. Now, I'm not sure what the bowler there, Hakim, was thinking. As the ball's coming to him, he put his hand out as if you would normally say the sun's right in my eyes, but there's no sun there at all. Just watch this.
Just did everything right except forgot one key element.
Yeah, he just didn't want it.
Trying to tell people where to go for the next ball. A bit late for that. He might have to go back a bit further. The captain's gone all the way over. Another Maximo. And that extra run costing Bengali as Kalagatla sends the next one straight over the captain's head. Riyaj Halada for 6.
Absolutely. I mean, he shouldn't be on strike, should he, if it was just a single? But they came back for 2. And the next ball being smashed over for 6 runs.
When you keep picking those up, you're going to stay ahead of the rate.
Very clever batting from both of these batsmen at the moment. They both have now played some good shots, some big shots, but also content at taking the singles and keeping the strike rotated.
That's right, and you can see already the batsmen becoming more intelligent in this series.
Single taken.
I did predict that it would be, we saw kind of 80 to 90 was typical on the first time these guys met, but I think 110, 120 is more within the reach of the batsmen now because they're starting to hit the ball a bit better and they're just making smarter decisions as well, not trying to hit absolutely every ball out of the ground.
He's made that into a full toss and over it goes, and there was an attempt of a grab as that one was looking to go out of the ground. 6 carreras, and I think that was Devinder Singh Kaur, was it? Or was it Khushveer Singh? Khushveer Singh, I think. Big hit, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, catch went down over the boundary. That brings up the 50, so 54 for no loss. And they're cruising at the moment, Men in Blue. They want revenge for their loss in match 1 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. And tell you what, Bengali, they're not in great shape here, but they have another game coming up not too far away. And we do have some toss news for you with regards to that match. They're taking on Gracia. And the news from the toss there is that Bengali have won the toss, and once again they're electing to bat first. So stay tuned, of course. That game will be starting in about 45 minutes time. It'll be 9:30 AM GMT, which is 10:30 in Central Europe, and it's 3 PM in India. So wherever you're watching around the world, get comfy because we got a lot of cricket ahead of us today. 5 matches, and I know so many people were missing it yesterday, weren't they, Rico? Yeah. Around the world, and it's just the way it goes. But hopefully going to get a full complement of games in today.
Mushraf Hussain starting his over and just flicked away, thinking of 2, and in the end, good arm in there. So no chance of that, just a single. That was a good bit of fielding there from Waka Hussain. I need a wicket here to break this partnership. Kaligatla on strike. Oh, and he's gone, bowled him, picked the wrong one, made himself some room to try and cut that away. It was too close to him. I think it's probably gone all the way into the stumps. He may have got a bit of bat on it, but that's the first wicket, and it's a very, very important one for Bengali.
Yeah, I just think there's no bat in this at all. Just seaming back off the wicket, skidding on. And, well, they needed something, didn't they, Bengali? Because this game was getting out of hand very quickly. It was a nice piece of bowling. That man, Musharraf Hussain, well, didn't quite do it with the bat today, but he's a double threat. Triple threat, really, because he's a good fielder as well. And that's always the benefit when you can bowl as well. Can still contribute to your team. And well, Bengali, we saw the wheels falling off a little bit in the last couple of overs, but that brings them right back into this game. Gets a new batsman to the crease, and I'm sure it'll be Shubdeep Deb who's coming out. And again, he is probably the man for the situation. Can hit the ball out of the ground, but can also pick up the ones and twos required to keep them in this match and keep them ahead of the rate. So it's going to be a fascinating little battle here. Musharraf versus Shubdeep.
Off the mark straight away. That's his area as well. It's very good on the off stump.
And you watch this rate, can get really tight if they don't keep picking up these boundaries. Sitting between 9 and 10 at the moment. But we saw men in blue fall off the pace last time despite only losing 1 wicket. So they want to avoid a repeat of that performance in this match.
Well played. He's allowing the ball to come on to him. Very few batsmen we've seen so far are comfortable playing these type of shots. Just playing it off the back foot. He seems quite confident. We've seen him play a few that have gone all the way to the boundary as well. So he looks quite set there at the moment. Just needs Deb to settle in. And he's content to do that, Deb, not taking any risks early on.
Yeah, and Deb, let's do little things right. You see him running between the wickets hard that time, pushing for 2, even though it wasn't quite there, but I like to see that. He's a busy player, and that's exactly what they need at the moment, men in blue.
That's hit hard and through the gap. That's going to be 4 runs. Very well struck indeed, and in the gap. Clever batting from him. And look at the positioning as well. बड़ा अच्छा शॉट सीगा. प्लेसमेंट बहुत अच्छी सीगे. फील्डर सीगे बाउंड्री थे, पर उन्होंने गब्बे गई. Over हो गया. And the score has moved along now to 61 at the end of 5 overs. So looking good at the moment here. Halfway stage, 61 on top of the rate they need to be. At one point that rate was above 10. They took it to 10, and now it's about well, just over 9. So even though they've lost that wicket, the required rate is for them, for the men in blue, going in the right direction. So the captain here, well, he's left himself to come on late, but this is obviously all part of a plan, a tactic that Bengali have been working towards. And let's see if it works. Let's see if Rice Howdler coming on now can pick up a few wickets and turn the tide of this match.
You always talk about magic overs for batsmen, don't you, Rico? 20 plus. Magic over for a bowler would be less than 6. That could get them right back into this game. I think an intelligent batting from Prasanna Jathan. Just knows what's required. And his experience is proving invaluable for men in blue. We saw them, they desperately lacked somebody like him in the chase. Back in match 1 where they couldn't overhaul. 86 set for them on that occasion.
Chips that up in the gap. Nobody there. The 3 fielders are all on the line on that side. So any shot like that is safe. Which is interesting really, because I think both of these batsmen are probably stronger on the offside. So I would probably, Omar Ali is going back to the boundary there. I would have Omar Ali in the circle and maybe have a sweeper on another one on the offside. But let's see. That slide stop is going to go agonisingly over the third man. He does well. Backstrack. Gets the ball in quickly. Just a single.
Yeah, Hallada. He's very entertaining to watch, isn't he? As captain as well. He runs a tight ship. Tell you what, and this is one where you thought he was almost wanting to get into the fielder who wasn't able to get on the other one. That's Alamin MG there, but it was well over his head. And in the end, just a single, not too much damage. And we talked about, yeah, magic over. Maybe 6 or less. I might call that a magic over for a bowler.
Yeah.
And at the moment, only 4 singles. So Hallada seems content to concede the single, and they do need more than that. They need about 1.5 a ball. It's been a good over so far, no boundaries.
It's well bowled. He saw T10 trying to give himself a little bit of room, shuffling towards the off stump and just pushed it right up there. T10 looking to flick over the square leg area.
We've seen so many momentum shifts, haven't we, in these games? And you feel like at the moment it's a very interesting phase. It's been a bit of a stalemate, and you feel like it'll break one way or the other. Deb on strike. He's come to wicket and been busy. 7 off 5 balls. They're just doing what's required at the moment.
That's hit well and too well for the fielder. 6 carreras. Que fuerte. Vale, ahora Shubdip Deb. Una golpe grande por 6 más. Y the end of the over. And well, it was looking good until that shot there. And that one takes the score racing along now to 72. And that 6 overs gone. And just the 1 wicket, so...
Yeah, look, Rico, you see, so important. And the captain himself, that one was just too short, and he's very upset with himself. He'd only given away 5 singles. And he could have, if he could have kept that last one to a single, only would have been 6 off the over, which would have been a very good effort. But the 6 off the last ball takes it to 11. That's more than what they need. So again, they keep the rate under control, men in blue. 35 runs required off the last 24 balls now. And for Bengali to get back in this game, they need 1 or 2 wickets. I mean, no 2 ways about it. At the moment, men in blue seem to be cruising to victory. Kauza Deepu to come into the attack to bowl the 7th over.
Very interesting strategy this. I mean, have a look at that. No, every bowler's been new. And to see this delivery. And once again, going back foot and playing that shot out confidently. Yeah,
I don't mind that as a tactic. Doesn't let the batsman settle, especially if they haven't picked up a wicket. Then obviously you're going to have the same 2 batsmen at the crease, aren't you? So, so it just doesn't let the batsman settle. Often you'll see when you have a new bowler, you just might take 1 or 2 balls to have a look, and it means that you just don't get that 1 or 2 balls for free as a bowler. So, yeah, interesting strategy. 7 different bowlers used.
That one is just trying to bowl it short, but ends up going down the leg side. Not a very clever delivery anyway, even if you got it right. Remember though, there's 3 men on the leg side. They're all on the wrong side of the umpire, if you like, for a short ball. There's nobody behind square where that would be going.
Yeah, so we've got Keanu saying it's a good chase so far by the men in blue, and I agree with that. And we've got Alan Mount joining us from Northern California. Well, hello to you, Alan. I guess it'll be very early morning there, be my guess, or late at night, depending on how you look at it. I think they're maybe almost 1 in the morning there, so maybe a late night for you, Alan. But thanks so much for joining us. How did you get into cricket? Maybe you can let us know in the chat. Always fascinating to see where our viewers come from and how they get into cricket. Of course, some of them for the first time. Now, just having a look here, and some discussion from the umpires. I don't know if that was an issue with the ground or something of that nature, but at any rate, I've dipped to continue.
Wow, it's short again, and well, it almost ended up being a catch, but ended up being a boundary instead. He was always going to take it on. He's banged in short again, and here we go, just dipping in front of the fielder. I think Shubdeb trying to play that behind square. The area was saying had no protection at all, but well, good effort there That was the captain himself, I think. Couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, look, it was an aggressive auction. They know that they need a wicket and just never quite got there. So, again, he'll be upset he wasn't able to block it and keep it to 1 run.
Well, this is going to roll away. Our fielder's going to get to it in time. They're not going to, and it's going to be 5 runs. Well, the change of bowling every single over has worked up until now. But this one, well, they need a magic over coming from the bowling side, but this could be a batting magic over at the moment.
And this is the risk, I suppose, if using your 7th consecutive bowler. Perhaps he's not one of your top bowlers and just struggling for control at this time and giving away some freebies. Ooh, big trouble. You got to pick it up. He had to pick it up and go to the keeper's end, but he spent all his energy getting to the ball, and Deb didn't think he hit that one far enough to get a single, but then late change of mind. But yeah, Bengali, they do need this wicket, and again, we've seen games get tight very quickly. One of the good strategies, I suppose, about this is you do have your top bowlers to come back as well in the last 3 overs. They've got plenty of options available for Howlatter.
Down the leg side, it's going to be wide. Yeah, I just think beginning at the beginning there, the spinners, I thought they bowled pretty well, bowled a good enough line. And I think for a spinner as well, once you get into a rhythm, you probably want to just bowl yourself out. You want to bowl your 2 overs to start again. Just thought maybe it'd be a gamble, maybe just to let a spinner bowl out, see if you could pick up a wicket. They're cruising at the moment.
So that's all the batsmen need to do at this stage now. It's almost down to run a ball thanks to the wides this over. So I think we will see spin again. They do have spin options to come. Muhammad Arif Rahman, Siddiqui, Bin Hakim, as well as other options like the captain himself or Musharraf Hussain, Omar Ali as well. So plenty of options, but who will the captain think is the one that's most likely to come up with that so-called magic over? Less than 6.
Probably didn't get enough on there. He would have liked to. Shubdev, he knew, gets any contact on this, the ball's going to race away. He does take the single.
Yeah, so just the one to come, and 20 off 19 required now. So you can see the batsmen are cruising. Again, they still got to get these runs. I'm sure Bengali will be throwing something at them over the next 2 or 3 overs, trying to make it as difficult as possible.
Ooh, they're asking a question. He does shuffle across. Be interesting to see that again.
Yeah, end of the over. So 87 for 1. Let's have a look at this one. Problem is he slid so many down the leg side. You felt on this one again. Oh, it was very close. I think the umpire of the opinion that he's coming from wide of the crease, and perhaps that one was sneaking past the stump. So that one could have gone either way for me, but the call goes in favour of the men in blue. Just a reminder that Bengali will be back before too long in match 57, and they're taking on Gracia. Make sure that you join us again in just over half an hour's time. And the news from the toss there is that Bengali, they won the toss and elected to bat in that match. So make sure that you stay with us today. And there's the fantasy dashboard. You can see that Bengali more or less looks like the same team to me, perhaps one change. But Omar Ali looked in great form. Musharraf Hussain, Shafiqur Rahman, top 3 very strong. Musharraf missed out with a bat. He'll be keen to avenge that one. And look, Kuldeep and Guravinda is listed to open the batting. Wouldn't that be exciting? Yeah. Good to see him back as well. So plenty of players to watch. And of course, Trilochan Singh with the ball for Gracia. They need a win, as it was mentioned in the chat. And so they'll be out to get one against Bengali. So what a match that promises to be in match 57. Now here's Hassan bin Hakim to bowl the 8th over.
Yeah, needs it to be a good one. And once more, Jatan, he's quite happy just to... Oh, he's in trouble. If it was a decent throw, he wanted to get to the other end. I mean, Shubdev is screaming at him, no, no, no. But he still wanted it, Jatan.
Yeah, and look, if you're the fielding team, you're content with just ones. You don't want to give away the boundary. You don't want to give away extras at this stage. Just keep the game alive as long as you can. Try and take it to the last over. We saw that's what happened last time. They just stayed alive long enough to take it to the last over. Then anything can happen, even if you need 6 or 7 off the last over. You know, you bowl a couple of good balls and the batsmen really start to sweat. So, men in blue, they'll want to get a boundary away this over, but often I do say in these situations, for the batting team, just to get at least 1 off every ball, and the extras will come at some point.
Yeah, Bengali for me, we see the route that ball's gone down. I said this probably, I don't know, 10 balls ago. They need a man in there. I mean, they're just allowing the men in blue to take a single every time a ball is hitting that area. And, you know, how many singles have gone through there? Bring a man up, cut out that single, put a little bit more pressure on. You need to try and stop the runs, stop this flow of runs, because, as we said, at the moment they're quite content doing it in singles and taking the extras from wides or no balls, and the one big hit, one boundary, and they're right well up with it. They need to put some pressure on here now.
Yes.
That away. I mean, going back to that game that we're talking about coming up, I tell you what, I'm looking forward to the contest because Govinda Bajwa, don't forget, it was in this match, the first time around they played, that he scored his century.
Yeah, so we're certainly looking forward to his reappearance. No wonder he's up the top of the order in the next match, match 57. There were 6 singles off that over in the end, so 93 is the score for the loss of 1 wicket. They still require 14 off 12. Yeah, it's interesting. That's the field you mentioned there, Rico. I do think, perhaps they've got 2 fielders behind point in the offside. I don't actually mind them having the 4 back on the leg side because they do want to protect that boundary, but yeah, maybe just make the batsman play a different shot. Having said that, I think that both teams will be fairly satisfied with the 6 singles off the over. Perhaps the bowling team might be a little bit happier with it than the batting team, because what it does, it pushes that rate up to 7, and last 2 overs with 2 good bowlers to come. And as long as they don't give away any extras, this could be very tight. The batsmen haven't been forced into taking any risks. When that time comes, that could define the outcome of this match. Okay, Mosraf Hussain, 9th over. Here we go.
He's gone for the big shot. Omar Ali, important part of the game, and he takes a very good catch. Stays inside. So the wicket finally goes. Now, could this bring them back into the game when we know what wickets can do? Take one, and more can tumble.
Well, breaks the run of the picket fence. Okay, six singles, scoring like a picket fence, as we say in cricket, and this was the defining moment for me. If this goes over the boundary, it's game over, even goes into the boundary. So Omar Ali, we saw him drop a catch actually on the first morning. It's very similar to that, but it's great to see him hold on to that one. He's had a good game. It's the end of Jathan. It was an important innings for him. He scored 32. Be proud of his efforts. He's got them in the box seat to win, but it'll be someone else that has to finish it off. And Deb, and now the captain for Men in Blue, Tiwari, they're going to have to scramble over this target.
Well, wicket going, and you know what that does? It brings a bit of panic into the frame. Shub Deb now thinking, okay, do I need to play a few shots myself to get us home? Well,
you see the tactics changing immediately with the pressure of a wicket. I mean, that's one that's been knocked for a single every ball in the last couple of overs, but a wild swing from Deb. This time he's going to get a wide. I think it was a good call. You see the pressure and the margin so little here. And Mehboob just saying it can be a nail-biting finish. Yeah, well, I don't have any nails anymore, Mehboob. My doctor said I'm allowed to have them because I keep biting them off here in the Fancode European Cricket Series. He's wondering if they can chase the target. Now, what do you think, guys? Nate saying, what a clutch catch. Here we go. So he's on board with Bengali.
Debbie sliced it. Could be a chance here. Big moment. Oh, he spilled it. Well, how important was that? Right here in front of us. And Alauddin Siddiqui putting it down. And that could be big in the context of this game.
Yeah, well, at least didn't go to the boundary, but did well to keep it to a single after he spilt it. But, yeah, another important chance. That time it went down. So this one's going right to the wire.
It's a nice shot. Fielder will get down. Just keeping it to single. So tiki-taka at the moment. Tiki-taka and a lot of nerves.
Well, I'm feeling nervous and I'm not even playing. What do you think, wherever you're watching around the world? That's what this T10 format throws up. And you're always going to catch this kind of action here on the European Cricket Network. And only on the European Cricket Network. We plan to bring you over 1,000 games of T10 cricket this year. So we hope you're enjoying the action. It's been a good over from Hussain. Can he keep it up?
And that's a nicely done from Deb because he wants to try and be on strike as much as he can.
Yeah, so that makes it 10 runs off 7 balls required. And it's time for Tawari. What can he do? Got a single off the only ball he faced so far. Move's very active in the chat at the moment. He's just stream of consciousness chatting. I like it. Last ball of the over.
Oh, he's given her everything, and it's going to go to the boundary. Ended up being a full toss outside the off stump, smashed away, and that's what he had to do. He didn't want to get a single. Tiwari, get the boundary, take the pressure off, and leave Deb on strike for the last over.
Yeah, what a shot from the captain. And we're having a bit of a chuckle about the golden ball when he fumbled the ball on the last ball of the match and allowed the game to go to a golden ball back in match 12, I think it was, on day 3. But here he was in a clutch situation, and he's played a nice cricket stroke. There's no one back there, square on the offside boundary. 4 runs. This makes it 6 off 6. All right, here we go. And look, they've turned to Muhammad Arifur Rahman, so we thought they might go to spin. No surprises. Now, he went for 12 in his first over. Of course, he only had 2 outfielders back when he bowled the second over of the innings. So 6 off 6. It's Deb. I think he'll go for the big shot. Yeah, I think he'll do the opposite. I think he'll just keep him alive, keep scoring. But it's going to be interesting. No matter what happens here. Here you go in ECN. First match of the week here, match 56.
They have finally got that fielder in there to stop the single. A little bit late for me, but hey, they're still alive. They're still in this game.
Tell you what, both the bowler and the batsman, probably everyone else on the field, their heart's going to be pumping right now. Just want to stop no twos. Ones keep you alive as a fielding team.
Ooh, clever bowling. He put it right up there. Is he going to be run out? No, I think he's in.
Oh, that's unlucky because that one did shoot and just getting away from the keeper. Unlike a wild pitch situation if you're a baseball fan. This one just getting away, and then the throw then wasn't that accurate. And so, crucial run, 5 off 5, brings the captain back into the furnace.
5 for 5 now. Well, you can see Deb definitely went for the big one.
Yeah, you were right.
Tiwari.
Not for the first time. All right, 5 off 5. Here's Tiwari.
Down the leg. Oh, and he does play it. I thought he would have left it and taken it wide. He'd just get a single. Well,
I've heard of 2 minds. He was in about 7 minds here, because the thing is, if it's down behind his legs, he would have got a run but would have got the ball again. But then he thought, well, I might be able to get 4 runs here, which he would have because there was absolutely no one there.
Yeah.
But in the end, he's just got the single, and that will count as a ball. So 4 off 4. Again, any boundary will win it for Men in Blue, trying to avenge their loss of the first match of the tournament.
He's hit it, and that's going to do it. I think he's going to go all the way over. Bole. And that is game, set, a match. Doing it with the Maximo. Shub Dev. What a great knock from him.
Yes, and Deb, it was smart batting from him. If he did get anything that he thought could clear the boundary, he was going to go for it. And this was just a little bit too short from Rahman. And over the boundary it went to finish this match with 3 balls to spare in the end. Men in Blue, again, 109 to 106 confirmed the score, scoring the 109 of 9.3 over. So there you go. You've had a great match so far. Good morning to Ali, who's just come into the chat and saying good morning to both of us. And I'll tell you what, Ali, if you just joined us, you just saw a fantastic finish to the first match of the day. It was Men in Blue who seemed to be cruising through the chase, especially in the early phase of it, as they put on over 50 for the first wicket, including 37 in the power play. But then a couple of late wickets and just had their scoring stifled towards the end of the innings. They required 14 off the last 12 balls and 6 off the last 6. In the end, it was Deb that got it done, hitting a big Maximo to finish match 56. That was a nice piece of fielding from Mosaraf Hussain. I'm sure we'll see that one again on social media. That saved 2 runs, and they had to save every run they could get at that stage, Bengali, because the Men in Blue were away, but then Mosaraf himself came up with the important wicket, and that was Kalagatla, who batted well, but lost his off stump on that occasion. And from there, Deb came to the crease, and he was industrious, hitting the odd boundary, just trying to score up as many balls as possible at a key time for Men in Blue. Although we saw him perhaps have a few rushes of blood at the end. He was the man that got Men in Blue home. Important win for them. It was a very close LBW shout. The umpire just feeling it was going down the leg side, missing the wickets. But we saw, again, that over was a little bit expensive from Kazadip, who went for 15, including a 5 wides. I'm sure he'd love to have that one back. But Men in Blue, well, they'll be thrilled to the start of their day.
Yeah, we saw a great catch there from Amar Ali. He's had a good day, but unfortunately, he's ending up in the losing team. And that catch going down there from Aladdin Siddiqui, well, how important was that? That was Deb going for the big shot, being dropped. Well, in the end, they did it with 3 balls to go. But if that catch was taken, it would have been 1 run less and also a dot ball.
Yeah.
But they batted well, you know. I like the way that Deb constructed his innings. T10 also, I thought he had a very good knock. And, well, you know what? With that win, they put themselves in second place, joint with the Catalonia Tigers. Bengali still on top, but just by a point. This group is really wide open. It's anyone's for the taking.
Yeah, come on in. It's wide open. And Men in Blue we will see in the 3rd match of the day. So watch out for that. They'll be playing Fateh. But before that, coming up in approximately 20 minutes, we have this clash between Gracia and Bengali. So Bengali will be out to avenge that loss. And again, like you said, this group is so tight at the moment. Bengali, they won the toss and elected to bat first. I'm sure we'll see Omar Ali up the top of the order. Mosarraf, well, didn't hit him that well in the last game, but he has 335 Dream 11 points when this was constructed, and I'm sure he'll be out to get a few more in this match. Very strong top 4. You see from the points there how much they rely on them. Bengali. Also, Hassan bin Hakim has contributed with a ball, and he bowled very well in the last match. Well, Govinda, like you said, let's see if he can repeat his heroics. The man scored a century in week 1, and he's up the top of the order, according to our information, to partner Kuldeep Lal, who again will be a very influential player for Gracia. So don't forget those fantasy dashboards. You can always get them on our social media at European Cricket, and all of our match previews are available at europeancricket.com. Make sure you head there, even if you want to go between games. It's a great place to go to get all that extra information about the players to watch. But I tell you what, it was an interesting game, like you see there a second ago. 109 for 2. The card is Kaligatla, Jatan and Deb, all contributing around 30 runs, and then the rest were done in extras and a handy little 6 off 3 balls at the end from the captain Sanjeev Tiwari. Again, he'll be happy to perform in a pressure situation. As far as the bowling went, well, we mentioned that they tried a few different bowling options. In fact, they tried 8 in all, and most of them were pretty tight, pretty consistent. Mosarraf Hussain for me was the standout bowler with 2 for 15 off his 2 overs. But Rico, what a game to start the week. And the rain's cleared, the sun's just poking out behind us. Hopefully we get a full day's cricket in. And I tell you what, if it's anything like that, it's going to be some pretty good entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, the first game, very exciting, going into the last over. It'll be interesting for me how Bengali come out with the bat. They've got a defeat behind them. They're not used to that. When you normally see them, they're used to winning and continuing from that. But that's 2 out of 2 they've lost now after winning the first 4. They've got to come out positive. But also in the field, that was interesting for me in the field, the way they used the bowlers. And I also think the field placement, they'll look back at that maybe and say, yeah, okay, we did lose out. We gave too many, for me, they gave too many easy singles. They didn't make Jatan and Shubdeb work hard for those runs. And when you're getting a single every time you're hitting the ball on the leg side and no fielder there, well, in a close game like that, it's going to haunt you.
Yeah, well, they did take it to the wire, but they couldn't get over the line. Bengali here in the first match of the day. There's still 4 matches coming your way on the Fan Code European Cricket Series today, so make sure you join us. We'll be back with you in about 15 minutes time to take you into match 57. But for now, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Fool. We'll see you shortly. This is the European Cricket Network. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series, Spain. Hello and welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. It's almost time for the second match of the day. It's match 57 between Gracia and Bengali, who returned for their second appearance of the day. And the match referees with the two captains, Kuldeep Lal of Gracia and Riaz Halada of Bengali.
So Bengali have won the toss. Are you going
We
for
decided batting first.
batting first?
Yeah.
Bengali have won the toss and they are going to bat first.
And there you have it again. Captain Riaz Halada, he has called correctly for the second time this morning, and once again he's electing to bat. He scored 106 in the first game, so he'll be hoping to post a score in excess of 100 again. I'm sure about that. We saw Omar Ali come into some good form in the first match. I'm sure we'll see some more of him opening up in the second. Well, Gracia captain Kuldeep Lal, he probably would have batted first as well, but he does have some good players in there himself, principally to be up the order and also doing some bowling. His bowling's come along nicely. So the second match of 5 about to take place. Rico, it's going to be a very interesting contest, I think. Over to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Yes, I think it is going to be an interesting match. Gracia, they're a team, when they're playing, anything can happen. We mentioned during the end of the first game, it was Gracia's Gurwinder Bajwa who scored a ton, a very good 100 it was, in a fixture against in fixture late on in the first week when we saw them. He looked really in good form, and also it was Gracia that were the team involved in the golden ball as well, which they ended up losing, and the fielding team on that occasion, which was the men in blue, winning it. So it all happens when Gracia play. Well, they've got to do their job in the field first. They are a team, I think, that has the ability and I think has the talent to go on and top this group, but they need to put some performances together. So last time around, remember this fixture, it was Gracia making 131 for 5. Now 101 of those to Govinda Bajwa, as we said, and well, Bengali 99 for 5. It was their first defeat in the series, in this Fan Code European Cricket Series, and that was in their 5th game, and then they've continued down the downward slide, really losing that first match here today. So this one, day 12, it's match 57. It's going to be the Bengali Cricket Club. I'm going to bat first, having won the toss, taking on Gracia Cricket Club. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Gracia will certainly want to get their main men, the big men, in play. And we talk about big men, and I know Vinny's excited today because that brings Hakmal Singh into the action as well. He's always involved in the action. We haven't seen the best of him, to be fair, especially with the bat. So if he gets an opportunity today, I'm sure he'll want to shine. Talking of shining, the sun is out. It's a beautiful morning here now. It's getting warmer, and the European Cricket Network team are removing their layers. So we've had the jackets on first thing, hoodies on. The hoodies have been removed, and I think pretty soon we'll be back into our t-shirt and maybe shorts, just to make some of you in colder parts of the world a little bit envious of us sitting in the sunshine and watching cricket, and good cricket that as well. So looks like Ali Azam is lining up to bowl the first over of this match, and Shafqat Rahman with Omar Ali, other batsman. Rahman on strike first up. The umpire's ready to start. Ruf Zaman and Safwan Naeem. Just checking there, you see on your screen that the scores are ready. So Ali Azam gets the brand new Kookaburra ball, and he's told, okay, we're ready to go. He just does an adjustment of his field. We're ready to go. First ball of match 57. And the leg side, good backing up from Omar. We'll take the leg byes. So the first run's on the board straight away. Kuldeep Lal there, the captain, talented player. I think somebody earlier today asked the question about national team players. Well, that's one of them. Kuldeep Lally features in the national team. Well, I think that's come off the pad, going down leg side, and then the wicket keeper asking the question as well. But no, it was off the pad. But a good take from him. Good work. The man with the face paint. No face paint on Mr. Maximo coming in to the comedy position, but plenty of makeup because he likes to look good on camera. Hey, Vinny?
Not too much.
Not too much.
Just enough.
Just enough.
Next ball's pushed down the wicket by Ali, so he opens his account. Yeah, fascinating game. I was just catching up on the YouTube chat because there's a lot of chat about this game as well, Rico, because people know how important it is in the context of the group. Everyone also commenting the last game, how much they enjoyed it and enjoyed a good finish, saying ECS doesn't disappoint. That's what Nate said in the US. This one, batsman will be a bit disappointed, missing out on that one short outside the off stump. And a bit of discussion about some other cricket going on in the world. And New Zealand ladies went down to England. I know a couple of our crew were watching that game pretty contently as English supporters. Here's Ali Azam again. Again, beats him outside the off stump. So nice start for Gracia, not letting Bengali get away. And just to touch on this again, some discussion about the Australian team at the moment, and they went down to New Zealand in the 2020. One of my good friends and former teammates, Josh Philippi, making debut. Fortunately, he was only able to score 2 runs, batting at number 3, but I'm sure it won't be the last game he plays for Australia. Very good young player. This might be leg byes again. Yeah, it is. So in the end, it's a very, very good first over. Only 3 off it. And you see immediately the change, don't you, Rico, with regards to Bengali. They've kept Mosharraf Hussain back and they've put Shafiqur Rahman up the top of the order. And I think that's smart. I think that Mosharraf just struggled early and there's no need to put him in early. And if you're not feeling that confident today, I think with only 60 balls in the innings, put your confident players up the top. And Rahman, he probably could have faced a few more balls in that innings and perhaps they would have had enough runs to get the victory.
Right.
Anyway, look who it is.
Yeah, I was going to say, hold back the excitement. Don't get too excited. It's too early morning here.
Just spotted him as he was running in. Harkamal Singh, the Hark. And if you haven't been watching this before, the Hark, well, I called him Hark Hogan, or the Incredible Hark, because he harked the first ball out of the country, didn't he, that he faced in the whole series. But here he's doing the ball. Thought the gyms weren't open. Anyway, here he is. Just turned off the stumps and Rahman just happy to get off strike, get into his innings. But yeah, a lot of chat and got Luke giving his thoughts about the group. He thought that originally the Tigers and Gracia would fight it out for first place, but also you'd have to say Bengali, they've thrown down the gauntlet. Also men in blue, they're not too far behind as well. This group's wide open. Here's Harkamal. Oh, this is up and it's very high. Didn't quite get all of it, but I think it's got the distance. Yeah, it's all the way over the boundary for a Maximo. And Bengali, it's been a bit of a slow start, but that man Omar Ali, he gets his first of this game. And Rico, could it be his day again?
Yeah, well, he's been in good nick, hasn't he? He's come out fighting this morning in the earlier game, made a 50, and now he's taking the charge in this one as well. And he just feels he's got the rhythm, feels in a good mood at the moment.
Next one's a bit too wide. It's going to get away from the keeper as well. So that'll be 2 wides, 2 to the total, and that one will have to be re-bowled. Some people just mentioning that the whole tournament's been a coin flip, a lot of the games, which is what we like to see, isn't it? And so Luke's also saying that when he doesn't know what to do, when people ask him for a prediction, he just tosses a coin. Here's Hark. This is well bowled. That one's just moved away off the surface. A bit of seam. Not that much in it for the bowlers, but we have seen it do a bit this morning. Mentioned that there was a bit of moisture in the pitch. Probably this is the time, if you've got the new ball, that it might do a bit. We saw Borika look quite dangerous in the first over of the previous match, and this is well bowled by Harkamal.
Yeah, he's getting some good movement away, and you just feel that as long as he keeps the ball pitched up, he's going to cause trouble. Anything short, of course, the batsman will latch onto it. The ball does seem to hold up on this pitch.
Well, this one straight back over his head again, not quite out of the middle of the bat, but he'll take it at the moment. Shafiqur Rahman just getting it done in the power play. Yet to really get going, but we've seen him score all around the wicket. And this was asking questions of him again. Well pitched up on the stumps, but he had the answer that time. So, last ball of the over. Missing out on the last ball. So that'll be the end of the over. With 13 off it, Bengali are 16 without loss.
Yeah, good over for Bengali. Only 3 off the first. They needed to get going in this one if they were to have a good power play. And a good power play seems to be anything 30 and more. And because remember, you're trying to take full advantage of just 2 men being out, and if you can do that and do it well at the beginning, it sets you up.
Ali Azam's going to bowl his second and final over in the last over of the power play. Here he is now to Omar Ali. This is hit, but straight to mid-off. Could be in a bit of trouble if it hits. He would have been gone.
Yeah.
Taking on the fielder. And Kuldeep, wow, you wouldn't want to risk too many to him.
It's not the first time we've seen Omar Ali running in that style. He doesn't seem to run with the bat down, reaching out in front of him. He seems to be cradling it like a baby. It's not going to help you if that was a direct hit. Taking on the fielders at the moment, the batsman with these singles.
So just a few other questions. People just saying how they do their tips. Jamie likes to look at the first ball and then decides who will win. That's one. Well, he's got one more ball than some people. And Keanu just saying he's said it's been great cricket. Jamie saying I'll back Gracia. Obviously, after the first ball, he decided that was the way to do it. This one's a swing and a miss, and we've seen some batsmen out in that fashion, but this time he was alert to it and given a wide in the end. So it'll be a run for Bengali. An extra ball. Golden Paradise asking about ECN working with ICC. Well, I mean, this is true. We do have relations with the ICC, particularly with regard to the European Cricket Championship. But I mean, this is the thing. The ICC, they decide how to spend their resources, and you know, we obviously would like I'm sure we'd like an even bigger slice, but we do appreciate any help from the ICC. But I mean, I think I'll come back to that in a second.
Oh, that's a nice slower ball. Unfortunately for the bowler.
I think that try to be as diplomatic here as possible. That it's not just a matter of turning up to the ICC and with your hands out. You have to show that you work in the best interests of cricket as well. I'm sure they've obviously been developing cricket as well in Europe, and so we work kind of hand in glove with them. But it's like anything, isn't it? We have to get their attention, and that's what's been happening, I suppose, in the European Cricket Series, with so many people watching all around the world. So it's great. And so if you want to email the ICC saying you're enjoying the Fancode European Cricket Series, well, we'll absolutely would love that. And I know that regardless, we just love putting cricket on. And yeah, that tournament later in the year, the European Cricket Championship, and that's going to be 15 European nations against each other in a T10 format, and it's going to be a really interesting competition. See them go head to head. But sometimes I think people think that it's just a matter of giving them a call and suddenly you'll have a 20,000 seat stadium and ICC umpires and match referees just turning up, and it's actually not that simple. But we obviously, when you think about how fast this competition's exploded, it certainly has turned heads, Rico, hasn't it, around the world. And so any additional assistance that comes our way from the ICC will be certainly most welcome. Here's the last ball of the over, and it's flicked away, and that's going to go all the way. So a little bit loose, Ali Azam with his last ball. He has bowled a very good couple of overs. He ends up conceding 8 off his 2 overs. The end of the over, it's 23 for no loss, Bengali.
Yeah, nice shot that. I mean, it's one of those, again, isn't it, Vinny? The ball, as soon as it left the bowler's hand, it was going to be a wide ball. But, well, Omar Ali deciding he'll take the 4 runs. Maybe the bowler would settle with that as well. 4, it would have been 1 for sure, and another ball. But anyway, at the end of the day, 23 is the score at the end of the power play. So they're Probably some 7 runs behind where they'd want to be. This is an important over for Huckman now. Can he come back with a good one, or are they going to attack him again?
Yeah, they're pulling out the Hark. And let's see if he can muscle a wicket. Good morning to Lily Panda. I don't think I said good morning to you already, and it's great that you're watching. Also one of our regulars in the YouTube chat. And we do welcome your questions and comments, even if it's your first time watching cricket. We love it, because that's what it's all about, bringing cricket to new audiences as well, whether you're an experienced cricket watcher or a first-timer. It's Vinny Sandhu here along with Rico. Love to answer all your questions in the commentary box today. Here's the Hark, and he gets the goods. He's got the big wicket of Shafiqur Rahman. We know how dangerous he can be, and Gracia deciding to keep him on for the second over, bowling him out, an immediate result, the end of the Bengali keeper.
Yeah, good bowling. You could see that what Shafiqur Rahman was trying to do was flick over on that leg side, kept the ball outside the off in most of his spell, but that one is just bringing it into him. I think he probably kept a little bit of pace off it as well, but beating the man all rounds up and getting a very valuable wicket.
And they needed it. This game was kind of a bit of a stalemate, you'd have to say. 23 without loss in the power play. Bengali not really getting going. We saw Omar Ali start cautiously in the first match. He's 12 off 8 here, so hasn't been too slow, but we've seen him just try and bat through the innings. He knows that if he stays there, then his touch will calm, and he batted very intelligently in that first match. So he's got the perfect man with him now. It's the captain, Riyaj Halada. It's obviously keeping Mosaraf back for a bit later in the innings, but Halada is a bit of a Swiss Army knife, I think, for Bengali, because he's good for every situation. So I think you'll see him probably try and take some singles and give the strike over to Omar Ali, but then also he can go large if the situation dictates it. But he's got Harkamal on his mind right now, and he comes.
Well bowled, good bowling. He's bowling in the right areas, asking the questions of the batsman. Good ball to bowl first up to a new batsman. Yeah, I'm just wondering whether the captain, Riyaj Halada, has come in at number 3 here just to try and accelerate a little. We know he can play big shots. It's not a bad call.
He advances this time to Omar Ali, but doesn't quite get the connection. We've seen him do that a few times today. Shuffling down the wicket, generally trying to hit as straight as possible. This one was off the toe of the bat, just a single. But yeah, Howlard, I think his mantra will be not too many dot balls. If you can get one, then that's satisfactory. It'll get Omar on strike. If you can get more, well, that's going to be a bonus. Get the odd boundary as well. This is a bonus.
Yeah,
and this
big
could
bonus.
this could go all the way. And the Hark, well, sometimes you can be too strong. This one's racing to the boundary. He lost the radar, so 5 free runs for Bengali. They'll take them.
Yeah, I mean, wicketkeeper there. No chance for Ayal. Scrambling, trying to get there. That was really did lose his radar there. Not quite sure what he was trying to do. Captain now with the bat. Halada will think, okay, well, I've just got 5 runs there. I don't need to go crazy. That'll certainly help. Contents of the runs on the board.
This is up, it's in the air. The fielder's going to go backwards. He's going to have to watch it go all the way over his head. That's a Maximo, and 6 runs to Bengali.
This is a lovely shot. Nice, classy. Just look at this. Not trying to overhit it. Getting into line and executed it. Absolutely beautiful. Lovely shot. Shot of the day so far for me.
Yeah, just timed it, didn't he, in the end? And we've seen it time and time again. Once you get the ball up in the sky, it tends to carry that straight boundary. What can the Heart come back with? Well, this time, the fielder's got a chance, and it's taken. So, unfortunately, Bengali lose another one. And this time, it's the captain, Riyaj Halada, picking out the fielder at deep mid-wicket again and went straight to him, but none of these are easy. He holds on. Bengali lose a second.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those, isn't it? I suppose he will say it's T10. I've got to play the shots. The ball was there for the hitting. The men are there on the boundary. This has been a good, productive over for them in terms of runs. Maybe he didn't have to take that chance. But having said that, if the reason for him being up there in the first place, coming in at 3, was to swing his bat and really trying to accelerate the run rate, well, that's the shots he was going to try and play. But on this occasion, it's a good catch taken.
Yeah, and that was Salahuddin out there at deep mid-wicket holding on, and important to see the back of the Bengali skipper It's going to bring Aladdin Siddiqui to the wicket. So still no Mosaraf. Perhaps he'll come in next, or perhaps at number 6. But the left-hander comes out to face Harkamal, who has his second wicket. Oh, it almost very much had a third. That one going across the left-hander. It was a great finish to the over. So a couple of wickets in that one. Bengali, they're now 36 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, good over. It started looking like it was good over for Bengali. They upped the run rate. The 5 wide certainly helped, and then the Maximo on the captain. But that wicket going down, well, that all of a sudden puts a smile back on Gracia's faces, because they know that getting the captain back, who can play some big shots, is important. They'll be focusing now on Omar Ali. If they can send Ali back, then they'll be, well, more than content in thinking that they've got out the big guns and try and restrict this total to between the 80 and 90. That will be the plan.
Yeah, we'll see if that plan can be put into action. Trilochan Singh, he's bowling now, 5th over, and he's a good bowler for Gracia. See what he can deliver. He's straight away. Omar's after him, but picks out the fielder. It's Harkamal who's gone down to the long on boundary, so it'll be just the single. Got Nalini mentioning about ICC supporting cricket in Europe with proper cricket grounds and pitches. Get sport into schools. There's lots of things you can do. Look, one thing that I probably would say is you need to get government cooperation in a lot of these places as well. And when it's not an established sport, you'll go to local government and they'll say, "What's that? Cricket? What's that?" So this is a team effort, collaborative effort, I suppose. So we're trying to do our bit, and you guys are doing your bit by watching as well, hopefully enjoying the action. And the ICC and the local authorities also have their bit to do. This one's going to go down the leg side. It could go all the way. Yeah, so Trilochan just not adjusting for the left-hander. And Mayank Dayal, well, we've seen him do some good things up to the stump, but that's a keeper's nightmare, as that was speared down the leg side, and again, 5 wide. So that's the second in as many overs.
Yeah, that's 10. I mean, that's massive, isn't it? You look at that score, and 10 of those have come off 2 balls. And it's not just that they've just come off 2 balls, but that ball is going to be bowled again. Now, Trilochan, he's one of the key bowlers. He's right up there as one of the leading wicket takers. He's taken a 4-for as well, and that's way down there as well. Well, he's losing his bearings, maybe difficulty against the left-hander. But remember, he took 4 wickets for 10 runs against Fateh. So the captain will be demanding better and more from him, and at the moment he's letting the captain down. He's got to come back strong here.
He's a key bowler for them, as I mentioned, and you see this is the extra runs as well, not just the wides, but the extra runs. So important. So momentum swing back to Bengali after those couple of wickets. This one's worked away on the offside. They'll get 1. Oh, I'll tell you what, there could be some trouble here at the keeper's end. Any good throw will have him. And it just wasn't good enough. It pitched in the outfield, and it was Aladdin Siddiqui who looked keen to get Omar Ali on strike. I don't think Omar was too keen on it, because he knew that any good throw would have him in trouble. But that's a bit of fortune for Bengali, you'd have to say. You can see here, just very slow taking off, and just the ball pitching gave Omar some time to get home. Plus it was a little bit wide. It was a nice take by the keeper, but again, those are the little things. I mean, that could save you 20 or 30 runs if you can get Omar at this stage. And he'll make you pay as well, because this one is flat batted down the pitch over long off. Maximo, and Omar Ali cashes in.
Yeah, he's batting very well, isn't he? That one taking him to 22 now of 12 balls. Nice to see him running with his bat down as well. If he was running the way we've seen him earlier today, he would have been run out. But having his bat down, he just survived and then comes back hitting a big one. The 50 is up now.
And they'll get more here. This one's worked away behind point by Omar Ali. Be just a single. But yeah, I like the way he's tried to... He's obviously gone away and thought about his batting, Omar Ali, because we've seen him have success before in the ECS, and he would have had a week plus to think about his performance in the first week and where perhaps he went wrong mentally. And although he's going after his shots, he's picking his moments, and between that, he's just working it around and keeping the score ticking. Siddiqui, well, he has a go. Quite a casual inquiry from the bowler for an LBW, but no one was interested, particularly the umpire. That would be a leg by.
Yeah, I think Trilochan was probably more excited that he managed to get a good ball into the left-hander. He struggled, but he came round the wicket, and that was better from him. Though it was still a little bit short. Now back to the right-hander. Tricky this for him.
Last ball of the over. Oh, and in the end, Ali just wanted a single. Didn't think he was going to get it, but the bowler not able to get down in time. So that will be a single to end the over. All the fives after 5 overs. It's 55 for 2.
Yeah, good recovery from Bengali. They were running a little bit behind of where they wanted to be. They've upped the tempo. Hakmal has taken 2 wickets, but these two, especially Omar Ali, looking good. He's playing some nice shots. And, well, at the halfway stage, that 100 plus looks good. Captain now coming on, Kuldeep Lal. He'll be hoping to use some of his trickery that he has and try and pick up a wicket or 2.
Well, did you notice something different about Kuldeep today, Rico? Can you see it from this distance?
I can't see it from this distance, but I'm sure you'll tell us.
He's got some blue in his hair.
Yeah.
He's gone the old Marge Simpson look. Anyway, and he comes now. Kuldeep, such an important player. He's just having a practice run. But yeah, he's got the old blue streaks in the hair. So, at the moment, I don't know if you can see it on the camera. Do not adjust your screens. That is his hair colour. He's a bit of a character. I did say he's pretty cool. And he comes now, bowling at an important time. Oh, again.
And this time the batsman's
He's going to
already.
tell you what, if he's got a pedometer on, he's getting his steps in, isn't he? Kuldeep. He's had 2 goes now. But again, let's see where we are. After this over, I'll probably do my 6 over check-in. All right, 3rd time lucky. Here's Kuldeep. This one's on the leg stump. Pushed into the leg side. They might push for 2. And this is good running from the batsman because they set off straight away. Omar Ali knew, he was alert to it, that there was no one in the circle on the leg side. And if he pushed hard, he might get 2. And this is the difference with 2 batsmen on the same page. We've seen a few times that they haven't been, and throughout the tournament we've seen some miscommunications. But this was an occasion where they both recognised it and got back for 2 runs. Again, keeps the danger man, Omar Ali, on strike. Time again, they're just going to settle for a single this time as the Hark cleans up.
Yeah, this is where we saw Jilatan struggle when he had to change from right to left-hander. So let's see how Kuldeep Lal negotiates this change.
Yeah, they haven't all negotiated it, have they? But he's a pretty experienced campaigner. And talking earlier about the Spanish national team, weren't we, Rico? And Kuldeep Lal, a member of that setup. Might get a bit more information from you in a second after this ball, but in comes Kuldeep. And he gets the wicket. And Siddiqui, well, he's upset with himself, but this was right on target. We mentioned that not all of the grassy bowlers had negotiated the left-hand, right-hand combination, but Kuldeep Lal came around the wicket. And, well, the wickets, they were knocked around. As this one straight through between bat and pad. Big stroke from Siddiqui. His head was in the clouds. And the wickets, over they go. Another wicket for Bengali.
Yeah, you see he came a long way down, didn't he? He wanted to hit this one big, right over the top. And, well, Kuldeep Lal very, very happy that that one went through, hitting the stumps. That breaks that partnership up. And, okay, look, though Siddiqui wasn't the one scoring most of the runs there, he was causing trouble by being just the left-hander. And he's gone. I mean, believe it or not, I've just looking down the scorecard, he actually didn't make any runs. So gone for 0, but he caused a lot of trouble, didn't he? I mean, that's where the 5 wides came in as well. So, but he's out the way, wasn't able to get bat on ball. Kuldeep comes in again.
Here he is over the wicket this time. Worked away for a single. Yeah, I didn't realise actually that Siddiqui didn't score. He's in a partnership of 22. He didn't score any of them. But that's partly because he's alertly running and trying to give Omar Ali the strike as well. So Musharraf Hussain has come out now at number 5. No surprises there. And we've seen these two. Well, they should know how to bat together. They often open the batting, of course. This one's up. It's in the air. The fielder's in the game. He'll have to be right back on the boundary. And he's done it. What a good catch. And it's Gravinder Bajwa on the long off boundary. Again, he tripped the light fantastic around the boundary line. And he was just centimetres inside. So a huge wicket for Gracia in the context of this match. You can see it here. Great camera work as well. You see just a foot or so, literally inside the boundary line. Again, that could have been 6 or out, but it's out. And Gracia, they get another one and a big wicket in Omar Ali.
Yeah, that's a prize scalp. That's 2 in 2 as well. So he's actually on a hat-trick. But that one wasn't easy. You're on the boundary. You've got to be wary of where your feet are. But he made it look so easy. We sometimes say, don't we, Vinny, that you can always tell if the catch is going to be taken from the way the fielder is. Anyway, let's construct this ball. Hat-trick ball.
It's not a hat-trick ball. There was a single in between. I'm still
Was it?
trying to get you upset in case it was. Oh, no. Now we've got
You
some...
slipped.
Yeah. Well, so there we go. It's all happening. Can't keep track of it here
Can't keep
anymore.
track.
We're losing it. But don't worry. We'll stay with you. I can tell you that that is the end of the over. And a bit unfortunate there. The new batsman not negotiating the the pitch surround, as Waka Hussain as the new batsman. End of the over. It's 59 for 4. And that was one of your magic overs. This is a bowler's magic over. Only
Bowler's
4
magic,
runs
yeah.
off it and 2 wickets as well. So a huge over. And it was the captain who stepped up, Kuldeep.
Well, it was magic, wasn't it? He made one ball disappear that I completely didn't see anyway. So forget what I'm talking about. I was just getting too excited there, folks. Too excited. After a day of rain, after a washout and no cricket, now we've got cricket. I'm excited. And why shouldn't I be? What a great catch that was, Vinny.
Yeah, don't blame you. It was great work by Govinda. We've seen him do it in the field as well as with the bat in this series. You see Kulwant Thakur is going to come on for Gracia to bowl the 7th over. Good start. Nice keeping that time. Again, much easier for the keeper when it's outside off stump. But, yeah, Kulwant Singh Thakur, bit of a veteran, and starting with a nice outswing delivery. This is Waka, who really shouldn't be on strike because he slipped over last ball, last over. This time he pushes away. He should get a single, I think, in the end. Fielder had to come around, was on the back foot. Yeah. But yeah, we're talking about some of the national team setup and Kuldeep, and you mentioned there's a couple of other players in this tournament as well. And I'm sure that they'd be looking forward to the opportunities this year. Of course, with the European Cricket Championship coming up and probably various other tournaments as well. Maybe you can let us know after this ball. First, we'll have a look from Kulwant.
Yeah, obviously, a lot of excitement. The likes of Kuldeep Lal. We've also seen Mukhtar Singh, Yasir Ali, just to name but a few who are players that play in Catalonia. Just watch this ball from Kulwant.
Well, he goes after it, and this one's going to go all the way. It's a nice cricket shot, and he's been held back, but he's done the job here. That's a big Maximo, and Mosaraf, after a slow start today, he's away with the bat.
Yeah, good shot that, and then right on cue, they need to accelerate. Kulwant doesn't give you too many loose balls, but also, Vinny, as you know, this Sunday we've got Lamanga Torre coming here for that playoff, that all-important playoff to take the spot of the Spanish representative for the European Cricket League. That'll be the end of May, so we'll see some more talented players who are part of the Spanish setup there as well.
Well, this one he goes after, and the Hawk, well, he has to think about it. This one go over his head, and 6 more. 6 carreras más. And Bengali, they're counter-attacking in a way, and it's Mosaraf who's been held back, and he's flying.
Is he just? I mean, that's 2 and 2. Is he going to have a hat-trick of 6s here? Well, let's wait and see.
Last ball, the over, he'll get his chance. Maybe he still will, because that's a wide. But, yeah, you mentioned we got that playoff this weekend. We'll have more about that later in the day. We'll letting you know they'll get some bonus cricket on Sunday this week. But particularly, yeah, the national players, I'm talking to them, they're very excited about what's to come this year. A nice bit of keeping, but this will just be a dot. That'll be the end of the over. It is 72 for 4 at the end of 7. Again, Mike Dale, nice bit of work with the gloves. And as the players turn through, just mentioning that European Cricket Championship, 13th of September. He'll run for 4 weeks in Spain with 15 cricketing nations across Europe taking part, including sides from England, including sides from Scotland, the Netherlands, and various other nations as well. And it's going to be great to get them out there over 4 weeks. So make sure you put that one in your diaries. Of course, you can catch it right here on the European Cricket Network. just another exciting tournament we're bringing your way. Here is Kuldeep. Now he had 2 for 4 off his last over. He's going to bowl himself out here in the 8th.
Yeah, good start from him, just trying to stop the flow of runs. Yeah, and you know, we're talking about that series coming up here. That's also something that's going to inspire some of these players that we've seen, you know, perform here well on the big stage. You know, it's been streamed globally around the world. Perform well, make a name for yourself. And you never know, the selectors will be knocking on your door. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Great opportunity for the players here in Catalonia.
This is short. Kuldeep will get away with one here. Batsman just missed timing the shot. He's a bit late into it, went back to him. But yeah, it's like you say, it's interesting how in some countries they can go up and down. There's a comment in the chat, Nalini, saying Kenya once had a great cricket team. They made it to the World Cup semi-finals actually one year as well. Yeah, it was back in 2003 if I'm not mistaken. But here's Kuldeep. And it's up in the air, but there's no one there in the infield, so it'll be a single to the outfield. So, I mean, these are the things, especially in these shorter forms of the game, if you get a good nucleus of players, and the fact that these associate countries are playing more international cricket and there's opportunities for them to compete, obviously pandemic allowing, but something like the ECC is another great opportunity for some of these national team players to show their wares. Here's Kuldeep. Again, doing it all himself. He's a one-man show at the moment, isn't he, Kuldeep?
Yeah, I mean, this is great because that last over from Gulwanat, we saw some big sixes off him, and now he needed to come back well, and he has. I mean, okay, fortunately for him, he's... let's just see this delivery once more.
Well, this one's up in the air. It should be caught. And it is. So Kuldeep does it again. He gets a third. He's such an important player for Gracia. And I tell you what, he bowled a magic over first time, and abracadabra, he's repeated the dose. It's the same old trick, but Bengali, they can't do anything about it. So another wicket, and now Bengali have fallen to 74 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, I was just saying there, fortunate for him, he's causing trouble. The batsman struggling with that ball, straight and short right at him, wasn't able to create any sort of room for himself. Wasn't moving his feet enough to try and negotiate that ball, and in the end, the only thing he was going to do was sky it, and that's exactly what happened there. So Kuldeep Lal, well, what bowling figures from him. And once again, like I said, an opportunity for players to shine. I mean, he already is part of the national team setup, and well, we're seeing one of the reasons why he is here. Great bit of bowling from him, and what a finish.
Vicky Sondhi taking that catch, one he should have taken, but be very happy to take it nonetheless. That's the end of the over. So the end of the 8th over. The score is 75 for 5. I just turn my attention to the YouTube chat. And Keanu asking if there's a lot of international players from various European nations. There'd be quite a few. We haven't had the final squads listed yet, but of course that it's a club-based tournament, so you'll often find that the best clubs in each country have 1 or 2 national representatives, sometimes more. So it's a very good question, Keanu. I guess we'll have to wait till the final squads are announced. ECL, of course, coming your way from the 31st of May over 4 weeks. Here is Vijay Kumar to bowl the 9th over.
Yeah, that all-important 9th, isn't it? He gets away with that one, I think. Batsman's a little bit surprised.
Yeah, flirting with a wide line. No great angle on that, but umpire deeming it to be fair delivery. This time's driven firmly down the ground. We've got Nalini saying Christian Munoz Mills is a good cricketer. Well, we might see him in action before too long on ECN. And Lily asking if there are any women's T10 scheduled here on ECN. That's a good question. We haven't released the whole schedule yet, but I know we had the Austria-Germany internationals shown last year, so hopefully you see some more. Now this is bowled, and well, had to go for it in the end. It's Hassan bin Hakim, that one keeping a little bit low. And again, the stumps having to depart proceedings. Over they go, and again, this one never really got up, and you see what he's trying to do. Guess only a handful of deliveries remaining, but again, Gracia, they keep coming back, and ever since that wicket of Omar Ali, Gracia have made every post a winner. And of course the 2 overs from Kuldeep Lal, 3 for 6 off 2, or special mention as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the key wickets here at the right stage. I mean, Bengali, they did accelerate, but, well, with Hussain going, with Howlett going, just when they started playing some shots, and, well, like you said, the key really is Kuldeep Lal again, doing a fantastic job for his team when they needed to. And now it's just a case of keeping you cool and bowling wicket to wicket, and let the batsman make the mistake. Well, left-hander in, that will cause a few problems. We've seen that already in this match.
Yeah, Modelab's the new batsman, and has a wild swing, and with no Bapari in the lineup today, you feel like Bengali may be a batsman short. And we've seen Tamjid Bapari bat in that number 5 position and hold the innings together at times, and missed his influence, I think, in this match so far. Again, strike 2, and this is outside off stump, but hitting across the line, and sees that big gap on the onside. There's absolutely no one in front of the wicket in the circle, which I know annoys you, Rico, but it's not really costing Gracia at the moment because Modelab not able to make contact. Here's the last ball of the 9th over. And look, in the end, they're not going to take a single. Perhaps that's wise, because Modelab had struggled, and it's Waka who has decided it's worth foregoing that run in the hope that it pays off with interest in the last over. So he'll be facing up. That's the end of the 9th. And Bengali, they are 76 for 6.
Yeah, what a top over that was. Just a wicket from it as well, and just the 1 run. Yeah, I mentioned Christian Muniz. He plays there at Sporting Alfaz Cricket Club. So hello to anyone watching from near Benidorm in Albania. Now he is, of course, Spanish national, and also the Spanish team captain. A bit frustrated down that way because not being able to play any cricket. It's the same as players down at La Manga Torre. They will be so excited to be coming up here to play. All of them doing their own little bits of training, but have not been able to train as a team.
Trilochan gets a wicket first ball. So the gamble was to keep Waka on strike. Waka Hussain, but he's only able to edge the first ball to the keeper. And perhaps some of the Bengali batting depth getting exposed here in match 57 as Trilochan, well, he wasn't always on target in his first over. That one went for 19, but a handy wicket at a good time. That'll bring a new batsman to the crease. Bengali, 76 for 7.
Yeah, just the scorecard now not looking very pretty. That these lower end batsmen, nobody's really making any contributions after some big blows from Mosharraf Hussain. 2 big sixes he hit. After that, they've dried up, no boundaries, and even the runs, they're finding it difficult to get the runs.
Yeah.
Very important that they do try and push to get this score, well, certainly into the 80s, and a couple of big blows may take it to the 90s. But, well, under 80 is low par, and Gracia will feel that they're well on top here at the moment.
Nadeem Hussain has come out to bat for Bengali. He faces this ball. I think they'll get away just a single. Just another question following up from Keanu, wanting to know, do we show European internationals on here? Well, we do from time to time. Just depends. Of course, at the moment, there's one of the issues is this international travel still a little bit complicated, but from time to time, schedule allowing, we have shown some T20 international cricket on ECN, so hopefully we get the chance to show some more this year as well. Resources allowing, of course. Now this is Modelab facing, still on 0. And this, he might still be on 0. This one's off the leg. I think it'll be a leg by. We'll have to wait for the umpire. Yes, it's called leg by. So I was just thinking for poor Modelab, because he's had a run refused and he's still on 0, then how do you feel if you get out for a duck? You're like, well, I could have had a run there.
Could have had a run.
I think it's different when it's your first run. No one's turning down my first run. But anyway, it's a lot of chat about European cricket in the YouTube chat today, which is nice. Now they're going to go here. He'll be out if he hits. And they're not going to hit. And are they going to get back for another one? I think that Modelab's just run too far at the striker's end. Although some thoughts of another one as well. This is what we love at this
There's a bit
stage.
of ping pong going on there.
Yeah,
but,
it was. Only 2 balls remaining, so they get 1 for that one. So there's 79.
Well, he's got a chance to get off the mark here. Now, he's whatever happens, going to play the same shot again. If it's straight, he's going to be on his way.
Again, speared into the pads. I'll be happy with just the single there, Gracia. And what a comeback it's been. So there, let me just talk you through this. After 7 overs, they were 73 for 4. And then the 8th over went for 2. The 9th over went for 1. And then this last one's only gone for 4. So it's been magic, magic, magic. All magic, hasn't it, Rico? And magic conclusion to this innings for Gracia. Really putting the brakes on. So here's the last ball of the innings. Well, it's not going to be the last ball.
He's not, the wicket keeper's not seen where the... Okay, not sure.
This is smart because, like, the wicket isn't really that important. So they weren't going to get a run anyway. It was just chasing him back to the non-strikers end, Mike Dyer. But if he throws it, then there's every chance if it misses, they get a run. So that was smart play by the keeper. Here's the last ball of the innings. And there's going to be no run. And Model Lab, again, he's faking. The keeper's saying, come on, why don't you have a go?
He's ready to...
I think that everyone has decided there's not going to be a run there. So a bit of a comical end to the innings in the end, but it'll be Bengali who won the toss and elected to bat. They finish their innings at 81 for the loss of 7 wickets at the end of 10 overs, setting 82 the target for Gracia here in match 57 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great comeback, as you said, Vinny, where they were at one stage at the 7 over mark. Bengali started slow, but needed some nice shots from Omar to get them going, and he did. It looked like he was in good nick, hitting the ball well, finding the middle, using his feet well, and in the end, that wicket, very valuable. Hakmal, his first over was expensive, but he came back with a wicket. And he wasn't happy with just 1. He wanted 2. That was one that was launched by Ali. Beautiful shot. And then there you see that, the catch taken. The captain, I just think he was maybe a little bit irresponsible there. He came out, played some nice shots, and then getting him after having 5 wides, hitting a big 6, went for another one. And it was catch well taken. Good running there from Omar, learning to keep his bat on the ground just as well that he did. Smashing this one straight over the top as well. In the end, he did bat well. He played a good shot, and the catch that finally did get him out was an absolutely outstanding catch there. The left-hander, he caused a lot of trouble, was there a long time, a 20-plus partnership he made, but he didn't add anything to that. He was just there for the running and frustrating the bowlers. And this was this catch we were talking about, and absolutely fantastic. Kept his eye on the ball, running along the edge of the boundary, and called it Lal.
Yeah, it was a game changer, wasn't it? And Govinda taking that catch to get Umar Ali, who scored 27. Mosarraf, well, he scored 13, including 2 Maximos, but the next highest contribution was only 7 for Bengali. That kind of told the story in the end, didn't it? Extras, 22 runs. Well, that helped him out a lot. Without those extras, I mean, they could have made something around the 60 mark, but it just shows you how important Omar Ali is and Shafiqur Rahman and how Ladder is to this Bengali team, because once you get through that top 4, especially with no Bapari there, they were a little bit exposed and things ground to a halt very quickly here in match 57. Just confirming their final total of 81 for 7. So, bowling wise, well, Kuldeep Lal, he was the star. 3 for 6 off 2 overs. Also 2 wickets for the Hawk, although he's a little bit expensive going for 26. And single wickets for Trilochan Singh. And Vijay Kumar, well, he bowled very well, bowled the 9th over. Only bowled the 1 over, only went for 1 run, picking up a wicket. So, again, you wonder if he'd bowled a bit earlier, he might have been one to have 2 overs for sure. Anyway, Rico, it's going to be a fascinating chase and just a modest target. They can make for very interesting games. You mentioned these totals between 80 and 100, and the target here, 82 in Gracia. They'd be big favourites, but again, Bengali needs to tell themselves if they can pick up some of those key batsmen early, there could be game on.
Definitely. I mean, they know from the previous contest between these two, the 1 wicket that eluded them, Bajwa, well, he scored 101 of the 130 runs that Gracia scored that time. Now, Gracia, we do know that they're a good team. We know they have good star players, but quite often, as we've seen in this European Cricket Series, they do let themselves down Now Kuldeep Lal, big wicket, he's going to bat all the way through. Gurvinder Bajwa, he's going to do the same. And Harkmal, we've said Harkmal at the moment hasn't hit form. We've seen him hit the ball well, but he hasn't gone on to make a big total. So Gracia, they know if they want to win this group, well, they've got to win this game. Certainly puts the pressure on Bengali. Then they also will be just at 1 point behind Bengali as well. And Bengali, well, they would love it to be 3 points. But to do that, they've got to bowl their hearts out.
Well, yeah, hearts and everything else. Probably all other organs will be on the table if they're going to keep Gracia down in the chat. There's some chat from Lily Pounder saying that Gracia should do this in 5 overs. Well, if they do, we'll have an early lunch and I won't be complaining. But it will be an interesting chase. Of course, Gracia so desperately need this win. Their openers will be out shortly. So please rejoin us in just a few minutes' time for the run chase. It'll be Gracia chasing 82 for victory here in match 57 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo here, along with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly.
Bienvenidos. Y vale, ahora en este partido hay Gracia contra con Bengali CC. Vale, Bengali CC. Hacemos 81 carreras. Entonces necesita 82 para ganar por Gracia. So 82 needed for Gracia. Now Gracia have in the 4 matches they've played, remember one of their 5 was abandoned on that very first day. They've always managed to score over 100 runs, even in the game that went to the golden ball that they lost. So this target they would be feeling is fairly straightforward for them, but they do need a good start, and that's been the key to the big teams, the likes of Gracia, Falco, Pack Ikea. They do make good starts and then make the remainder of the runs required easier. They'd love to be able to have a good power play and just leave it at around a run a ball for the remaining overs and capitalise on any loose bowling. Bengali, well, they need to be stronger. I thought they were far too defensive in that first game against the men in blue. I think there were too many areas where singles were available, and just looking at the field already, I know that we're inside the power play and only 2 men are allowed out, but looking at it already, it looks tighter. I'd like to see that the captain as well, Ray Harlada, is going to lead by example. He's going to open the bowling. That was the other thing in that last game. They used the first 7 overs were all different bowlers. He didn't rely on any of these bowlers to bowl the second, which I thought surprising. I don't think some of the bowlers up front bowled that bad, and I just think when you take that chance, you take a risk. And the 7th over, that's where it all went wrong for them. It ended up being a magical over, and men in blue did not look back, so they've got to learn from that. So the captain does have the ball. Yes, he's realised that he does need to pick up a wicket here, and it's the left-hander, the Centurion, one of 2 men that's made 100 in this fan code European cricket so far. Gurvinder Bajwa, he's going to be on strike in this very same fixture. Is when he scored that magical 100 for his side. And that was way back in match 25. Anyway, we're off. So Bengali. Oh, and he starts with a high end. That's going to be a no ball. And straight away, I think the captain is going to have a few words in his ear from the umpire, Rauf Zaman. No ball given, and it will be a free hit. And that's also probably would have been a warning to the bowler. So, free hit to Gurinder Bajwa. That's a big swing and misses out on it. It's not what you want from a free hit. So in the end, no real damage done. Mustansa Iqbal of the Catalonia Tigers, the only other man, scored a century in this series. Pushing it out and reluctantly taking a single was not the best of calls or Kuldeep Lal, and in the end they do go through. A little bit of ball watching from both the batsmen, so a little bit of the early jitters, and Bengali will want to capitalise on that and see if they can force a mistake from the batsman. Kuldeep Lal now on strike. On his day, he can be awesome. But he does blow hot and cold sometimes, so let's see how he does here. Howler to Lal on the leg side, pushes it away. And that's all it was, a gentle push. The fielder, I think, did well. You just see the umpires having a look at each other. Yeah, managed to put his foot on the ball here. Good chase from him. Usually anything going down there doesn't get caught. Mind you, it was a very gentle push. And just looking at the action of Howlatter, the way he's running in, I just find he's got an awful lot to do when he's delivering the ball to get it outside the off stump. So if he doesn't get it right, if he's not twisting his body right, the ball just follows the natural path down leg. That's hit hard through the gap. Don't worry running. You don't need to run for those when they hit that well. बहुत अच्छा shot सीगा. Timing सीगी नाले placement. ना देखो. And bang through the gap. चौका हो गया. And the first boundary for Gracia Cricket Club. Remember, 82 needed. So can't bowl too many loose balls, Bengali. That's better. Pitched up, and Gurdip looked like he was shaped up to play the shot and lofted over the infield in the 30-yard circle, but stopped his shot in the end and just maybe he didn't fancy taking the risk. Left-hander back on strike, so you can see the field being changed straight away. Men coming up on the leg and going across to the offside. And just nicely played to single. That's what they really need to do here. They've already got the boundary in the over. So that's 11 off the first. The key thing is, of course, there's no wickets down. Both batsmen there having a chat with each other and saying, okay, this is cool, that's all we have to do. Don't have to go crazy. Be interesting to see who bowls here, whether they will chance Omar Ali or maybe elect to take perhaps some of the pace off the ball and see how they fare with the ball being tossed up and spinning. They're going for Hassan bin Hakim. He's one of just a few bowlers who bowled 2 overs in that first game. Bowled quite well. Was a bit unlucky as well, I think. Got the ball in the right areas and batsman just getting a little bit of something on it. Quite easily could have picked up a couple of wickets. He's just got to keep that line, just got to keep tempting the batsman to play the shot. I mean, it's a gamble. Do it inside the power play when you've got to have your fielders inside the circle. Again, he's drilled that away. Well, that's the second shot he's played in that area. Wow, exquisite that is. Top draw. Lovely shot. Look at the positioning here. Gets into position and fires it in the gap exactly where he wants it to go along the deck. 4 more runs. Well, looking to make a change now. We're trying to push a man back, but they can't do. They've got 2 men on the leg, so he has to come back in. This is on the leg. He's been hit high in the air. The fielder thought he had a chance for a moment, got himself prepared, and then realised he's going all the way over his head. 6 runs. Ginna, Badda Shakka, Kuldeep Lal is in the mood to have some fun. That was a nice shot. It wasn't the best of balls. It was too short. Smashed away. Trying to not giving that one outside the off stump. Bowled it short. Dispatched. And it's another one. Balle, balle, balle. 2 out of 2. Well, this is a magic over and it's coming early in the innings of Gracia. Kuldeep Lal had a great morning with the ball in the first innings and now he's showing what he can do with the bat. Bus will just check the ball. Well, great over so far for Gracia. A little bit of talk in and Kuldeep just steps away. And he's quite happily pushes that for a single towards Omar Ali. "18 off the over so far. Well, Kuldeep Lal did not move, so though it was worth a shout because the bowler in that situation has no idea where the batsman is. Getting a little touch on it as it goes onto the stumps, you see that here, but yeah, Kulwinder is out the picture there, but had his bat down in the ground. I think that is the over. The umpires are coming together. Yep, end of the over. So cracking over that one. The score 29 without loss. And Gracia are absolutely flying here. Well, Kuldeep Lal is 24 of 7. Govinda Bajwa, well, we know what he can do if he gets loose. But at the moment, quite happy just to stand at the other end and watch Govinda do his thing. He's on 3 of his 6 balls. Govinda on strike. And, well, I thought maybe Race Howler would come in and bowl his second. They need a wicket. They need somebody who can make it happen for them. And Vinny, Mr. Maximo coming back into the commentary station. Well, what do you think of that? Do you see some of those shots from Kuldeep?
Yeah, I was dodging balls as I was making my way back from the toss for the next game. That's for sure. And you mentioned they need someone to stand up. Well, Mosaraf, he certainly did in the last game. He was the best of their bowlers, and no coincidence he's on here in the 3rd over, as you see. I think it was Lily Panda that said it could be over in 5 overs. Well, you wouldn't bet against it. Kuldeep in form like this. He starts by flicking this one dismissively off his legs. It's a nice shot, and 1 bounce, 4 runs. So Mosaraf got to stay off Kuldeep's legs. Pays the penalty, 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, that's just easy pickings, isn't it? Remember, we're still inside the power play. Anything that's there is going to be lofted away. The 2 men are straight, so you can't afford to bowl anything short.
Yeah, so we know that Gracia, they had to make their move, didn't they, in this group, and they look like they're ready for business, and that man Kuldeep leading from the front. This one's short and punched away. Again, this will be 4 more. So an overcorrection from Mosaraf, and he did chip in with a couple of wickets last game, but this time, quality batting. Strokes all around the wicket, and Kuldeep, he just had that look in his eye for me. I wasn't distracted by the blue hair. I said, here is a man who is serious about the business of getting Gracia up the top of this table. Making a very good start here on day 12. This one's up, and it's timed beautifully over cover. So 4, 4, 6. And that Maximo, well, Kuldeep, he's raced to 38 off only 10 balls.
Yeah, he's making it look easy, isn't it? It's effortless, those 2 shots. I mean, give him width outside the off stump. I don't know anyone who plays that cut shot any better. He's played 3 in that area and then lofting that over. He's on a mission.
I don't think he's done yet, except he's brought the fielder into the game. Howlatter, well, he just couldn't quite make the angle around. It was perilously close to him. We saw him go for one earlier on the boundary that turned out to got past him for 4 runs. Well, it certainly was worth a go here, but Howlatter, he tried valiantly to get near the ball, just ran round it slightly. Wasn't able to intercept it before it hit the turf, so it doesn't get much easier, does it, with Govinda at the other end. He's made a pretty slow start, 3 off 6, but doesn't have to do too much the way Kuldeep's going. This one's going to go down leg side for a wide. So there are a few people predicting a quick finish. Well, Bengali, after winning their first 4 games, they've come back to earth with a thud, haven't they, Rico? And just think they might have woken up a couple of other teams in the group.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see this delivery from Hussain. Just defended out on the offside. Yeah, they've, for me today, they've just let themselves down a little bit in the field. I just don't think they've been as sharp as they were when we saw them that first week. They weren't up for it.
This one is whipped off the toes, and Govinda getting on the action. The first 4 of his innings. So after 3 overs, it's a fantastic power play for Gracia. They're 49 for no loss.
Yeah, and that's a demonstration. You know, if they're the key players, the big men, they can't get the ball in the right place. It's raining runs at the moment, raining boundaries. And, well, it's difficult, isn't it? Difficult. As we say, this game changes so much. It can change in and over, and it also changes in a day, in a week. Bengali couldn't do anything wrong, really, those first 4 games. And then now here, unless anything miraculous happens. They're staring at 3 defeats on the trot after having 4 victories. So Gracia here, eyeing up the chance to go second in that table, and looking good for it too.
Yeah, it's an understatement. And we should actually mention it was the last game of week 1, match 25, where these two teams last met. It was Bengali that got over. Bengali actually went down to Gracia 131 to 99. So it was Gracia that stopped their run early, and they're looking like they're going to make quick work of them again here on day 12, as Aladdin Siddiqui is going to come into the attack. There's some discussion of a second, but in the end it'll just be the single, so that brings up the 50 for Gracia in very quick time indeed off the first ball of the 4th over. But you just think this group so fascinating. We'll see how the Tigers go as well. Of course, we'll see them in the last match of today. But again, things like net run rate, and especially when it's so congested on the table, Gracia can do this in quick time. That can only help that component of their game. We probably haven't even had a chance to see Nadeem Hussain, who's come into the side. You see him fielding that ball there and rushing back to the boundary, but you wonder how much he'll be able to do to stop the onslaught at the moment. Kuldeep, I think he's got an early lunch on his mind. Here's Siddiqui. Well, this is a little bit short, and rocking back onto the back foot was Kuldeep. It's all the way over mid-wicket. 6 runs, Maximo! And Gracia, well, they just keep it going here. They've raced within reach of this target.
Yeah, that's a top shot, and he's just one Maximo away from bringing up a quick fire 50. That's a wide ball, and that's good from Kuldeep. Could have lashed at it. Just happy to just see it go. And well, from here on in, it's just pretty straightforward for Gracia. The bowlers not getting their line right, not getting the ball in the right areas. That one's over pitch. This time there is a man out there on the boundary, so doesn't go for 4. He's played 3 cracking shots outside that off stump, but takes a single and gives strike to Govinda Bajwa, the left-hander.
Yeah, well, I have to say I hope they bought their boat shoes, because they are cruising, Gracia, at the moment towards this target. Modest target, you'd have to say, of 82. But of course, with only 1 team in each group going through to the next phase of the tournament. And this one's going to be 6 more. This one's feeding the snakes, Rico. We don't know what's on the other side of that wall, and we'll never know. For the left-handers, and Govinda will remember in his century how many balls he hit over the wall in that region. 6 more to Gracia. And I'll tell you what, Bengali, they might have had a very strong start in their first 2 matches on the first day of the tournament, but they're having a miserable start on the first 2 matches of day 12. Samus just pushed. Good fielding by Hussain, but it might give away an overthrow. And it does in the end, and just no one in the circle to back up. And poor Shafiqur Rahman, his day couldn't be more contrasted with the first day as well, almost getting a broken foot to go with his trouble. So at the end of 4 overs, Gracia, they're 67 for no loss, requiring only 15 more runs to win this game.
Yeah, and you know, the good thing here for Gracia, of course, is, remember we were saying that already there's 2 teams on 7 points. Catalonia Tigers, the men in blue, on 7 as well. Gracia look like they're going on to 7. Now this group is going to be very close. It could be decided on net run rate. Now a good victory here from them, that certainly is going to boost their net run rate. Absolutely
right, Rico. Everything important. So that's why this manner of victory, I don't think they'll be strolling to the target. I think they'll be looking to do it pretty quickly. And that man Kuldeep, well, he's already raced to 47 off only 14. Some question about, would this be the fastest 50 of the tournament? Well, it's definitely, from my recollection, I think it would be. So if he were to get there this ball, here he is now. Just get a single here, so it'll take him to 48.
Yeah, he's probably competing with Mustan's Iqbal. I mean, the first 50 he scored on his way to that 100 came very, very quick. So it's interesting to see Omar Ali bowling from a very short run. And not bowling from his usual run-up. Just taking a couple of paces and bowling.
Well, Govinda, this one's not coming back. This is too short, and don't bowl there to Govinda Bajwa. Goes over square leg, and almost an apology from Govinda because, tell you what, a couple more of those, this game will be over, and Kuldeep, he won't get a chance to get the fastest 50, will he? Because this game will be over. But you can't blame Govinda. That was right in his zone.
Yeah, he'll play those all day long. You can blindfold him, and he'll play those shots. We saw him play loads of them when he made his 100 putts. He's not going to go on to make many more here today. Went for the big shot again, and well, probably looking at the game situation and thought, you know, I'm going to have a go anyway. Credit to O'Malley, kept the ball in the right areas. He takes a wicket. So Govinda Bajwa, who scored a century in this fixture first time round, is on his way back. He's made 22 of 13 balls.
Yes, and that one just wasn't quite as short, was it? It was a good adjustment from Omar Ali. He learned his lesson, pitched it up slightly, and perhaps not bouncing a lot either. So we'll bring Kulwant Singh Thakur to the wicket. And this is where, look, unselfish batting as well. Trying to get the target as soon as possible. Trying to get that net run rate up. It's important. The wickets don't really matter at this stage. Got to keep being aggressive. A lot of chat already about the next match, which is Men in Blue versus Fateh. And I know Jesus in the chat, he's a very big Fateh fan. He's been waiting for 11 days to see them again. And of course, Fateh had their first 2 matches washed out. So a rare chance to get Fateh, you'd have to say. And
yeah,
Men in Blue already coming back after their first match this morning. This is a wide from Omar Ali, so we wanted the total. Yeah, but that'll be a very fascinating contest. And Fateh, we know that sometimes they bring it, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, and we've seen both those sides of them already in this fan code European Cricket Series. So, I mean, should be looking out for Majinder Singh Lovely. We'll just see this delivery and I'll continue.
Stroked away nicely.
Yeah, Majinder Singh Lovely, the captain of Fateh. Congratulations to him and his family. He's had a new baby born in the family. And he did say he's going to bring some sweets for us, so
okay,
we're waiting here. Laddu khana ji karda, laddu aa jaye, cha bhi bana do, to sahi maza karunge.
Here's Kuldeep on 48. Make that 49. As they'll just trot through for a single. We'll take the score up to 77. So only 5 more required. Now what do you do here? You cool one. Now you can win it with 6. Leave him stranded on 49 at the other end. Oh, this is going to be a no ball. I think it is. Yeah, called no ball.
And a free hit.
For a couple of reasons, that could have been called no ball, actually. So now what do you do? Here we go. We're talking about team point of view. Just get the runs as quick as possible. You do have the deep on 49 at the other end. And I tell you what, it's just going to work out, I think, for now at least. And that'll be a single down the ground. You can see all the air's gone out of this Bengali team. Not the same team they were after 4 consecutive wins, that's for sure. That'll be the end of the over. And so 79 for 1. Well, Lily, you said it might be done in 5 overs. Well, I don't think you're too far away because there's only 3 more runs required for victory. Here is the dashboard. Just speaking of that game, Fateh, they're 1 and 2 against Men in Blue 3 and 2. So Men in Blue, this is no gimme for them. I'm sure we'll see some of their stars. Prasanna Jatan, well, he's made a big difference to their batting coming into the side. Experienced campaigner against Fateh. So for all those fantasy dashboards, make sure you go on our social media at European Cricket. But for now, how long has this game got to go? And you see the difference here. Obviously, he did know the score, didn't he? Cool
yes.
One, because he probably could have hit that one into outer space. But instead, he's just taking the single. So nice, unselfish. Although he is the captain at the other end, so you don't want to upset the captain, do you? And this is Alamin MG coming into the attack. So Kuldeep is 49 off 16. It's 2 runs required for victory. This could be game over. Has he picked out the fielder? Oh, he did, but it was straight through his hands, right on the edge of the line. That'll be 6 runs, so that'll be 50 to Kuldeep. It's also the end of the match. He'll finish on 55 of 17 balls. And in a very, very one-sided game here in match 57 of the Fancode European Cricket Series, Gracia, 86 off 5.2 overs, defeat Bengali, 81. And Rico, I tell you what, highlights, might as well just show the whole thing because it was over pretty quickly. But Bengali, well, they've reached a crossroads in their tournament now, haven't they, after those 2 losses? After winning their first 4 games, they've lost their next 3. and where to for them now?
Yeah, I mean, very comprehensively done. And, well, Kawinda Lal, he played for me 3 stupendous shots outside that off stump. He was in excellent mood. And, well, for the time when he had Gurunda Bajwa there with him, thought they were going to coast home here without losing the wicket. Only one chance, really, he gave. But the rest of the time, look at that, just looking majestic. And, well, invincible at times. It was this one here, I think, where maybe the captain, Race Howard of Bengali team, didn't quite pick it right. But he survived that and just went on. There's the breakthrough. Amar Ali getting the wicket, the only wicket to fall in the innings. And that brought Kulwant Thakkar in. And Kulwant, well, he was very unselfish, just allowing Kuldeep Lal to go on and complete a 50 for him. So well done to the captain of Gracia, Kuldeep Lal. Had a fine performance here today.
Yeah, looking forward to the next match. This is a very fascinating contest for me. Fateh, well, you know that Gastos will be happy they're back in action. They'll have the captain at the top of the order, and Jinder Singh Lovely, as well as Happy Singh. No Lakbir Singh Vinti for them today. I do like to see Randip Singh Dade up there as well. He's listed at number 3. You can see all top 4 of their players around the 100-point mark. Also, you saw Men in Blue, Kalagatla. He looked in dangerous touch this morning. And so, well, look, no question of the man of the match in that match we've just seen with Kuldeep Lal with his 55 off 17 balls, undefeated, as well as his 3 for 6 with the ball. It was a one-man show, and it was all Gracia as they make their run up the table here in Group A.
It definitely was all Gracia. And, well, Kuldeep Lal as well, what a day with the ball. 3 wickets just for 6 runs off his 2, and then scoring 55 of 17. Well, definitely he's going to be the man of the match for that game, unless somebody was watching someone else. And, well, sets his team up to be in a fantastic position. Now, they do have another match, and it's against Fateh later on today. That's going to be the 4th match, so match number 59. And that'll be interesting. Now, Fateh, of course, they've got to go out there against a team that started today with a win. Well, like you say, going to be a good contest, because quite often we've seen in this European cricket series that a team that starts the day winning continues to win. So it will be interesting. And I have to say, the Men in Blue, they looked very good. Good all-round performance from them. So Fateh have to be at their best. Yeah,
and you've seen that Borika looked in good form again. He's been one of the outstanding bowlers of the tournament. And they've got a pretty good, strong top 3 or 4, though, Fateh, so it won't be easy for him. Yeah, just going back to the match for a second. You think about it, where the match was in the first innings, it was Kuldeep that came on and put the brakes. So the reason that they were chasing so few in the first game, in the first place, was because of Kuldeep's 2 overs, and of course, helped by a couple of his teammates late in that innings. So yeah, don't go anywhere, guys. You've got a bit of an extended break this time. We'll be back in about 35 minutes to take you into match 58, which is the 3rd match of 5 today here on ECN. So we hope you enjoy the little break in the middle of the day here, but don't go too far, because there's plenty of great T10 action just around the corner. And Rico, still 3 matches to go. Could we have, I'll say it, could we have a golden ball today?
You know what? This next one, Fateh, they're like the golden balls. Men in Blue, they like close finishes. It's got the making of one. So yeah, like Vinny says, you know, grab yourself something to eat or prepare something, set the table, and well, get comfortable, because that next match coming up is well, I think it's going to be a tight affair. Yes,
and keep the chat coming during the break. If you've got nothing to do, stay in the chat, and I might even try and jump in and answer a few questions myself. Otherwise, your questions and comments are most welcome. We'll try and get to them in the broadcast. So, you see you shortly in just over half an hour's time. This is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. This is the Fancode European Cricket Series, Spain, and you're watching the European Cricket Network. Welcome back and welcome to the toss for the third match of the day. It's match 58 on the calendar between men in blue, who are returning after their victory in the first match this morning. They're taking on Fateh, who play their first match today. Let's hand it over to the match referee.
Tail is the call. And tail is it. So Fateh, you won the toss. Bat first. Fateh have won the toss and they are going to bat first.
Well, there you go. Manjinder Singh Lovely. He won the toss and elected to bat first. No surprises there. I think both these captains would have liked to have batted first. And the pitch is drying out. It's better for batting as the day has gone on. They'll be relying on himself, Manjinder Singh Lovely, as well as Happy Singh, Kuldeep Singh as well. So they've got some good players in there. And I'm sure he'll be very happy to win that toss. Men in blue, well, they have their tails up after a good and important win, you'd have to say, in the first match of the day against Bengali. And they were sparked by a good contribution from Shankar Kalagatla as well as Prasanna Jathan, who played an important part at the top of the order in chasing that score down. So Rico, 3 to go. And here we go. It's match 58 coming your way in the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Thank you, Vinny. And because Manjinder Singh Lovely, a man of his word. Laddu vi le ke aaya, barfi vi le ke aaya. Congratulations to him for the birth of his new addition to his family, a baby girl. And he's bought some lovely sweets for us all here. So thank you very much. And I hope that your good luck and good fortune continues in this match, where you will be taking on the in-form men in blue. So Fateh, as we've been told, are going to have a bat first. And why not indeed? I think from what we've seen already today, the pitch, it's a good one to bat on. The outfield had dried up very quickly, the ball racing along to the boundary. And also, hey, let's not forget they did have that very good win. So they're on a bit of a roll at the moment. And Fateh, they're a little bit like that. They had a few defeats and then they came back very strong against the XL Stars, scoring that 135 for 5. The Stars restricted to 115. So they're on a bit of a run. We just see that on the fantasy dashboard. The main men are there. Happy Singh, Manjinder Singh Lovely, Randeep Singh Dade, you know, all good key batsmen for them. They did change it around a little bit the last game when the big guns didn't fire at the top. Just wondering what they're going to do here, whether they will change it around or whether they'll stick to the norm, which will probably be Manjinder Singh Lovely and Happy Singh. We'll wait and see. The batsmen have yet not come out, but men in blue, they're getting themselves organised. The umpires for this game, Nukesh Patel and Shahid Al Ahmed, are getting ready to start. Again, let's have an opportunity to say a big thank you to the ground staff here, led by Roberto. Done a fantastic job in getting this pitch and the outfield ready today. I mean, it's amazing. We came to the ground, I'm expecting it to still have quite a few puddles, but he's done an awesome job. So Roberto, well done, and well done, of course, to Devinder Singh Kaur, Gurvinder Bajwa, Kushveer Singh Kaur and Ranjit Singh. They're all doing a great job. We've said many times before, they're here very early in the morning and here well after we leave as well. And they've done a grand job. So hats off to you guys, because of your hard work. We're getting in these games today. And it looks like, no surprise, Abhishek Baraka is going to be bowling first up. And it does look like Manjinder Singh Lovely, but I could be wrong. We'll get the information for you soon. We're getting ready to start. Well, I can tell you the bowler for sure. We'll update you on the batsman. They do look very similar, but I have to say, looking very nice in the new kits, Vinny.
You have to excuse me.
Oh,
Rico.
I caught you.
You got me.
I caught you with a bit of barfi
Got
खांदा
me.
सी है ना, फंस गया. लड्डू नहीं खा रहे, चलो चंगा रह गया. ये तो कोई बात नहीं होनी चाहिए.
If that was Hindi for delicious, then I agree. Well, here's Baraka to bowl the first ball of match 58. Well, you can explain now. I don't normally eat just before we go to air, but you can explain the reason, right?
You got to say, स्वाद आ गया.
Swad aa gaya.
स्वाद आ गया.
Swad aa gaya.
स्वाद आ गया. स्वाद आ गया. Sí, está muy rico. Muchas gracias. Manjinder Singh Lovely. Swad aa gaya. It's very tasty. Thank you very much. So on strike, Happy Singh. Seeing the first one go outside, he's off stump.
And Borica, so key for Men in Blue. Yeah, but did you let everyone know why we're full of sweets here?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, well, I hope he has. It's a pity you can only have babies every 9 months, isn't it? Because I tell you what, I get used to this. Everyone's enjoying the sweets. This is one of the cool things about travelling and meeting different people as well. You get to try different types of food. I've certainly enjoyed that slightly extended break we had. Here's Borica. Wow, what a good start for him. He's always around the mark, isn't he? Rico and Ufate. There's some conjecture in the chat about who people think are going to win. 2-1 kind of proportion seems to be people thinking Men in Blue will win, but Fate, we know they're capable, but if they're going to post a winning score, they need to see off Borica, not let him get those early wickets.
Probably a little bit. No, it's well within the line. I mean, Happy Singh, I'm guessing he's backing away a fair bit and seeing the ball go past and unable to get to it. But yeah, the umpire will say, well, look, if you're backing away and not playing a shot, you're not going to get the wides. Use the bat. Use the bat in your hand. He hasn't touched. Ball hasn't made contact with bat yet. Oh, that's a juicy one. Moving away. And, well, thankfully, he didn't touch the bat there either. Otherwise, he would have been on his way. Great start from Abhishek Borica.
Yeah, and so here's the difference. Batsman going back to that length ball, not able to catch up with it. See, more confident batsman. Obviously, we haven't seen too much of these two at the crease so far. Happy Singh, we know he's capable. That's one you've got to get on the front foot and try and crunch.
Well, he did him. And fortunate, very fortunate. I suppose the only good thing you could say there is he used soft hands and kept the ball down along the ground. 4 runs.
Watch this delivery, Rico. Really seemed to do a bit. Gets this natural outswing, which is a right to left curve. And doing the batsman all ends up. And we said there hadn't been too much bat on ball. Well, just a little bit of bat on ball this time. It was, watch this, curve right to left on your screen. Doing a lot and just getting the outside edge of the bat. 4 valuable runs. And Fate, they'll take them however they can off Borica. Well,
to the end of the over, and well, streaky 4 runs and a wide means that it's 5. And that's exactly what Men in Blue would have wanted. The captain from his man, Sanjeev Tiwari, he knows that he's got to rely on Abhishek Borica to get 2 very good overs in, and he always does supply, doesn't he?
Yeah, definitely. And look, you wonder, Fate, would they take 5 off Borica's over if it meant they didn't lose a wicket? Perhaps. That's not the way you normally approach it, but he is such a dangerous customer early, and he was making the ball talk in the first over of match 58 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. Here's Krupasamy Chandrapandian to bowl the second over for Men in Blue. Going to get in that good curve, right to left, outswing, and some issues for Hagajit early in this match.
Yeah, you can just see this. Both of these batsmen getting a bit frustrated. You can see that that frustration is going to show soon. There's going to be a big shot. There's going to be a hoik coming. You've got the 2 men straight.
Well, you can't hoik what you can't see. Here we go.
This one too wide.
But a bit of chat in the YouTube chat, which is great. Got Jahanzib Askar, one of the players who's joined us, saying Fateh CC can upset anyone. And a few people mentioning that Men in Blue can go to the top of the table with a win in this match. Well, a couple of teams have some games in hand, but all to play for. You can see, well, this one's given a wide, so just outside that line, but you can see what Hagajit has been sent up the top to do. They've got some batting cover. They've got Manjinder Singh Lovely to come in. They've got Randip Singh Dade as well in the shed, so he won't be hanging around. The problem is he's chewing up a few balls early in this match.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't mind them if they are genuine wide balls, but you're getting a few dot balls sneaking in there as well. like that one. You can see the way he's standing. If he's not going to move those feet, he's not going to get anywhere near those. And if he does, he's not going to get any power in the shot, and it's just likely to go up in the air and be an easy catch for either third man or point. He's really got to move those feet.
Yeah, he's got to come front foot towards the ball. None of the weight's going towards the ball. The bowling team's loving this. The power play disappearing before their very eyes. Nice piece of fielding by Deb, but doesn't prevent the single. That's the thing. We're happy seeing. We've talked about him a few times, haven't we, Rico? That he'd be disappointed not to score as many runs as he knows he's capable of so far in this series. And you wonder if, a bit like Omar Ali earlier in the day, if he can just survive a little bit, get a couple away, perhaps he can go on to a big score. And Fateh, well, they need someone to stand up and put 100 plus on the board in this match.
Well, this is trademark there, goes right the way across. And, well, he makes contact, gets a single. But you're right, Vinny, I think if he makes good contact with a few balls, even if they're not racing to the boundary, just get his confidence up. And the shots will come. He has a very good eye, good technique.
Again, another swing, another miss. This one is called wide again. It's one of those ones that, just, if you're going to flirt, or if you're going to play this game where you're flirting with the offside wide line, if it does catch that line, generally umpires will call it a wide, and so not much margin for error, but still only one run to the total. Not giving away any 4 or 6 balls at this stage, men in blue.
Pandia, I'm sure this will be short outside the off stump again. Oh, it was a bit fuller, and he's capitalised on it. And, well, he needed one to come off the middle of the bat. And that one has as good runs, 4 runs. Well, this one was a little bit more authentic than his first boundary shot. Just played that really well, smashing it outside the off stump.
It's the first genuine one we've seen, really, that he's been able to catch up to. And the difference was the length. It was a little bit fuller. We've seen when the length was pulled back, hasn't been able to get onto that front foot. The last ball of this over.
That one was wide. And you can see the difference though, Vinny, can't you, straight away with a batsman that's out to just hit hard and everything. And you bowl that good line outside the off stump, then they're going to struggle. Anything that's pitched up, well, it's hit or miss. And at the moment, the batsman winning the battle of that one.
Yeah, so follows up with a wide. This should be the last ball of the over from Sandra Pandian.
And he's going to have to be quick. Good throw, he could be in trouble. We're asking the question. Well, Happy Singh was fairly confident he was in. He didn't even try sliding the bat in too much here. He went straight away, so good running from him in the end.
Yeah, good backing up. So that'll be the end of another over after 2. It's 16 for no loss.
So they've just 11 off that one. Good to see off a few wides though, you have to say. That one nice shot outside the off stump. So Abhishek is going to bowl his second here. He was held back for in the previous game. He bowled, I believe, the final over. Came back and bowled the final over. But this time round, he's coming on straight away. I think the thinking is here to break this partnership and try and get a couple of early wickets. Let's see if it pays off.
An interesting change in strategy from Sanjeev Tiwari. You can see why, because he just, even if he doesn't take a wicket, if he can bowl another one of these, well, so-called magic overs, less than 6, then they'll be right ahead of the game. And sometimes this is what I generally lean towards if I'm captaining in one of these games. If someone's had success, to keep them on, because if they come back later, the situation's different, they're feeling different, the ball's different, the match situation's different. So getting on now, he's proven to be a handful, and he gets it straight away in the second over. And well, that was predictable in the end. Borika, we've seen him full and straight at times. And again, the stumps go over, and it's that man, the money man, Borika, gets the wicket.
Yeah, that was a beautiful display of bowling. The first ball done him like a kipper, and then the second one, you could feel it coming. As a bowler myself, you know that one had to be there. And yes, it was. And bye-bye, adios. Off you go. And that's the way to do it. Get him fishing outside the off stump, and the next one right up there, knocking the stumps over. Great piece of bowling, and that's why the captain, Johari, said, you know what, have this one and try and get a couple of wickets. Well,
and how's the swing as well? The same position required to do this. Just has a perfect release point, and he's getting this ball to really swing in the air. And like you say, the batsman had no answer to that one, but they probably won't mind that so much. It does bring Manjinder Singh Lovely, the captain, to the crease. Starts with a wide. I think there's some question that might have flicked the pants of Manjinder Singh Lovely. And again, we wish him all the best, him and his family. Recent addition last week, a daughter, and the addition of some traditional sweets to the commentary box.
Yeah.
Very generous of him.
We're both here smiling.
Oh,
and so is the rest of the...
I want a sugar high.
So is the Blue Army as well. So thank you from the European Cricket Network team as well. And of course the umpires and officials for these lovely sweets. And well, there you go. It's the power of the laddus and the barfis. He's had a few himself. And that's hit that over the top for 6 runs. Manjinder Singh Lovely, he's off and running.
There you go. I don't know what's in them, but it obviously does the trick, doesn't it? Because that one just needed a little bit of extra muscle to get it over the fielder. Sandra Pandian at long off. But the captain's standing up and obviously gambling on Hargajit to go in first today. Of course, no Lakvir Singh Vinti in the lineup today for Fateh. So holding himself back to number 3. It didn't really come off with the change of opener, but tell you what, he comes in at the back end of Boraka's over. You can see this off. Could be very damaging, Manjinder.
Yeah, just a little bit short there. You just get the feeling that if to either one of these two batsmen, if you can get a similar delivery that removed Gurjit Singh, then they'll be in trouble. They'd like to move around in the crease. Either got one steps down the leg side, the other one steps across, and a good delivery full on will have them in trouble.
All right, see what Happy can do with it. Abhishek's got his tail up.
Just going down the leg, and that's the sort of line I'm talking about, just to straight a little. And, well, good fielding there. I think a direct hit would have been interesting.
Yeah, I think he was gone for all money. With this one hits the stumps. See, the batsman always naturally a bit concerned about the appeal, and it wasn't that far away, perhaps a little bit high as well. You see, he just took a long time getting going. He did look up to see the call. He might not have agreed with it, but he was off, and he would have been off if that had hit the stumps. Last ball of the over.
Ooh, that was too good. That was too good, and I think it was so good that hit the movement there, took it away from the stumps.
Still.
Just watch this delivery, absolute beauty. Watch this.
It's an absolute peach. Watch this.
Oh.
I don't care what level of cricket you're playing. That's going to be very difficult. And Boraka, well, they'll be very happy to see the back of him. He ends up with 1 for 13 off his 2 overs, and I think if you offered Fateh that, they probably would have taken it because he's a very difficult customer. And so after 3 overs, the score is 25 for 1.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on there, Vinny. I think 25 for 1 of 3. Knowing that Abhijit Boraka has bowled both of these, Fateh will now be thinking, okay, we've got the danger man out of the way. Now perhaps we can have a push on here and really accelerate. Well, let's see how it goes. They're still got to be careful. Can't be throwing the wickets away, because that's the issue with Fateh, isn't it? Once they start losing 1 or 2 wickets, they just crumble. So a good partnership is required now from these two. The 2 senior players, and both of them together have made runs before. They need to perform here.
Sachin Sudarshana is going to bowl the 4th over. He's bowling to Happy Singh. Ooh, and that one chopped onto what looked like perhaps the toe of his boot. But, you can get a shot of Sachin Sudarshana's shoes. I mean, I know I've been known to wear some pretty bright things, but these shoes, I'll have to ask him where he does his shopping. Golden boots.
Pitched up and get a bit of bat onto it, not where he's looking to hit. You can see the struggling in form. I'm happy he's not timing the ball well, but he's got to stick with it. He's still out there. That's what he's got to keep saying to himself. Okay, I'm not in the best of form, but I am still here. And the only place that's going to come good and get better is if I can stay out here. So that's what he's got to be thinking. While I'm here, there's an opportunity. It can come good.
I think anytime you put 100 on the board against men in blue, you're in the game. No, their batting can be a little bit brittle. And their run rate's pretty acceptable, especially when you consider the fact that Borika's bowled his 2 overs. Or a touch over 8 and over before this. So if they can push up 10 and over from here, we'll take them in the 90s, and a couple of extras might take them to that 100 mark. But these are the batsmen that have to do it. Like I say, these two probably run deep as well. Kuldeep we haven't seen yet either. They do have the batting, but they've got to get the runs on the board.
It's well bowled, just varied the length, a little bit shorter, but it was also slower, just deceiving the batsman a little bit.
There's a lot of comments, obviously, about the bowling of Borika. A lot of people impressed with the swing and the accuracy of Borika. And for me, he's been one of the best bowlers, if not the best bowler in this series. Next one. Again, just tying up the batsman. So Sudarshana, we saw him really take the foot off the gas for men in blue in the previous game, but he's doing well here. Not letting these two get away. With these two, when they're in form, they can go, but just struggling to pick up the boundaries at this stage.
So he's going to get hold of this one. He has a go once again. Good areas from the bowler, keeping it out. Oh, and well, a very rare bit of, well, poor fielding, and he knows it. He's upset with himself. Abhishek Borika, that one's going through him, and 4 runs.
Yeah, and again, this surface does throw up a few bounces. This one just not quite negotiating. The ball shooting through. So, again, it was rare from Borika. We've seen him be very professional in the field, but that'll be a useful boundary for Fateh. And they're still at that 8 and over mark. After 4 overs, they're 32 for 1.
Yeah, some interesting change here now. So they'll go with the all-rounder who's performed well from so far, Shankar Kaligatlia. He's coming on. Bowls a good line. And that's the key, I think, to these two batsmen. Bowl a good line, don't bowl anything in their arch, and they're going to struggle. Ooh, a bit of bat. Oh, well. I thought perhaps bat first, but obviously we'll see that for sure in the replay. But he's gone. Finger goes up, and that's the end of Happy Singh.
Well, let's see what we get first here on the replay. It was a pretty straight delivery. If it does hit the bat first, it shouldn't be given out. No, I think that's out, actually. It might have been a case of the bat. He would have felt something on the bat, but I think it was more likely he hit his own pad. I think that one looked to be a fair distance away from the ball. The bat was away from the ball. So a good start. Kaligatla, you mentioned he's accurate. Let's have a look at this one again in real time. Yeah, to me, I think that's in some big trouble. And Happy, well, again, his aim's going to be a little bit ironic in this game. Hasn't gotten going. He goes for only 7 off 12 balls. So someone else is going to have to come out and rescue this innings. Randeep Singh died. He's very capable. We've seen him do some good things in this series. Let's see if he can get away here in match 58. Starts positively off the back foot with a single.
Sudarshana then doing the job.
There's the thing with Kaligatla, the kind of bowler he is, he's not that quick, but he's always at the stumps and always asking you questions. So if you make one mistake, like you see there with Happy Singh, then it can cost you your wicket.
Yeah, it's usually, I mean, that's a rare one from him. Usually he is pretty straight, pretty full. And, well, like we said, really, when you've got batsmen that are moving around in the crease, that going across, like you saw Happy Singh there, if you do miss, then, well, you're making it easy for the umpire. The only doubt there was whether there was bat on that, but looking at the replay, I think the right call made, straight onto the pad.
This one is going down the leg side, so they'll just scramble for a leg by. Throw comes in, and that ball is very hard. See the previous ball going through the batsman's legs, that's why there was no wide call there. But there's a nice little over, just keeping it going, because Fateh, although they haven't set the world on fire, they were going at 8 and over. They look to be a bit under that this over in the 5th.
Ooh, and there's that big shot. You knew it was coming. Fortunately for Majinder Singh Lovely, the ball just missing the leg stump.
And the vote ended 6-6 with people voting on who they think is going to win the game. So the tiebreaker will be the actual match. All right, here's the last ball of the over from Calagatla. It's been a good one.
Gets back onto this to Borika. Borika fields, gets the ball in. Single taken.
Yeah, end of the over, so it'll be 36 for 2. An excellent over. Only 4 runs off it. Shanky Calagatla, we saw him have that injury concern at the end of the first week, but he's come back looking, I wouldn't say 100% fit, but fit enough to do the job, and I'm sure we'll see him open up the innings for Men in Blue as well. And now, well, if you're Fateh, halfway through the innings, 36, you're a bit under. You've had your openers not really fire for you. It's not going to get any easier. It's Atul Kesa to be the new bowler. The best hair in the tournament, according to our viewers. He's fast off spinners. This one's in the air, but it's going to bisect the 2 fielders on the offside. Just the single. I think Randeep might really go after Kesa at this point in the innings.
Yeah, I mean, one of these two, though, you saw them both having a chat there. One of these two has to go and has to go big. And single taken again. Well, yeah, he does have nice hair. I mean, I think Abhishek Borikar and even Shubdeb will be arguing with that one, saying, well, that's pretty good. Shubdeb's got the curls. I mean, when he bats, I don't know if you find that, viewers, he does remind me of the little master himself at times. He's a touch of Sachin Tendulkar about him. He's about the right size, and that one is massive. Big hit. He's picked that up right on cue. They need to accelerate. A little bit too short. And how about this for a shot?
Yeah, well, we said he might go after him. This one was just a touch short. And did he go after him? This one lifted out of the ground. 6 runs. And that's exactly what Fateh need at this stage. Kesa, I'm sure he'll push this one through a bit quicker. And probably a bit fuller.
Got to run quick. It wasn't a clean pickup. Always a chance there if you can pick that up clean and get a throw in. You can see now that but they really know they've got to get the acceleration going here. Majinder Singh, he'll get that one away, I think. The fielder's going to struggle. Oh, well, how about that? He's done a bit of everything. He did the dummy first and came back to get the sliding volley in and tripped over his own feet, I think.
I love watching Rinku see whole field. Look at this. He has a good, this is the first date with the ball. No, it didn't work. I'll come back around. Second try, just almost stepping on the ball, the rope. Well, 10 points for effort, 0 points for execution.
But it brings the 50 up.
It does, it brings the 50 up there. Last ball, the 6th over, so a good one. It was 14 off that.
Come on,
Fateh, 50 for 2.
We're in the 6th over, come on then. You haven't done it so far today.
Yeah, let's reassess. Well, 10 and over here gets you to 90. I think you need a bit more than that. You've got wickets in hand. You've got hitters at the crease. And Manjinder's not really connecting with many at the moment. So I think you're eyeing off 2 a ball. Gets you 98. Call it 100. I think they can still get 100 plus. Chowdhury's into the attack for Men in Blue.
Starts with a full toss, but fortunately for him, the batsman made good contact in middle it and it's gone straight to a fielder.
And Chowdhury just pushes it through. He's not a very tall guy. And you see that batsman, once they get their eye in, they've gone after him because he just comes on at a nice pace to hit. So let's see if this can wake up the captain, Manjinder Singh Lovely.
Oh, he's got lucky, hasn't he? Sliced it. There is a third man there, but that was quite fine. Goes for 4. Well, he's only middled 1 so far. But, well, at the end of the day, he's still there and he's still scoring runs and valuable runs for Fateh. Another boundary.
We need to send him out some more cakes, I think, because that did the trick early. I think he might have had one just before he got on the field. But, yeah, Fateh, they're just spluttering along. Love to have a big over here.
Oh, that's well bowled, and that's the sort of delivery that you can see causing him trouble. It's up there and straight. anything like that on the money, and well, unless he manages to get a bit of inside edge on it, he's on his way. Let's see if he can better that. This time goes wider, but he won't mind that. It's dot ball.
Yeah, and for Manjinda, this is the thing. He's trying his best, but it's just not happening for him out there. Don't know how much sleep he's getting at night at the moment with the newborn at home, obviously. A few interesting comments in the chat. Golden Paradise saying today's 2 games played so far, both matches. The team has won the toss and elected to bat, but the chasing team has won. Of course, Bengali going down in both those 2 matches.
Well, that's more like it. Balle, balle, balle. Shava, shava. Full toss. He's got to get the treatment, and that's once more Burfi power, and out the ground it goes.
That's well, he might not be getting much sleep, but he'll sleep better if he gets more bowling like this. This is Chowdhury. Again, he's been so good this over, not giving that loose ball away, but this time too full. And this might be a baseball ground. Well, that was a home run all the way over the fence.
Well, that's the danger, isn't it? Sometimes you're going for that Yorker, you get it wrong, ends up being a full toss, and it gets smashed. You need to come back strong here now. Nice shot, a bit of ducking done by Randeep Singh Dade.
That'll
Takes
be
a single.
That'll be the end of the over. So, again, the 6 makes all the difference. So, we're 12 off that over. So, 62 for 2. And we can see what Manjinda's trying to do. He's trying to hit his way out of a bit of a lean patch of form. And he's going to be on strike again. This is the thing. It is important that he goes for his shots. But also, you've got Randeep at the other end. We've seen him be very destructive at the end of innings. And so you can't, sometimes you've got to take your medicine if the first one doesn't connect. Perhaps be satisfied to play a more correct stroke for a single. And watch from the other end, see if Randeep can do some damage for Fateh. But it's going to be Kalagatla to bowl his second over. He took 1 for 4 off his first. Well, there were 4, 2 off the bat. And he comes now.
Oh, that's a great bit of fielding. I think he's out. I think the bat was in the air, was it?
Well, he's given him, and I think that is the correct decision. And what a piece of cricket from Kalagatla. Because I mentioned in the chat that he might be man of the match. Well, with this, have a look at this. He's picked it up one-handed and flicked it onto the stumps. Again, with his wrong hand as well. And the batsman, well, he was just a bit slow getting back. I didn't think he expected it. You can't really blame him. What a piece of work. And again, at any level of cricket, that's an outstanding piece of fielding. And again, it removes the dangerous Randeep Singh Dade. And Fateh, they lose another one.
Yeah, that was magnificent. I mean, it's the vision to do it. It's the reflexes and also hitting the stumps.
Just watch this. Watch the batsman on the right of your screen. And you can see he was short as well. And it was good umpiring. Umpire Slim had to think about it for a second, but he was short. That was out. Back live now. Single next ball.
Yeah, so that wicket again coming at a moment just when these two were looking to get game. Kuldeep Singh, he comes in now. He's played a few extravagant innings. He's played some big shots, and that's what they're looking for now.
Well, they need it, don't they, Rico? At the crossroads here in this innings.
Well, it's going to clear the man, is it? Oh, he's going to take it. Yes, he does at the 3rd attempt. Well taken. For one moment, I thought he's run in too quick, but he did well, recovered, knocked it in front of him, and then still knocked it out of his hands the second time, but the third time took the catch, and he's out.
Accidental fielding at its best again. Did his best to drop this. Thought on the second chance it was too easy, and he was counting his lucky stars that it just popped up nicely, but then he fumbled it again. Ended up getting it on the 3rd attempt. So, Ram Kranthi, hat long off. Well, he'll be very happy that the gods were looking after him on that occasion. So, again, the dangerous Kuldeep. We've seen him hit some big shots. And again, the Fateh batting is going to be tested in match 58. Gurpreet Singh comes to the crease. And this is even more important now that Manjinda gets going and carries his team to an acceptable total.
Yeah, I mean, what an impact Kalagatla is having in this match, though. Bowling brilliantly. Superb bit of fielding as well. And he's not done yet.
Luke Belgium just saying about the run out. Excellent work all round. Umpire took his time and made the correct decision. So, well said, Luke.
It's in the air and just dropping short of the fielder there. The batsman also not coming back for 2 either. So a little bit sloppy there. We've seen some magnificent fielding. And well, that time round, maybe not so good. I don't know if the fielder saw that straight away. Certainly was in the air long enough to perhaps turn it into a catch. And that would have been incredible. That would have been 3 wickets on the trot. Wouldn't have been a hat-trick because one was run out. But team hat-trick.
Well, Callagutla, he's got 2 for 4 now with 2 balls to go in his spell.
Well, and there you see. That's a good example there, folks. Especially the young viewers we have. If what happens if you don't move your feet? All he had to do was get that front foot out to it. He would have been in a good position to hit that ball and turn it into a full toss.
Last ball of Callagutla's spell.
Moving around in his crease, trying to give himself more room.
That was one of the all-time swings. You watch this again.
I think he was in danger of knocking his own stumps over. I wonder if he got a side view of that.
I was worried his head was going to fall off his body. Watch this. Whoosh! It's gone all the way around. Well, Manjinder, 10 points for trying, as we say. That's the end of the over. 64 for 4. And with 2 wickets and only 2 runs in that over. Callagutla with 2 for 4 plus the run out. So really it's 3 for 4. Game changing. So whoever it was in the chat, I missed it who it was, but they said they thought Callagutla would be man of the match and an early contender, of course. Still got the job to do with the bat. And this is the time where, look, you need a minimum of 80 to be competitive, I feel, against men in blue. I think that you get early wickets, then 80 suddenly looks a lot bigger. But you don't want to just swing yourself off your feet and end up with 65 or 68 here. You've got 2 overs to go, 12 balls.
And well, that's exactly what you're talking about there, Vinny. Sudarshana is coming on to bowl and a big swing and a miss. And you also got to play smart cricket. You've got Majinder Singh Lovely at the other end. Okay, he's not been hitting every ball clean, but he's still there. He's in his 30s. Take the single, give him the strike.
Maybe the right hand, left hand will do. But there's some favours. Might get a few wides. So that first one was right on target from Sudarshana.
Well, just gets under the bowler's hand and come through for a single. So, well, this is where it's got to be. It's got to be fireworks or nothing really.
I think we're going to see some big swings, but Manjinder favouring the leg side. If he hits one, won't matter where the fielders are because it's going to go a long way. But very important phase of the game as Fateh try and lift themselves to an acceptable total.
He has hit it hard, but straight to the fielder.
We have seen him first to 32 off 22. So look at that strike rate. It's not too bad, but there's been quite a few that he hasn't connected with, or big swings that have just kind of eked out for singles. You wonder if he had hit a few more balls, he might be going at 2.5 a ball or more the way he's going. But important to not have too many dot balls in this last over and a half.
They're going for the appeal and it's being given, so a little bit on something on that, so another wicket goes.
Well, this one, I felt it did get some of the back leg. See if there's any bat there. Or perhaps just a little inside edge. Very hard to tell from our replay. For a second it was mostly pad, but when I looked at the replay it seemed to be very close to the inside edge of the bat. And the umpire, well, Sudarshana was pleading with him. And in the end, he agreed. That one was very close to the pad as well. So, again, one of those decisions that umpire felt it touched the bat, and therefore a wicket for Sudarshana. That will remove Gurpreet and Fateh. Well, they lose another wicket. They're 66 for 5 with 8 balls remaining in the innings.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's not a bad thing. I think Gurpreet Singh was having difficulty connecting. If they can get a batsman out there now, can hit a few big shots, get them, like you say, Vinny, into the round about the 80s. They're doing some good. That's in the air. Oh, an attempted one-handed catch there. Great effort that from the captain, Tiwari.
Yeah, and we see that Shantanu Sharma is the new batsman. Starts with a well-run 2. Keep him on strike. One of the situations where, look, Manjinder, he is the senior player, but he hasn't quite found his timing, so I think they should take everyone on offer. and just try and creep up on this 80 plus total that they want.
Oh, well, they're not looking here, you see now. Good example there of an opportunity missed. The wicketkeeper did well, knocks his bails over, batsman was in his crease, and then look where the balls end up, no fielder near it. Majinder Singh Lovely wasn't watching, but maybe he's already decided that whatever happens, he was not going to take the single he wants to face the last 6 balls, and he needs to send them aerial out of the ground to try and get to a score which they can defend. At the moment, they're, well, for me, at least definitely 12 short. But if he can make this into a magic over, haven't had one yet.
No, the best over's been the 6th over, which was 14 off. Kesa, who's normally one of their better bowlers. And he was the most expensive today, but still not too bad when 14's the worst over you've given away in the innings. It's going to be Krupasamy Sandrapandian to bowl the 10th and final over. Manjinder, well, 68's the score. You'd think they'd want a minimum of 80, but I feel like it's going to be all or nothing. He's got all his chips on the table. Does Manjinder Singh Lovely? See what happens.
It's gone one-handedly up in the air and neatly taken. I think everybody around the ground was trying to find where the ball went. And in the end, a good Gordon bowled. It went a long way up in the air.
Did it ever? I thought maybe that new camera on Mars might have been able to take a picture of this as it went past. This has gone very, very high. And against one of those ones that sometimes the keepers will fancy themselves taking this one. But the way the wind's going, it's kind of blowing away from the keeper. It was straight down the throat of the bowler. But eventually they worked it out. And Sandrapandian gets his first wicket. And Fateh with 5 balls remaining. They've lost their captain at 68 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, a valiant effort from Majinder Singh Lovely. He did play a couple of nice shots, but really you can see even he was a little bit out of source, a little bit out of form. But, well, thankfully for his team, he did score 32 of 23 balls. Otherwise, that score, well, that would be really a very, very lonely low score.
We do know they hold the unenviable record of the lowest score in ECS, which was 35 last year. Surely they'll get more than double that this time, but we see this will be a wide in the end, and they'll take them however they can get them. But look, we have seen 63 win a game already, haven't we, Rico? So in the zone where if they can take early wickets, and they'll need to, suddenly they have tight first 3 or 4 overs. The run rate creeps up, and it's more like having a total of 80 or 90 on the board, or even 100. So here's Sandrapandian for Men in Blue.
Well, I'm not sure what the umpire.
Let's have a
I
look.
think he's thinking of giving a wide there.
All right, you count them. Yeah, I reckon that's 2, and I think that is a wide. I think he's decided in the end, and this is a tough call. So you see, just making sure the scorer is acknowledging the wide there. This one, he's deciding at the last moment. He has to make a judgment. Yeah, just being very clear that wides was the call, so there's no ambiguity. But batsmen shaped across, sometimes lose their right to wide, but the umpire felt it was wide enough to warrant it. So that'll be 3 runs, 3 free runs. That ball will be re-bowled.
Could be another one, yeah.
Yeah, it's good consistency. It was
good consistency.
Yeah, in the same spot.
Well, you know what? We said we haven't had a magic over yet. I know there was a wicket of the first ball. It's strange, isn't it, how a bowler, all of a sudden, it just goes wrong. He's got to bring it back in. Straight ball would do the job.
Yeah, batsman moving around, but Sandrapandian falling for the bait, and I'd be aiming straight at those stumps.
Chipped it over for a single. Oh, this is very, very good running. If he gets in, it's very good, and he does. Putting the pressure on. He's looking to go again. It's Wajid.
We got a few comments. Sorry, I've been giving one in the chat, but Nandra Clan saying too much tiki-taka, not enough bale. And Luke saying the table in this group very tight at the top. Anything can still happen. Still 10 more games left in this group after today. So very good point by Luke Belgium. And Jesus, well, he's trying his best to cheer on Fateh to something that they can defend. But like we've said, we've seen 63 win a game so far in the series. Ready in the 70s of Fateh.
Well, he's hit that well. It's unfortunate, really, because if he had let it go, it wouldn't have been a wide ball.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you'd want to spot that. And this is why I'm not a big fan of, pardon me, not a big fan of the batsmen backing away, because their legs can get in the way of those wides and they're all valuable. You get them again. If anything, I'd be shuffling across the stumps, but Sandra Pandian trying to close it out. Still 3 balls left. There was a short run earlier in the over. Just if you're wondering why there's a run taken off the score.
Oh, it's in the air, Abhishek Borakar. Well, money's got to be on him, and of course it is. He's the man. He took that, and he's obviously got a bit of an injury on his left hand, because as soon as he took it, you saw him sort of nurse that hand straight away. Now, that could have been one which, when he was bowling in the earlier game, one was hit back, and he did well to get a hand and stopped it. It wasn't a catch, and, well, that's obviously bothering, but takes a catch, does the job, and, well, the money, as you should say, is always on Abhishek Borakar.
Yeah, that one's always going to the piggy bank once you hit it near the money man. But yeah, like you say, these balls are very, very hard in these conditions, and currently 16 degrees, so getting up there for temperature now, but still pretty cold for cricket. The ball is very hard at this temperature. So, 2 balls remain. Another wide, and again, Sandra Pandian just losing his line a little bit, and you can see what he's trying to do. He doesn't want to bowl any short down the leg side, but with these batsmen, I think you can cheat a little bit and get it a bit closer into them and attack those stumps.
One big hit gets him into the 80s. That's what they need now. Maximo here. Can they find one?
We'll go down to the money man. I think they'll just get one. Although some thoughts of 2, but he's a very good fielder. Again, now they're going to try for it. There's no one at the stump, so he's going to have to try anyway. It's going to hit the edge of the pitch. Oh, some thoughts of another one. So they're going for 3. And I think he's run out going for the 3rd. So again, this is the kind of fan code European Cricket Series action. You won't see this kind of cricket anywhere else in the world. Talk us through it, Rico.
Well, that was absolutely brilliant. Very good running. Then the throw, the bowler just wasn't in the right position for me to take the throw. Then they take the second. Great running on the second. Then here, the ball hits the side. Say, yes, we can do it. But, well, the wicketkeeper had to hit straight, or the fielder straight on, and he had his man. But, well, at this stage of the game, you've got to go for it. And like you say, where else are you going to see entertainment?
Well, why
like
not?
That?
Why not? And look, that one looked easy, but that could have easily missed the stumps. That could have been back for a 4th. So, like you say, keep the chips on the table. We'll just keep gambling them. They're all in every time. So, in the end, I think that there were 2 runs run out going up for the 3rd. And so we're coming to the conclusion of the innings. We're just going to have to get the accountants in to work out this last over. And apologies for the sudden
who wants to be a scorer? Who wants to be a scorer?
All right, I'm going to count him in 9, 72, 73, 74, 75. All right, I'm lost. Oh, the short runs got me. Hold on.
Can you find the boundary?
Come back to me. Well, I can tell you this is the last ball of the innings, and then we'll come back to it. See why they're having some issues, but I'm sure the score will be back before you know it. Here's Sandra Pandian, last ball of the innings.
Oh, he starts here. It's going to go to the boundary. And, well, Fateh are very, very happy about that there dugout. Those 4 runs there, that means a lot to them. And that concludes the end of, well, a very entertaining and also exciting innings there. And, well, there's a lot of action to get into these highlights here. Well,
I'm going to guess 82.
You go for 82.
I'm putting all my money on 82. I'm spinning the wheel. All right, we're going to come back to that in a second once the official scorers will come back to us. Anyway, let's go through some of these highlights of the innings. And, well, Fateh, they changed the opening combination, hoping off to a fast start. It didn't really work for them. And that was how it ended.
Yeah,
it's been a bit of a mess. The money man did it again.
Yeah, that was an absolute quality delivery. Would have got many a batsman out. Gurjit Singh, well, he played a lovely shot out in the off for 4 runs and then just couldn't deal with that. Rajinder Singh, lovely. He played some nice shots, missed a few, but, well, he did really play a very good supporting and anchor role for his team. He had to, and there, well, a rare error from the money man, that boundary, and that one. It was the question of, was there bat, was there not? Very difficult to tell, but I think his foot, Happy Singh's foot and leg coming into that ball, making contact before the bat. So he went LBW, And Kesar coming into the act. Big shot being played there. Right the way over. Majinder Singh Lovely did get hold of that one. Then how about this? Missed it that time. Said, I've got it, I've got it. It's mine, it's mine. And down he goes. Trips over his own feet.
It was another full orbit, wasn't it? There's another orbit from Rinku, but he wasn't able to get back. And then we saw a couple disappear. And look, we said they needed that big over, especially after that bit of fielding. How was that? And he says, come on, please, please. You can see that Salim was like, oh, yeah, that is out. And I think it surprised everyone, including the non-striker, but good piece of umpiring and a good decision in the end. The right decision was made. And then this moment, we saw Ramkranti juggle it twice. Again, you buy your tickets to see the circus. We'll entertain you here in the Fancode European Cricket Series. There's been a slight edge on that. That was the end of Gurpreet, who came and went. But ultimately, the umpire, again, adjudging the batsman to be caught behind. It was an interesting innings because Manjinder, he finished with 32. No other batsman got more than 10. And Randeep, who looked dangerous, he was the one who made 10, got run out. We just showed that a second ago. And then there are a few more thrills and spills. Borika, well, this is one he did hold on to. And of course, these balls, they're not tickling. Yeah, it's still February, and this is a bit of regulation ECS entertainment for you right there. And thinking, well, I have no idea where this has gone, but there's no one near it, so I'll try and race them to it. Ended up, look, they had to go for every run. And it kind of paid off for them, you'd have to say, Fatah. They did get 14 off the final over. And confirmation, what do you know? I'm right for the first time. Took 58 games, but they did finish on 80.
Be a good week.
Did finish on 82 for 8 in the end. Confirmation of that. And as you can see, Manjinder scoring 32, including 2 Maximos, but he did miss out on a few, you'd have to say as well. Run it with 10, and then not too much else. Happy, well, not particularly happy at the moment. He went for 7. Hargajit up top made 6. And as far as the bowlers went, well, Soundra Pandian, he ended up with a couple of wickets. But the star for me, Shankar Kalagatla with 2 for 4. And when you add in that run out, well, that's all his as well. Effectively, that's 3 wickets he's created for only 4 runs off the bat in his 2 overs. And much like Kuldeep did in the previous game, we've seen the big players step up first with the ball, but now Kuldeep was able to go on with the bat and chase down this kind of a target. Let's see if Kalagatla can do it for the men in blue.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say we'll fight and fight till the end. But, well, if you ask me, I think the men in blue, well, they're going to be sitting at the top of the table after this game. Yeah,
well, it's very possible, isn't it? And we've got Lamanga Cricket Club who's joined us, and it's great to have your company. And don't go anywhere, wherever you're watching around the world. We'll see you in just a few minutes for the chase. It'll be Men in Blue chasing 83 for victory in match 58 of the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Bienvenidos. Y vale, ahora tienes un partido de Men in Blue contra con Fate. Y Fate, vale, solo pone 82 carreras. Y el Men in Blue necesita 83 para ganar. So it should be straightforward, I think, here for the Men in Blue. I just think when there's not a big target, that the style of batsman that Men in Blue have in the form of Shankar Kaligatla and Prasan Jathan, and also don't forget you have Shubdeep Deb to come in as well. I think they're batsmen that like to take their time to play their shots and get into good position as well. They're more, dare I say, a bit more authentic batsmen as opposed to the explosive style of big hitters. They're not master blasters, but they will punish the bad ball, there's no doubt about that. And I think a smaller target like this is one that is more suitable to their style of play. So I would imagine that Men in Blue, if they can get a good start in here and don't lose early wickets, that they make a good start and take all the pressure off them. Well, it looks like the man is going to try and stop them. Bowling the first over. Looks like it's going to be Iqbal Wajid. And he will be bowling to Shankar Kaligatla, who, well, he's made a massive impact in this match already. He's taken 2 wickets just for 4 runs of his 2 overs. Rajinder Singh Lovely, the only man really to contribute to the score, 32 of 23. So Iqbal Wajid is the man who needs to find a way through to try and give Fateh a chance in this match. And starts well, short and fast outside the off stump. Play and miss. We have seen both these batsmen, Jatan and Kaligatla, they do like to play their shots outside that off stump. There is a man out, deep point on the boundary for that purpose. Here we go again. Oh, this one's bad, and well, the keeper getting a glove on it, but the batsman still come through and taking the making the 2, or making it 2 wides, I should say, taking the single here. Yeah, just again trying to bang it in short. It's going to get the ball fuller. Bowling short is unlikely to bring you the desired result. You see there the umpire just resetting the stumps. Lucas Patel is at the bowler's end. Shahidil Ahmed makes his way to square leg. Back to the action. Short, and same as before. This time, yeah, they will go a lot more comfortable with ease. Well, very good start. The very first ball from Iqbal Wajid was probably a little bit short, but at least the ball was going in the right areas. And then after that, seems to have lost his line a little bit. See where this one goes, otherwise he may need to try. Coming over, and that's better, that's where he needs to be. That's a good reply. Batsman lucky there. Could have quite easily chopped this onto his stumps. I'm sure that's how he was out in that first game. Bold playing that shot, so he needs to think about coming forward to that. This is bad. He's lofted it in the air, but yeah, just over Happy Singh. For one moment I thought Happy Singh was going to paddle back and get to that. Remember, he's inside the ring because you've got the 2 men out. Long on is out, and then you got the man back and point. It looks like that's going to change. So some would say following the ball, but if you're going to bowl that line, I guess it makes sense. So the first boundary. Good shot. And that's full up there, asking the question. And, straight away, the umpire, Lucas Patel, indicating it's going down the leg. Watch this again. Yeah, there you go. Very easy decision. Back live to the action now. Oh, he's got a bit of inside edge onto that. Not where he planned it to go. Fielder has to stop it and does. It's racing against the Kookaburra ball, and this time on a few occasions it was the fielder was able to stop the ball. We've seen some comical moments in that part of the ground. Just got to push this, I think, outside the off a little bit more, and he could get his result. That one that's shorter doesn't tend to move so much, but when he's full, he's getting a good bit of movement, and that is the end of the over. So the first over out the way, 10 runs. Gurvinder Singh now marks his one up. And there will know really Fateh that the only way that they can win this game or stop this game going away from them is to pick up quick wickets early. They need 3, maybe 4 quick ones if you ask me. Oh, that's well bowled, it's in the right areas. A little bit deceptive. Ball in the air there, I thought it was going to come through a little bit quicker than it did. Oh, that's very unlucky. Good bowling. And well, T10 just having trouble picking the ball, and well, he's having a word given to him, bit of advice. I like to see that. I don't think we see enough of that. I know it's a time game, and you can be guilty if you're doing it too often of wasting time. We see this delivery from that once again in the same area, and I'm guessing that that's the result of that short conversation. Kaligatla just saying, look, come on, just look at the space, just get bat onto ball, play it down there. Singles are fine. Just over 8 is the required runs per over. Oh, and well, I'm just wondering there. I know it didn't miss the stumps by much, just if they're just be interested to see how far out the crease the batsman was. Can we see? Yeah, you just see that. He's just moving his legs. Maybe the foot was in the air. The pressure in this over. And there's that little bit of width that we know that both these batsmen like. They like to play that shot. And that will give Kaligatla a little bit, release the tension a little bit. He hasn't really been able to play any of his shots just yet. Well, neither of these two batsmen have. And this is a good over from Gurvinder, just keeping the ball in the right areas. You want to finish well. Once more, not hit cleanly. Fielder coming across, opts to use his feet. Well, he does stop the ball. It's always, well, there can be no margin of error there, because if that goes through, it's going to be 4 runs. But that's the end of the over, so 2 overs gone. The score is on 13, so a very good second over. Well bowled indeed from Gurvinder Singh. Bowled a very good line, nice and tidy, and for me, he's unlucky not to have got a wicket. And the key thing here for Fateh is to follow that up. It looks like the captain, Jinder Singh Lovely, is going to come on to bowl. He does sometimes have the tendency to bowl too short. We are inside the power play. Just looking at his field, there's no man deep on the leg side boundary. So he's got to make sure it's right up there in the right area. In he comes, Jinder Singh Lovely, first ball. And he's put that in the right area. Should be a chance for a catch, and it has been plucked up. And he is absolutely delighted about it, doing a bit of balle. I'm liking that.
Well, just rejoining you here in the box, and tell you what, socially distant celebrations. You won't see a better one here. Of course, the fielders can't get too close to each other, or there are penalties. But you can see there, they're just the right distance apart, celebrating together. And I think that's Shantanu Sharma who's taking that catch. Looked to be over him for all money, Rico, but very excited and celebrating with Rundip. So they end up scraping their way to 82, didn't they? with the assistance of a few extras, Fateh. But they're right in this game early. And we talked about how if they can get those early breakthroughs, this score will play a little bit larger. An important wicket.
Yes, and well, Majinder Singh Lovely, the new dad, the birth of his second child, baby girl, takes a wicket with his very first ball. And well, that's good. That's a good sign from him. I say sometimes he can bowl a little short. He was right up there, making the batsman make the mistake, and Sharma doing the bhangra with the catch. Ooh, a little bit too wide there. That's good from the wicket keeper. Reacted well.
But still, they've got the right people at the crease for mine. Kalagatla and Shubdeep Deb. We saw Deb bat pretty intelligently in the last match to get them past that total, so they won't mind chasing men in blue. But yeah, every time they don't quite get the necessary runs, that rate's going to creep up and can get real before you know it.
Oh, it's just straight with his line a little bit there now on the leg side.
Lamunga Cricket Club appreciating the socially distanced celebration. I'd love to see it. So that's the nature of cricket at the moment, isn't it? Unfortunately, hopefully things will be back to normal before we know it. It's well bowled by Manjinder. And we saw him not quite on his A game with the bat, but still he dragged his team up to that 80 plus total. Put them in a position to at least have something to bowl at. Oh no, he's dropped his bat. Could be in trouble if he hits. I think he just got back. And if you're new to cricket, well, if you don't have your bat with you, that's fine. You can either choose to go back and get it or just get some part of your body grounded behind the line.
Yeah.
I tell you what, he could have used it.
Oh, that's wide. Oh, no ball this time. It was so wide. It didn't pitch on the pitch.
Yeah, so no ball for off the surface. So this will be a free hit, and you know what, Men in Blue would love one of these to disappear right now, just to take the pressure off. Oh no!
It's trouble!
Oh, no.
Oh, wrong end! It's gone to the wrong end.
Oh no! He's missed the pitch again. Manjinder Singh Lovely. But this is what can happen on a free kick, because it can make everyone crazy. Because the batsman is assuming, like, I'm safe, and then he's just taken off, just straight to the fielder. There was no run there. And Shubdeep Deb, I think he realised about here, he's like, oh no, I'm in a big lot of trouble here. But the throw going to the wrong end, so Wajid choosing the wrong man to throw to.
And that's a delightful shot. And we talked about the strength outside the off stump. Well, Shubdeep there, that was in his zone, and he put it away immaculately. And that's 4 runs. And you talked about taking the pressure off. Well, they almost put it on themselves. He could have been run out on 0, but fortunately the throw going to the wrong end, and he's still there and plays a lovely shot out there for 4 runs. Flicks that one away straight to the fielder once more. It's got to be a good positive call and good running, good backing up. Any hesitation there, and he would have been in trouble. And that's the end of the over. What an exciting one it was. It's all excitement here. 21, and that is the end of the power play.
Tell you what, if you get run out for a duck off a free hit, I'd be packing up my kit and getting straight in the car and going home. I reckon that would not be a very good day. And Shubdeep very lucky to survive that, but luckily for him, they're still in the game. And well, 21 off 3 overs. We know the batting of Men in Blue can be a bit suspect, but Shanky Kalagat looked in good form, but a couple more tight overs.
Yes, this is so they're trying out different bowlers. I mean, I would have, just having a look here, I would have gone with Govinder Singh to bowl another. You need wickets, he bowled nice and tidily. Only 3 runs coming from that over. But they're trying something different. Maybe there's a plan out there. So it's going to be the man with nothing on his back, 2 zeros. Randeep Singh, of course.
He'd love to give nothing away, wouldn't he, in this 4th over. The game hangs in the balance. He's Randeep.
No, that's just out of his reach. Goes for 1 run, fielded by Happy Singh. Happy Singh, of course, in his normal position. He's got a great pair of hands. Anything goes up in the air, and he's there.
We'll just mention a few people in the chat. Thanks so much for your questions and comments. Keep them coming in the YouTube chat. ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. He's done a bit off the pitch, kept low, and not able to catch up with it. We've got Costa del Sol Cricket saying hello. Just come into the chat. It's nice to see you here. And Amar Madin saying lovely is modern days doobly doodler. So it might mean dibbly dobbler. But anyway, come back to that.
Short, and that'll be punished. You can't bowl that there to these guys. Anything that's loose outside the off stump is going to be dispatched. Nice shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, and this is where Fateh can be their own worst enemy. They've been so tight so far. And that one was just a nice little gift for Kalagutla to get him into the swing of things. So again, they'll want to get 1 or 2 wickets to keep things under control.
It's in the same area once more, and well, they're just feeding him. Kana Bina, easy shot, Joka ho gaya.
Yes, and well, Randeep, again, it was short outside off stump, and the fielder there, well, he's been pulled one way than the other, isn't he? But if you're going to bowl that short, the batsmen can more or less hit it wherever they want, and 2 important boundaries for Kalagutla. It's nice to see him bouncing back. Of course, he had that slight injury concern the last time we saw him on, well, it's about a week and a half ago now, wasn't it? On the Friday of the first week. So he looks to be moving without inhibition.
Yeah, is it going to clear the man? I think it probably just is, and it does. 6 carreras más, vale. Qué fuerte tienes esta hombre. Primero 2 cuatros y ahora una 6.
Well, things getting well out of hand for Fateh now, and this is how quick it can change. When you're only defending this smallish kind of total, almost everything has to go right for you. And Randeep has just lost the handle in this over for Fateh.
Very, very good running. They're backing up there from Shubdev. As soon as that ball was hit in that area, he was off. And, well, that makes the difference. And that brings the end of the over. So, well, 37. An important over that was. I mean, you couldn't afford an expensive one there. And I just think it was a gamble. I think Gurvinder Singh bowled very well. I would have kept the pressure on and not released it. And, well, now he's coming back on. He's coming on to bowl now when the pressure's been released a little bit, where if you had bowled that second over with the pressure on, who knows?
Yeah.
They were struggling to pick him. He bowled very, very well. Good line. Let's see if he can once more get a good one in here and the balance of this game changes once more. Let's see. Gurvinder Singh, 3 runs off his first over.
Yeah, he's an important player, isn't he? And he's going to come on to try and put the fire out.
And that's placing between those 2 fielders and, well, not able to get to it. Nice shot that. They're not trying to hit that too hard. He saw where the gap was, and all he was interested in doing is splitting those 2 fielders, and successful in doing so. Lovely looking shot.
Yeah, just picked the gap, didn't he? And Kuldeep, I should say, was in the game. Down long on, but just 1 step too slow. So a good start to this over.
It's in the air. They've got a man back there. Going back to the 1 player. They did have 2 up there, but that was only particularly, I suppose, for that over from Randeep Singh died when he was hit for consecutive or 3 boundaries down there. But they've made a change now once more.
Now Gurvinder coming in. We saw him almost take a hat-trick earlier in this series. They run here. Now we haven't talked too much about the fantastic new uniforms of Fateh. They're looking very nice in their new kits, aren't they? There's a bit of Spider-Man about them. I wonder if Jesus in Seville is enjoying the new uniforms. You know, he's a huge Fateh fan. Here's Gurvinder.
Oh, nice bit of bounce there. And
I'd like to see a bit more red in them, to be honest. I do like the red in Fateh, but it does make them stand out from some of the other teams. But still, they're looking very good. And some good-looking roosters on this team as well, showing them off.
yeah.
So well done to Fateh, and see them looking good. Hopefully they can keep this game in the balance.
Oh, that could be close. I think he's going to go. Yes, he is. He has to go. He planted that foot in front, and that was a lazy-looking shot from Shubdev, and well bowled. He deserves that wicket. That just makes it interesting with that one going.
Well, call the Undertaker, because when this hit him, I thought he was stone cold dead. And I think that wasn't missing anything. And he'll be disappointed, Deb. He's a capable player. And the umpire, well, he had just a bit of a time to think about it. But I think that's another very good decision. We've seen some very good umpiring, Rico. I have to say that today already. And well done to the men in black. But it was one of the men in blue, which has to walk back in Shubdeep Deb. And that will be their second wicket. They lose it with a score at 43. 1 ball to go in the 5th over.
Yeah, and, you know, they've got to just keep plucking away here, Fateh. Because, well, another wicket. And who knows, and Kaligatla, he's at non-striker's end. He's now very key for men in blue.
Wow, that was a nice over. Great comeback from Govinda. Only 6 off that and a wicket. The score at the halfway point of the innings, it's 43 for 2.
Yeah, and it just, once again, just indicates there, if you can keep the screw on, if you can keep the batting team scratching around for runs, well, it frustrates them. Of course, that required rate gets impacted by that. And that just one bad over, one little bit of, well, I suppose gamble. The gamble doesn't pay off by bringing a new bowler on. It can all go wrong. And Majinder Singh is deciding that he's going to bowl. He's second here. Remember, he's got other options, isn't he? He does have other options.
Yeah, for sure. But I think, well, he was the man that got the first wicket, Manjinder. He's going to come in right now with 40 runs required off 30 balls. In he is. Nice start. Now, mention the YouTube chat. We've got lots of chat. Joseph Amani saying, great to see players not having to look in the bushes for a ball after a boundary. Well, that's probably because we never find them, Joseph. Once it goes over that wall, sometimes we don't even know what's on the other side of that. But thanks for your comment.
Hit hard. Thinking about 2. Happy Singh gets there and gets the ball in quickly.
We've got Desiraj thinking that perhaps Shubdeep was a little bit defensive in the last over, saying this isn't a T20. What are you doing with your dots? Got Vissal saying, see you in Italy soon. Well, that is where we're going next. So, Vissal, hopefully we see you there.
Oh, he said that, and that's, well, you mentioned Italy. But that's going somewhere over there, and he picked that up so well. And that just goes to show the quality. Kaligatla, all of a sudden, he just wakes up and punished it. It wasn't that short.
Yeah, we
got into position, sent it back in.
Yeah, we saw him do it with the ball, didn't we, earlier? And now he's settled into the innings. And he is the man which they will need to remove if they're going to have any chance in this match.
He's lifting that. And fortunately, I think for Kaligatla, didn't really quite get hold of that, because I think there is a fielder set there for that shot. Interesting stance from him, showing you all 3 stumps, tempting the bowler to pitch it up and go for him, and then comes across, puts it away.
It's the new batsman on strike. It's the captain, Sanjeev Tiwari. We saw him help his team get over the target towards the end of their innings in their first match. Just won't give away a run. Is there someone covering the keeper down the leg side? Desiraj saying short, wide, spanked. Copy and paste a few times. I think that was in the last over. We saw a few disappear.
Yeah, that one from Majinder Singh probably. But mind you, I have to say, it really wasn't that short. It was just a very good shot. Picked it up very quickly.
In comes the captain, Manjinder. Captain to captain. This time he's driven down the ground for a single. We've got Desiraj saying that a lot more of the Fateh bowlers are able to bowl well too. It's just the length that's costing them. That's a good observation, I think. As we see the end of another over. It's 53 for 2 off 6. So now we've got 30 runs required off the last 24 balls of this one. So we've got lots of good discussion in the YouTube chat today. So thank you so much for joining us, and always appreciate all the questions and comments in the YouTube chat. And don't forget, we have plenty more matches. We still have 2 more matches after this one today in what is a very interesting group, Group A. So here comes Kuldeep Singh to bowl. Very important over, the 6th over. Comes into Tiwari.
Yes. It's a good start from him in the right areas. I think that's the important thing here for Fateh. They've got to make the men in blue earn their runs, and if they are going to go on and win this match and top the table, well, they've got to earn it. No freebies, not too many wides, and you know what, by having that mindset, if they can get this couple of wickets, you know how key Kalighatla is. Keep him quiet, keep him down the other end, attack the captain here, and try and frustrate Kalighatla as well. If he doesn't get the strike, maybe he'll play a rash shot, and once he's out, well, you've got a chance, and that's what Fateh got to believe in. As long as they can keep this run rate where it is and not give too many runs away, slice in the air and leave it a bit of luck there. Don't think the ball will go to the boundary. It's well fielded.
Yeah, so coming back for 2 on that occasion. Sorry for the temporary disappearance of the score card, but we will have that back up for you as soon as we can. I can tell you at the moment. Try and keep you up to date in the chat if you are watching on YouTube. 26 off 21 currently.
Oh, that's loose, and well, that's going to race away for 4, and well, it's going to be a wide ball. And to be honest, I think the batsman's done Fateh a favour there. I think if that went all the way through, it would have gone for 5 wides. So well, that was a real loose delivery. Not sure what he was trying to do there. Something different, no doubt.
Yeah, good point actually, Rico.
And that's exactly what we're talking about. Just can't afford to do things like that. It's better, good running, and they'll get there. That's great work from Sharma. He's asking the question, but well, he's already taken one blinding catch. Well, if that was given out, well, he was doing a bit of dancing around when he took the catch. I tell you what, they wouldn't have been able to catch him if that was out. But well, good bit of backing up, and Kalighatla getting there home safe. And well, I've got our umpire here. Just have a look at Shohidal Ahmed. Doesn't he look like Zorro? I think we're going to call him Zorro. No, have a look at him. That's Zorro.
Yeah, I'll pay that
Good
one.
job, Zorro.
Yeah.
That's it, say. Zorro himself.
We've got the score back up and working for you, which is what we like to see. Well done to all the people behind the scenes.
It's in the air. There is a fielder out there. He's going to go to hand. No, drops in between the two. And sometimes it's things like that you just need to go your way. That is the end of the over. So 63, 7 gone.
As we move ahead, coming up straight after this in match 59, it's going to be Fateh returning, taking on Gracia. Well, Gracia were very dominant in their performance earlier today, led by Kuldeep Lal, who took 3 wickets as well as struck a half-century for that team. Govinda also looks pretty dangerous at the top of the order. Mukhtar Singh comes into the lineup for Gracia for the first time today. Well, Fateh, well, they'll want a much improved performance with the bat. They weren't quite able to scrape together the kind of score that they would have liked. So that one coming up in about 40 minutes time. But for now, here's Iqbal Majid to bowl.
Oh, chance. Oh, it's gone down. And wow, it was Sharma, the man who took the first catch. He pounced on it quickly, but I think maybe too quick. We see this again. It was hit well, and just I think the momentum of him coming into the ball, it goes down. Ooh,
Yeah.
what a big moment that was.
Well, Majid could add a wicket first ball.
Ooh, well, just trying to be a little bit clever here. No need for that. He's got to, well, forget the fancy shots. He's just got to stand up tall and bat all the way through and bring this victory home. If he gets out now, well, Fateh will definitely feel that they're in with a chance.
Yeah, I just never think this game's dead. We've seen men in blue struggle towards the end of the finish line before. They don't want to give away any of these runs again. A little bit untidy behind the stumps, Harjinder, but able to stop any run, and has 3 dot balls to start this over. So it started at 20 off 18 required, now it's 20 off 15 required.
Just get the feeling, Vinny, that, I mean, all of a sudden, men in blue are not taking those singles they was running and taking before, like those extras. They're just trying to do it with big hits, are they? That one's timed well. In fact, it's timed beautifully all the way over for 6 runs. And that's just the feeling I'm getting, and maybe that is right. Shankar Kaligatla there, just playing that one beautifully. It looks effortless, doesn't it? Just look at this, awesome timing badi achhi si. Shakka ho gaya. That's a nice shot to, well, probably what is one of the longest boundaries on the ground.
Well, timing is everything, not only with the stroke, but also the game situation. It was a 20 off 15. Now we're back at a run of ball. 14 off 14. Asjad Butt joins the commentary. It's nice to see him getting involved and says, good morning, Rico Paggia, Mr. Maximo. Well, good morning to you, Asjad. I hope you're enjoying a close finish here in match 58.
Yeah,
good comeback.
That's well played. I think Asjad has the hand. And I think felicidades también, yo creo que es de cumpleaños de Asjad, but I think it's his birthday today as well.
Is that right?
So if it is, happy birthday to you, pal. I hope your hand's okay.
And, ¿cuándo años?
No sé.
Did I say that right?
Yeah. Menos de yo y tú. Nice shot. And that's going to be 4 runs, I think. No, it's not. It's just slowed up a little bit there. Normally, that races away. Field were able to get there. And that's good. It's fighting to the end. Yeah, I think, not sure how old he is, but he's certainly less than us. Well, definitely less than me.
Yeah, I heard you say you. I didn't want to say, count me in. Might be a bit closer, but Asjad, yeah, he's right in the prime and doing amazing things with the bat, as well as in the field, and the occasional wicket as well in this European Cricket Series. So the end of 8 overs, the score is 70, and you see how important the last couple of overs, or particularly the last over, which the Fateh team was able to scramble 14 runs off, because now we're in a situation where they still need 13 runs off the last 12 balls. And here we go, 9th over.
Oh, is it going to sail over him? I think it is. Happy Singh is a man patiently waiting there. He has been all through these innings for one to come his way that he can snatch at, but too high. Goes over 6 runs, and already in this over, all the pressure off.
Yes, and much in the way that Kuldeep did in the last game. Kalagatla, it's a one-man band for the men in blue. He's getting a job done. 7 to win. Make that 6 to win, so one hit can do it now. And even though he hasn't always hit the ball fluently in this innings, he's stayed there, and that's the main thing. He felt as long as he was there, then they would be able to get over this, over the top of this Fateh team.
Yeah, he's done a good job, and well, that last shot brought up his 50, and he's still going strong. Fielder chases, does very well.
Yeah, and that's well done by the fielder, because even at this stage, as we congratulate Kalagatla for making his half century, you would have to say, if you can get a couple of dots, just make the batsman nervous, take the game into the last over, anything can happen.
Well bowled, he's got to field it himself. And you saw that Kaligatla was in 2 minds whether he wanted that single or not. In the end, I think he decided, okay, I really do have to go. He watched there, he's watching the ball thinking, do I want it, do I not?
Yeah.
And then thought, okay, I'll go.
Didn't want a crazy run out either, which you can understand that at this stage. But now with 4 required, 9 balls remaining, it's Kalagatla on strike.
And well, he's sliced at it. The ball will go. The fielder thought it was going to go all the way. It didn't. It went over his head. They take 2 runs.
Yes, I thought that was the game over as well, as the fielder just watched that go over his head. But we'll take the score to 82-81. 8 balls remaining, though, for men in blue to overtake that score. 1 to tie, 2 to win. They only took 1, so add a run onto that.
Oh, that's well bowled, clever. And you can see there, the batsman at the non-strikers and the man in form, the man who just scored his 50, not interested once more in taking a single. And, well, you don't want to get overconfident in this game.
No, absolutely not. And look down the order, just having a look at who Fateh might want to bowl this last over. If it comes down to it, of course. 3 required for victory.
Sliced it again. It's going to be Manjinder Singh, lovely, the captain, who's going to have to get there and get the ball in. He does. They only take the single. So that is the end of the over. So Kaligatla will not be on strike.
No, so, well, still you'd have to say, even though it's last over game, you feel like that men in blue, they'd have to fall over to lose, really. The end of the 9th over, score is 82-81 now. And 1 required to tie the game. And 2 required to win it. Well, look, we have seen a maiden in the last over. We've seen a 1-run last over as well in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. So what do you think? So basically, I think your only tactic here is you got to keep Sanjeev on strike. I wouldn't have anyone back. I literally have no one back. I would have everyone. I'd have a couple of fielders probably about 15 yards away stopping any single, because your only chance to stay in this game is to prevent absolutely any run at all. I wouldn't have the long off back. All right, 2 runs to win, 1 run to tie. Last over.
Oh! Well, if he had held on to that, it certainly would have made it interesting. And that is tied.
And you know who that was, right? That was Govinda. And when he was on a hat trick, that's exactly where the ball was dropped, if you're watching back in week 1 when he was on a hat trick. But it was Azim Azam on that occasion. But now we've got a situation where the scores are tied, 5 balls to go. The man on strike, well, he's 52 and cruising. And you feel like with 5 balls to go, he might just end this game with a Maximo. Match 58. Just a reminder, join us in only half an hour for the next game. But coming up now, scores level.
Oh, well, that's the way, unfortunately, it's going to end. And maybe that sort of sums up this effort from Fateh. I mean, it wasn't a big score that they posted. They worked hard, but you just felt that they let themselves down in the discipline department. Not the bowlers did bowl well, but just bowling far too many extras for me in a close game. That would make it 9 extras in that one. They fought well to the end, but in the end were not good enough to beat the Men in Blue. And the Men in Blue are top of Group A.
Top of the pops, Men in Blue, would you believe it? With 2 good results today, we've seen how quickly things can change. And that was a moment that the Fateh was hoping would change the game. A nice catch by Sharma at backward point. And of course, we love the socially distant celebration. Also, we had some good batting in amongst it as well, because the Men in Blue made a fairly cautious start, creeping up on this target. They never really let that rate get out of hand. And to be fair, Fateh, just when they had the pressure on, they'd let it go with some loose bowling, but nothing loose about that. That was Shubdeep Deb. He was caught plumb in front. That was the end of his day. Umpire making a good decision. But then we saw a bit of crazy cricket as well. This was a moment, nice bit of fielding. But the umpire deciding the batsman made a good decision. You see they're getting the bat down in time. So we've seen some good umpiring today as well. As they crept in on this target, they just kept getting their boundaries when it was required. Saw a catch or 2 go down at the end, which could have put some extra pressure on the Men in Blue. But ultimately they win this game 83 to 82 with 5 balls to spare. But Rico, plenty more cricket coming up, and we have another mouth-watering clash coming up. Still 2 matches to go today in Barcelona.
Yeah, I mean, well done to the Men in Blue. 2 good performances from them, taking the top of the group. But Gracia playing Fateh next. If they win, they too will be on the same amount of points, and it goes to net run rate to see who's sitting at the top.
I think that net run rate's going pretty well as well, Gracia, especially after that game earlier today where they won in only the 6th over. You see the superstar Kuldeep Lal, he has over double as many points as anyone else in this match, because his performance with the bat and the ball have been outstanding so far in Barcelona. Also will be representing Spain in the European Cricket Championship later in the year, you'd think, on this kind of form. But for Fateh, they just need to find a way to get some runs on the board. They might be chasing a few as well if they can't separate the opening partnership of Gracia, which will be Kuldeep Lal and Gurinder Bajwa. Also Mukhtar Singh, he's another big in for Gracia. We haven't quite seen the best of him in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. For Fateh, well, Azim Azam comes back into their lineup. Hopefully he can grab a couple of wickets early, and he want to remove one of those, or both of those, dangerous players for Gracia.
Yeah, it should be interesting, because I think also with Govinda Singh, I like the way he bowls wicket to wicket. I know that the Gracia players like to give themselves a bit of room and play their shots, and he's not going to give them that. But he's got to bowl up front, and he's got to bowl his 2 overs quickly.
Yeah, so please join us in about just over 20 minutes time. We'll bring you into that match 59 between Fateh and Gracia. Of course, the news from the toss was that Gracia won the toss and elected to bat. Just going finally over the scorecard, you see Callagutler, the clear standout with 52 off 29 balls, getting his team home. For Fateh, well, they tried hard. You'd have to say that they were always behind in the game. And as far as their bowling figures go, well, Gurvinder Singh, he was a standout bowler for them. He picked up 1 for 8 of his 2 overs. Also a wicket for the captain, Manjinder Singh. Lovely. But Fateh unable to get the win in match 58. But onwards and upwards to match 59, where they'll face Gracia. So please join me, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, along with Rico in about 20 minutes' time. This is the European Cricket Network, and you're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series, Spain. Welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Wherever you're watching around the world, it's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network, and there's still 2 matches to go today. It's time for the toss for match 59, and the match referee is with the 2 captains, Fateh's captain Manjinder Singh, as well as Gracia's captain Kuldeep Lal.
Heads is the call, and head is it. So Gracia won the toss.
We want to bat first.
Bat first. Gracia have won the toss, and they are going to bat first.
Well, Kuldeep, no surprises for me. He won the toss for Gracia, elected to bat first. He looked in some pretty impressive form with the bat in the last game they played, scoring 55 not out, as well as taking 3 big wickets for his team. So he'll be out to keep that form going and get a really big score on the board. And they'll be hoping to bat Fateh out of the game. They were a little bit shaky with their own batting in their last match. So let's see if they can challenge Gracia. Gracia, huge favourites in this game, but 2 games to go today on ECN. Over to you, Rico.
Vinny, yes. And Fateh, you see a lovely bird's eye view of this fantastic Mount Dewey Olympic ground right up here on Mount Dewey, overlooking the harbour. You can just see the foot of the telecommunications tower there, about 11 o'clock on your screen, and that tower's above us. It really is a very impressive bit of architecture as well. And when the sun is out like it is today, well, who would not want to be here watching cricket being played, and some splendid stuff as well. And great action, a lot of entertainment. And Kuldeep Lal, well, he certainly provided that in his first game, as Vinny just said there, taking those 3 wickets and scoring those 50 runs. So 2 players have reached 50 runs today. Shankar Kaligatlia as well, scoring a 50 in that last game. So the umpires making their way out, Rose Zaman and Safwan Naheem, and what a great job they're doing as well. I must give them a lot of thanks, and led by the tournament referee Shub Navjot Singh. Fantastic effort from them, and the development and improvement in the umpires here in Catalonia ever since that first European Cricket Series back here in October 2020 has been immense. And you see Fateh making their way out. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting contest. I think many viewers will probably think that, or probably feel that Gracia will pile on the runs and maybe get to the 120, 140 mark. That is certainly possible if some of their batsmen do get going. Remember, they've also strengthened their batting with the introduction of Mukhtar Singh. So they've got some good players in there. We didn't really see too much of the middle order in the last game. It was a comfortable victory from them. But you know what, Fateh, as we keep saying, they're one of those sides that they always are capable of pulling a surprise out of the hat. And, well, maybe for me, I don't know, this afternoon fixture, I've just had that feeling. I have a feeling in me bones, as I say, that perhaps this game there could be a little surprise. Maybe there'll be an upset on the cards. Gracia will hope not. They know a win here will see them level points at the top on 9 at the top of this group. And this group is really certainly looking very, very interesting indeed. Surprisingly, no change in the batting, so Gurwinder Bajwa will be opening. And Kuldeep Lal, the captain. There's the non-striker now. We're going to have, and again for me, a bit of a surprise, Iqbal Wajid is going to be opening the bowling. I think you go with your best bowlers. And the best bowler last time for me was Gurwinder Singh. Anyway, maybe they're going to hold him back for the second, who knows. So, need a good start here, Fateh. A wicket, or a couple of wickets early, and it will be very interesting. Otherwise, you can see Gracia scoring big runs. So here we go, match number 59. Gracia batting against Fateh. Iqbal. Good start from him to the left-hander. No problems getting his line right. First ball right up there. Badia is the shout from one of the fielders. So pressure on straight away. Dot ball. In comes Iqbal Wajid. Short again. This one too wide. It's a wide ball. They'll have to bowl that again. Score 1. Technically off 1 ball. It has turned out to be a beautiful afternoon here. Swing and a miss at that one. You wouldn't believe that we were in the same venue today as we were yesterday. It's very damp, wet, rained all day. It's in the air. Oh, got lucky in the gap. And the ball races down over the mound there. Baseball mound, and goes for 4 runs. Just watch this, a little bit up in the air. Wasn't fully in control of this shot, unfortunately for Bajwa, going in between both these two fielders. So the first runs off the bat is 4 runs to Gurwinder Bajwa, the bowler. Iqbal Wajid will consider himself to be unlucky. And just as we come to the end of the over, welcome back Maximo himself in the chair. And well, speak of the devil, mention the name Maximo, and there we have it. The first of the match flicks it away. Well, he's not doing any of that voodoo stuff this time. Comes into the box, and this time it goes for 6 runs.
Well, I have worked a few miracles in this tournament, haven't I, so far? But I'm sure that Fateh would be happy to see me walking through the door. But it was not the batsman being dismissed, it was the ball being dismissed, wasn't it? And we've seen Gurwinder, when he gets going, we almost ran out of balls the other day during his century. So, as we expected, these two coming out and attacking from ball 1. So they made a good start here in match 59. This time he goes over cover off the back foot. What a stroke that is! All the way into the dugout. That's 6 over cover. And I tell you what, Gurwinder, when he's in this kind of mood, it could be a very big score on the cards for Gracia. Of course, they do hold the record European Cricket Series score of 198. And I tell you what, a few more blows like this, that could be in some serious trouble.
That was power hitting at its best. That's a big shot. Here comes Wajid again. This time he's played it through that gap again. Well, you've seen 2 sides of Gurwinder Bajwa there. You see the blaster, the master blaster, smashing the ball over for 6. And this one, just pure timing and class. Well, what a good start this is for Gracia. So that's the end of the first over.
Yeah, so 21 off that first over. A bit of abracadabra, instant magic for you, Rico. I know that when the overs get 20 or above, you call them magic overs. And that was magic, and some magic stroke play from Gurwinder as well. And that one off the 5th ball, off the back foot, just striking over cover. It was powerful, but also was timed, and it was so well balanced. And you just wonder if he gets going, could take some stopping. And like we said, 198 the best score, and that's a record held by Gracia. But could they go 200? And we're getting very early, of course. And here's Kuldeep on strike. He was on good form, but he's going to start with a single, bring the danger man on strike. And this bowler for Fateh, Gurwinder Singh, this is one of the issues for him. He's going to go to Gurwinder Bajwa, but he's just going to turn into the left-hander's zone, isn't he? And so he won't be quite as effective against the left-hander, you'd think. Gurwinder to Gurwinder.
Oh, a bit of mix-up, and a direct hit would have been interesting. They're still asking the question. The umpire having a think, and no reaction from him, so not out. That was close.
Yeah, look at this, and it was a great take by the bowler. I thought it had to hit direct. The bowler looked to be nowhere. He was caught out of position because it went quickly. And you see this replay, and oh, I tell you what, that was very, very tight. Of course, difficult. The umpire doesn't have the benefit of the replay. The bowler doing well to gather it. And Fateh, they would have been desperate for that wicket, but Gurwinder survives. Kuldeep on strike now. And again, he's the danger man, isn't he? I was talking 200 a second ago, but with this man bowling, and I think that that would be a distant long shot. So both of these teams playing, they hold records for the highest and the lowest score in the European Cricket Series. Amazing they're in the same location considering we've played approaching 1,000 matches now in the European Cricket Series all around Europe.
It's good running. Delicate hands. Oh, well, Kuldeep is probably out of the picture there. He's run too far, and realised that though the opportunity was there for perhaps to steal the second, that he was going to have to do some coming back from there.
In comes Govinda again to Kuldeep Lal. He's going to go after this one. He's picked out the fielder though, and he holds on. So a huge wicket. And the danger man, well, one of the danger men for Gracia. He struck it very nicely. The catch had to be taken, and it was down the ground, and very, very important bit of cricket, and it's Kuldeep Singh. So we had Kuldeep to Kuldeep, the wicket, and earlier this over we had Govinda bowling to Govinda. So luckily, one of the Kuldeeps has been removed, but very luckily for Fateh, that is a big wicket. The danger man, fresh off an unbeaten 50 in the last match, he has to go early in this one.
Yeah, that's exactly what Fateh needed. They needed a wicket early. They've called him out, the danger man. We know how destructive he can be. But, got a habit though, Kuldeep Lal, if you look back at some of his performances. When he performs big in one match, doesn't quite keep the consistency going. So that was sort of on the cards maybe a little bit. But the advantage this time is that it's the batsman at the other end, Gurvinder Bajwa, is doing all the big hitting at the moment.
So again, he's got the golden touch, doesn't he? Gurvinder Singh Senior, I should say. This one's just snuck down the leg side. So that'll be a wide, but he won't mind having that one again. And Fateh, well, they need an early wicket. They got it right here.
Yeah, new batsman at non-striker's end. Sorry, on strike, I should say, Mukhtar Singh. And he's, once again, just to say, he's been part of the national team setup, but yet to make his mark there, I think. He's made some good performances. Similarly, in this Fancade European Cricket Series, he's had a couple of opportunities. Unfortunately, not been able to play every game because of work commitments, so we'll see him play a game and then not see him. So maybe that's what it is, but he's scratching around trying to find some form. Remember, he played onto his stumps the first time we saw him, so he's desperate to spend a bit of time out there in the crease and make a good innings for himself.
Yeah, just going about that top score. Gracia scored 198 for 2 on the 29th of October. It was the first match of the day in Barcelona. It was the day before the final as well, and it was Kuldeep Lal that day, 110 off 33 balls. That really was destructive, but he's back in the pavilion now. Although Gurvinder Bajwa, we've seen him strike a century already in this tournament. So very interesting start to this match, but Fateh, well, you know they need nearly 1 or 2. Another inclusion for Fateh for this match, Tajinder Singh, who's going to bowl the third over, the last one of the power play. So again, you felt after that first over, it's going to be all Gracia, but you see the second over, only conceding 4 runs and also picking up a wicket. So important for Fateh that they remove the dangerous left-handed opener, Bajwa.
Yeah, I mean, Kuldeep on the boundary, just receiving a little bit of attention when he took that catch. So seems to be okay now, he's back on. But yeah, going back to that knock from Kuldeep Lal, 110, it was magnificent. Very next game, golden duck, first ball.
That's cricket.
Yeah, his cricket is also the pattern that Kuldeep seems to be in. And I actually had a in-between game sort of said to him, okay, let's see this one. I said, you know how it goes. And he was sure he was going to perform. We'll just see this delivery.
This one's struggling with control again down the leg side. They'll get extra. Just catching up on the chat here. We've got Wazza watching. Hello, Wazza. And he's saying he's the greatest cricketer in his district ever. Then he said he's from Tasmania, but I actually can't really bag Tasmania. They've produced some pretty good cricketers over the years. He's saying in the I'm famous all over the country of Tasmania. Well, that's very, very cute of you to think Tasmania's a country. But anyway, this one is hit away. And that's going to be just a single to long off. If you're not sure, then Tasmania's little island off the southeast of Australia. Beautiful place, actually, and produced some very good cricketers. And despite the weather being a bit chilly, it's more like New Zealand weather down in Tasmania. They do get a fair bit of cricket in. Well, this one's asking for trouble, and he's going to get it. It's gone all the way, and you can't bowl there to Govinda. It was short and on his legs. And Rico, that is a Maximo.
That's a Maximo, and that's gone a long way. I mean, the other side of that, it's all downhill. And we say that we're overlooking harbour. Well, that one's in the harbour. 6 big runs.
Yeah, that would be in the Derwent if you lived in Tasmania. The river they have down there. Very famous as well. Next one's just pushed for a single. But there's a lot of chat, which is great. Make sure you jump into the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I'm just trying to catch up. It's probably good it's taking me so long to catch up. It's probably going to be halfway through the innings before I catch up, but I'm trying my best. But a lot of chat about T10 cricket and ECN's role in bringing the European countries to the forefront and getting them in front of people's eyeballs all over the world. And, of course, this innovative new way that we play cricket in the ECS and ECL, of course, and ECC as well this year. So we've got a big announcement coming up towards the end of this innings as well regarding the European Cricket Championship, which, of course, is contested between 15 European nations. Here's Tajinder. Well, he's going to go for it. He hasn't quite got all of it. It's going to fall into a gap, and it might have just gone all the way. No, it just bounces inside the field of play. So that will be a boundary to Mukhtar, and he has struggled with his timing, you would say, at times. He's a very accomplished player in the Spanish setup, but perhaps that boundary is just what he needs to boost his confidence.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be hoping so. You see the next delivery to him.
Well, Govinda trying to run himself out for the second time in the innings. Right, he gets back this time, so yeah, we've got lots of healthy discussion regarding cricket in the Olympics, perhaps. But regardless, that is the end of the over, and it is 42 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, recovered well, didn't they? Because, yeah, I mean, that wicket in that second over, just restricting 5, and then come back strong with this one. But the key certainly is Gurvinder Bajwa here.
We got Lamanga Cricket Club asking, been away and just got back, is Kuldeep out? Well, yes, he actually picked out the other Kuldeep in the deep, so to speak. And he went early in this match for only 2 runs. So, Fateh getting half of that dangerous opening combination out already. It's going to be Azim Azam to bowl for Fateh. Again, another key inclusion with the ball. But you do think, I mean, you got overs so far that have gone for 21, 4 and 17. There are your 3 overs so far in your power play. 42 for 1, so 14 and over. Important you keep the brakes on if you're Fateh here. This one decides to go for it, and he's found the gap. He'll take some fielding, and in the end, just rolling into the rope. And the fielder, well, he was upset because he made the ground and thought he'd done all the heavy lifting, didn't he? Happy Singh, he's not very happy. He's a bit limp-wristed, if you ask me there. He pulled it back, but just with not enough power to keep it in the field of play, rolling back onto the rope. So 4 runs. And Govinda, he strikes another boundary. This time he's going to go for it. It's got the height. I think it's got the elevation as well. All the way over long off. Another Maximo to Bajwa.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries there. Happy Singh disappointed he wasn't able to stop the 4. Well, nobody's going to stop that one. Sails over the line of flags there. You just see in the corner of your picture the European Cricket Network flags. 6 runs. And, well, he didn't even middle that one.
Well, what can Azam answer with here? On this one, it's uppish. And again, it might get away from the fielder. It does. And, well, he's getting going. We've seen how destructive he can be once he gets going, Bajwa. This time, again, last 2 strokes, not quite off the middle of the bat, but getting 10 runs. He looks like he's ready to rock here for Gracia in match 59 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Well, he's certainly taking them on. Swinging the bat, swinging hard. And at the moment, luck is going his way. He's racing along. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That is class. That is quality batting. That's out of the top drawer, that one.
Yeah, beautifully struck. And again, we're seeing him use the whole range of the field at the moment. See what the bowler's trying to do. Trying to keep it on the offside. Don't want to get too leg stumpish to Govinda because they will disappear over the wall, but he's showing he can do it on both sides of the wicket. Nice shot. Well, this time, ball not really coming on. That might be smart. Might have been a slower ball from Azim Azam. We've seen with this wicket, sometimes taking the pace off. And look, I know Govinda, he bowled his one over for only 4 runs, and perhaps the bowler I'm talking about, Govinda Singh, perhaps it's time to bring him back, even to the left-hander, because he's been the only one to stop the run so far for Fateh. Here's the last ball of the over. It's just worked away for a single. So another good one. There were 19 off that one. And after 4 overs, Gracia 61 for 1. And just a reminder, everybody, make sure you put in your calendars one of the marquee events on the European Cricket Network this year, ECL 21. It starts on May 31st, goes for 4 weeks. It'll be in Spain, and it's contested by the 15 champion clubs of 15 European nations, as well as the returning champions VOC Rotterdam. And that will be right here in Spain once again. So it's going to be an exciting format. We'll have groups of 5 playing in the first 3 weeks, and then a final week of 5 teams, which will include the returning champions of VOC Rotterdam. Don't miss it, and put it in the diary or the calendar if you've still got one on the wall. I don't know if people still do that, Rico, but I'll certainly be here, and I'll be very excited. Anyway, look who it is. They must have heard me. My voice carries. Govinda Singh to bowl. Govinda Bajwa on strike. Bit of respect, hitting it down the ground. And I think this is what you need to do at this stage if you're Fateh. He's the only bowler that's kept Gracia quiet. He picked up that important wicket of Kuldeep. And, well, Fateh already conceding 61 in the first 4 overs. They need something to stop the damage. Well bowled. They'll sneak through for a single. Nice bit of fielding, hitting the stumps, almost bounces away for a rebound. Now let's talk a bit about the standings. And we've had Men in Blue go to the top of the table. If Gracia win this one, well, they'll go to the top of the table. And all these teams, in fact, there'll be 3 teams at the top of the table. One team that hasn't topped the table yet is the Caledonia Tigers, who everyone thought were favourites in this group. But they'll have their chance. They have games in hand as well. So come the end of the day, they could be on top of the table. So just shows you how even things are in Group A. Of course, only the top team will go through to the next phase.
And that's well batted. Govinda Bajwa making his 50. He was going like the clappers at one moment. I thought he was going to get to it off 14 balls, but then a dot and a couple of singles. But still, that's very good batting from him. And we know all about his abilities. And once more, he's showing his strength.
Well, Mukhtar doing the right thing, just trying to get Govinda back down that end. Well, he might have to hurry. Well, that one just flicking his arm on the way through, and that won't tickle either. It's a bit slow to get going, Mukhtar, but he knows all about the Fan Code European Cricket Series at the moment. You see here, he just was jogging through, and you can't blame the fielder. That was a pretty accurate throw, I think. Well, this time, Govinda's after him, and he's got another one over the fence. He's feeding the snakes. Another 6 to Govinda, another Maximo to Gracia.
A lovely shot. Just look at the way he used his feet here. And, you see a lot of batsmen trying to do this. And you see that they take the line going down or away from the stumps, going way down leg side and can't reach the ball. And that's the way to do it correctly.
Well, he's got Maximo on his mind, but not this time. He's very sensible, pushing it down the ground because that is the last ball of the over. So clever work. And Gracia. Well, there was just the Maximo and 5 singles off that over, so 11 of it. Yeah, 72 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, and it goes back to what we were talking about before the match, that if they don't get these wickets early and the batsmen get going, it could be between 120 and 140 score, and that's exactly where Gracia are at the moment, 72 at the halfway stage. And, well, with Govinda Bajwa still there, and Mukhtar Singh hasn't really got going yet. He has hit once Maximo, but it was sort of miscued. He's just supporting the left-hander at the moment. If these two get going, it can be carnage.
Power G continues and he disappears. Another Maximo, and I think the oxygen masks are falling from the roof And make sure you take off your protective mask before you put them on, because this is now a full-blown emergency for Fateh. And Govinda, well, could he get a second century in the series? It'd be incredible if he did. I probably jinxed him. But anyway, here's Wajid.
Oh, you can't bowl at his legs, can you? If you bowl it at his legs, it's going to go only in one direction. Well, not even the snake's going to get to those. Oh, he's just timing it so well.
Well, he might be killing snakes if these are landing anywhere near them, because he is going absolutely bananas here. In match 59, we've seen once he gets in how dangerous he can be. And this score already, 84 in the 6th over. He'll stop the runner sixes, but this one's bamboozled the fielder. It took a funny bounce, to be fair to the fielder there at fine leg. It was the old Watusi, 1 step left, 2 to your right. Doing the time warp. Watch this. Oh, watch out. Don't worry, it'll bounce back off the fence. But that's 4 more runs, so 6-6-4 this over. This is the problem with Wajid. Just especially when he's coming around the wicket as he is now. It's right into the wheelhouse of Govinda Bajwa, who puts it up. It's very high again. It's very long again. And another 6. So 6-6-4-6. This over is already magical, Rico, and there's still 2 balls to go.
Wow, it's just awesome, awesome batting. I was going to say hitting. It's not hitting because he's not just clubbing them, he's placing them beautiful. The timing is exquisite.
This is going to be wide. It's going to be disastrous. They'll get 1. They will get 5 wides. So watch out. I was going to say, the record over 38 looked safe. Not so much anymore. Because, oh, again, I've done so much math today. We're up to 31 of 4 balls. All right? 6-6-4-6. Oh, sorry, 27 of 4 balls. So he's got 2 more balls to try and get the record. And he won't. He will get just a single there. It's quite a good piece of bowling, actually, to come back when the batsman, he might be getting tired of hitting Maximos. But anyway, that'll be 1. And it'll be last ball of this over. There's been 28 off it. Well, 20 is a magical over. I don't know if we have a word for 30. Might be super magical. Here's Wajid. And he's given him. Yeah, and I think, look, you know, Fateh, not much celebration because they know that the danger man is at the other end at the moment. But this one didn't really bounce. And Mukhtar electing to go back, and you do that at your own peril. The only question for me is where this ball pitched, if it pitched in line with the stumps. But I'm sure we'll get a look at that one in a second. Regardless, that's the end of the over. Gracia, they brought up the 100. They're 100 for 2. Let's have a look at this on the replay. I think it's probably a good decision. Looked to me like it was pitching in line with leg stump. And just shuffling across. Again, Mukhtar fails in the ECS. And we know he's a very experienced player, but T10 requires some adjustment. And also, of course, the conditions here with the temporary pitch can be a little bit challenging for some of the players. But anyway, I'm sure we'll see him probably take the ball at some stage for Gracia today. But 100 for 2. Let's do my 6 over check-in. And wow, we've... with Govinda there, I mean, anything's possible. I mean, I think you probably bank on 15 and over, maybe 16 and over, so another 60 from here is very likely, especially with him facing Randeep Singh Dane, who, he's no slouch with the ball, but doesn't matter who you throw it to at the moment. Govinda on strike, he's on 80. A very optimistic shout, but I can see why they're trying, because he's been very dangerous, Govinda. Be a leg by, so he'll remain on 80. Yeah, Lamunga's in the chat, and it's great to have you guys. Lamunga Torrevieja Cricket Club with the Lords to Lamunga to Lords promotion at the moment. Been raising some money to assist them, and also some fantastic charities. So check them out. Give that one a Google. Maybe you can post the link in the chat. Lamunga Cricket Club. So donated a little bit of money to that as well, because it's a very good cause. And we'll see them this Sunday, won't we, in the ECL playoff? We might talk more about that in a second. But first, here's Randeep. Well, that's a handy dot because it keeps Govinda at the non-striker's end. It's Bikramjit Singh who's come out to bat for Gracia. Yeah, so the reason there's a playoff for the ECL, I might mention that in a second, and when it will be as well. Somebody will get a single, so handy work by Bikramjit to get Govinda back on strike. Yeah, so because there was no tournament in 2020, because normally the domestic champion automatically qualifies for the ECL, there's a playoff between the champions of the last 2 years for the right to represent Spain at the European Cricket League this year, between Manaj, who are in this tournament, and they're playing against La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club in the playoff. As we see another 6 runs as you do down the ground. This is over, long off, and 6 more. That'll take him to 86. So he's cruising with some bruising at the moment. Govinda Bajwa, nice batting. Yeah, so you'll see those games right here. Some bonus cricket content. It's a best of 3 T10 series on Sunday, this Sunday the 28th of February, right here on ECN, beginning at 7:30 GMT, 8:30 Central Europe, 1 PM India. We'll see an Australian might not look for a single there because it'll take him to 87, which is an unlucky number in Australia because it's 13 from 100. But anyway, he doesn't seem too concerned. They move up to 103 now. Yeah, so guys, normally we don't play on Sundays at the moment in Barcelona, but we do have the ECL playoff this Sunday. So put that one in your calendar too. It's a single down the ground. It's been a pretty good over actually from Randeep, who's put the brakes on. But you worry that the toothpaste might be out of the bottle for Fateh because they're going to be playing catch-up. That is the end of the over, in fact. And after 7, they're 110 for the loss of 2 wickets. And, yeah, just mentioning that will be a best of 3 series. And the European Cricket Championship, mentioned ago, will be taking place in September as well. So plenty of great cricket action coming your way on the European Cricket Network. Nice to see some Spanish representatives out there as well. And you just, like you were saying before, Rico, the performances in series like the Fancode European Cricket Series can determine the kind of players that are getting looked at for higher honours. Here's Kuldeep Singh coming into the attack. He's driven away for a single. So yeah, the exact game times I'm sure will be on our website, but well, it's a huge prize, isn't it? And it makes me think of the Premier League playoffs, or the Championship playoffs to get into the English Premier League in football. There's a lot of similarities. Not quite as big money, to be fair. But still, everyone would love to represent their club at the ECL. And this one's up in the sky. It's in the gap. It's going to plug. So it'll just be a single. They're going to have a think about 2. I think they're going to get there in the end. Again, the fielder, Happy Singh, having a very happy time today. Looks good in his new threads in the Spider-Man outfit, but he's had to get a little bit of chatter about how quick he got to that ball, but not easy. Over 100 on the board already. Here's Kuldeep. He's gone up, and I think this might go all the way. The fielder, well, he tries his best. And he gets another 6 runs, and he's in the 90s. He goes to 95. So could he do it again?
Well, he's getting advice from the dugout. Ramna Kelo, just take your time. Don't do anything silly.
95. Could he? And he does! 6 of the best, and another century for Govinda Bajwa, his 2nd of the series. And what an innings it has been. He scored 101 runs and he brings his century up off the 31st ball that he has faced. Congratulations to that young man. He's someone I'd be looking at seriously for some higher honours, Rico. He's done the job for Gracia. And despite losing his captain early, he's taken them to a very high score here in match 59.
Badaya, Govinda Bajwa. Century बना ली पर पहला भी बनाई सी दूजी वाली बनाई सेंचुरी ए फैन को यूरोपियन क्रिकेट सीरीज ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਤੈਨੂੰ super batsman ਕਿੰਨਾ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਖੇਲਿਆ and he's still going. His highest score so far was at 101. He was not out.
He's equalled it now, but he might go one more time, and this one straight to us in the commentary box. 6 more and another Maximo for Gracia, and the wheels will fall off and the car's all over the road for Fateh at the moment, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, tremendous batting. You saw him in the very first match. He sort of, when Cool Window was going really well, you saw him getting out, playing across the line, but he was hitting the ball sweet. Of course, here, different ball game. He's the one who was in. He's the one who's got to take charge, and hasn't he just done? He's not just taken charge. It's called supercharge, because that's what he's done. Fantastic from him. 2 centuries in this Mancode European Cricket Series. I don't know if that's been achieved before, Vinny.
No, I don't think so, not to my knowledge. But I tell you what, he can count as well, because that was the last ball of the over, and he's just taken the single to retain the strike. He'll move along to 108 off 33 balls, so his highest score over the series now. And how many centuries is that? Is that 3 centuries you have for the series?
3 in the
and
series,
and he's got 2 of them. So you mentioned Mustafa Iqbal, the other one to score a century for the Catalonia Tigers. But Govinda, well, we've seen some good batting, but this is next level stuff from him.
Yeah, I mean, I remember that game against Bengali when he scored that century in the score of 130. He'd scored 101 of them. And just look at the score here. So 133. And look how many he scored.
This is very high. This is a chance. It was a very difficult chance, though. And they're not able to hold on. It was Tajinder Singh down there. And to be fair to him, it was very, very high in the air. It was up there a long time, and he's applauded by his teammate for his efforts. But this one, well, by the time it came down, I'm no physics major, Rico, but I know things accelerate as they come down from the sky. It was going very, very fast by the time it got to him.
Yeah, it was absolutely motoring. And you just see this delivery.
It's down leg side. I think this might be wides. We'll have to check. May have flicked the pad. Oh, it's runs actually.
Yeah,
so
runs
maybe
that,
a little bit of an edge down there. So again, he'll take them however they come. And he's actually could be on track. The highest T10 score we've seen on the European Cricket Net was actually the ECL final in 2019. And we'll get that from memory. It's 137. I believe, but anyway, I'll check that. That was in a score of 222, but of course that was European Cricket League, not European Cricket Series. Here's 6 more of the best. Another half does. Govinda, well, he just keeps on keeping on, doesn't he? We've had some magic overs. We might call him David Copperfield because he's got the show and he's able to repeat it every over at the moment. Everything's magic. Yeah, that highest score in the European Cricket League, which is our T10 tournament, 137. Not out off 39 balls on that occasion. Scott Edwards, his record's in some serious trouble here.
Yeah, 120 is up already. He's still going strong.
And this one, well, it's going even bigger. Make that 126 and watch out if you're anywhere around the Montjuic ground at the moment because there's balls flying everywhere. I'm glad I didn't drive here because I think the cars are in trouble as well. He's gone up to 126. And Gracia, well, that brings up there 150. Still 8 balls to go.
Wow, it's just superb batting this is. I mean, it's been chanceless until that one going down. He'd already had the 100. Well, where'd you bowl to him?
Well, this one may get there, may not get there. It does get there. So there you go, 132. The record's in some serious trouble. Govinda Bajwa. I wonder if he knows it. He's up to 132. And just shows you take his 132 out of the score. There's only about 20 left as well. But he's done well. He's retained the strike intelligently. And so he's 132 out of their 157 runs. There's a ball to go.
And 13 of those have been extras.
Yeah. So let's see if anyone else has got any runs. 273. Anyway, here we go. 6 will give him the record. Of course, he doesn't want it though, does he? Because last ball of the over, nothing wrong with his internal calculator. That'll be the end of the over. I'll have to send the auditors in to work out how many runs we got, but I believe that he's on 133 at the end of the over. Score 158 for the loss. Pardon me, 156 is the score. There you go, got there in the end. 156 for the loss of 2 wickets. So last over.
Qué guay, qué fuerte está, hombre. Tiene un century.
Well, this has gone up in the air and it could be a chance. Will it be held on to? No, it's not. They're going to come back for 2. Trouble at the keeper's end. Wait for the decision. I don't think he was out. In fact, the keeper looked like he may have missed the stumps at the first attempt. So he'll get 2 runs. So just correcting myself, his score is 133 now with 5 balls remaining. We may see this again, perhaps from side on. Have a look at this as he's coming home with the throw. Just took the keeper away a little bit, and actually he did well to get the ball onto the stumps in the end. So I've got the record books. I've got everything out at the moment, but he's 133 off 40 balls. And the record score in on the European Cricket Network in a T10 is 137. So he's 4 short of the record. This time he's almost given another chance, but Randip's not able to do anything. So this will tie the record. It ties Scott Edwards' record from the European Cricket League 2019 final. He's on 137 off 41 balls. So it's all happening here. That's an understatement.
Es increíble, ¿eh? Es genial. Qué fuerte está hombre. Vale, puede. Estamos historia aquí.
Oh, and he does it in style. That's 6 more. Maximo. 6 more runs and the highest individual score in a T10 match. The record is now held by that man, Govinda Bajwa. He moves on to 143, breaking the record of Scott Edwards, which has stood for almost 2 years. So could he now go to 150? It's possible.
Yeah, you wouldn't write him off. I think it's there for the taking.
He comes again. Well, here's 6 of them. This will take him to 149. So it's disappearing. Ball after ball. This over's gone 2, 4, 6, 6. Well, it could have gone 2, 4, 6, 8. That was probably big enough to be an 8. It takes him to 149.
Yeah, and he's breaking all kinds of records. Also the record for the most number of balls we've lost in an innings. This is just incredible stuff. Amazing. What a player. What a star. आज तक परोंठे खा के आया सच्ची मेरे ख्याल 3-4 खाते होने हैं क्या परफॉर्मेंस है
Bajwa on 149. Misses out, but it'll be a wide. So the score up to 175. I think you're right. Might have to go down to the golf course and buy a bucket of about another 100 of them, and we'll take whatever we can get at this stage. So we haven't seen a 150 scored in T10 cricket on the European Cricket Network before. He's already in uncharted waters. 175 to score. There's 2 balls remaining. Well, you can forget about this one. This one's gone a long way, and that takes him to 150. He's now scored 155 off 44 balls, and a warm round of applause from everyone at the ground, and well deserved as well. And well, 155 not out, 44 balls. He's hit, well, now 17 Maximos and 9 fours, and he's going along at about 350, so that's not bad going. He's still got 1 ball to go. How many can he add? Well, he'll add 1. Much like Scott Edwards in that innings back in 2019, he miscues the last ball, just the single. So he'll end up with 156 not out off 45 balls in a total of 182 for 2. And I tell you what, might as well just replay the whole thing, Rico, as we look at the highlights from the first half of match 59. Gracia, after winning the toss and electing to bat, well, it seems like a good decision as they piled on 182 runs in the first half of this one.
Oi, hi, hi. Govinda Bajwa. History बनाती है 156 स्कोर किते हैं 45 बॉल ਵਿੱਚ हीरो बन गया पहला बंदा इस यूरोपियन क्रिकेट सीरीज ਵਿੱਚ T10 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਨੇ 150 बनाया है incredible scenes here. And what a player, what a man, history in the making. Well, we say this Fanco European Cricket Series is all about the players. Well, it's all about the stars in the making. It's all about making your dreams come true, and that man has certainly done that today. He's made his dreams come true, and it's also not just his first, but his second century that he's gone on further here today, making 150. Absolutely incredible. Amazing scenes.
Well, you just couldn't believe it if you saw it. No other batsman makes double figures. And he actually pushed another record. I can tell you the most balls faced by one batsman in an innings is 47. And he's faced 45 of them here. So he faced 3/4 of the available deliveries. That made all the difference. You see some of these hits, they were huge. They were just getting bigger and bigger. You'd wondered if this was a T20, if he might have got something like 300 the way he was hitting them. But Yeah, that Lorenzo, who scored 109 off 47 balls back in the 18th of September. But it just shows you that if you give him a chance, he was going to make you pay, and he certainly did. And before you knew it, they were up. And if you're a darts fan, you'll know 180. Well, that might be fine in darts, and this was another chance. The throw is just a little bit wide. Nice work by the keeper to get it back on the stumps, but the batsman beat the throw home, and then finishing with a bang. Well, there were a few magical overs. The last 3 overs went for 23, 23, 26, and that's missing out in the last ball as well. So, understatement of the century to say Fateh have their work cut out for them in the second half of match 59.
Vinny, Fateh, they seem to be entering into these record books for the wrong reasons. I mean, we know they've been in it for the lowest score, scored 35. That was a team total of 35. And here they are again. It's Fateh going in the record books, and it's because we've seen history being made here. Gurvinder Bajwa scoring 150 plus. Incredible. 156 runs scored off 45 balls.
17 Maximos. How about that for an innings as well? He's striking at 346.66. Again, the other batsman just scoring 2, 7 and 3 not out. So maybe it's a blessing in disguise as far as the record books went. As far as Kuldeep going early, we wondered if Gurvinder would step up. Well, he certainly did. And you can see the extent to which he dominated that scorecard. Again, assisted by 14 extras as well with 13 wides and 1 leg by. As far as the bowling went, well, it's a lot of carnage. Just the wickets to Gurvinder Singh. Actually, look, he was the only bowler that didn't get the treatment. He was pretty miserly, giving up only 16 runs in his 2 overs. But apart from that, well, it was a pretty ugly-looking bowling scorecard for Fateh, to say the least. But regardless, I'm sure we'll see Gurvinder back in the field shortly, along with all of his teammates for Gracia, and they'll be very confident with his total of 182.
And you can see also from that bowling scorecard the benefits of being the captain. Didn't Singh Lovely deciding he wouldn't have a bowl today? I'm sure it's because he's got a little niggle and nothing else.
Yeah,
well, ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਤਾਂ ਬਰਫੀ ਤੇ ਲੱਡੂ ਖਾ ਲਏ, ਹੁਣ ਫੇਰ ਖਾਓਗੇ। ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨੇ ਸੈਂਚੁਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾਈ, 100 ਰਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾਏ, 150 ਰਨ ਬਣਾਇਆ. Very good batting there indeed. I'm just saying, Vinny, that we're going to have some laddus and barfi again because, well, after a knock like that, you need a bit of sweet to celebrate, don't you?
Well, celebrate wherever you're watching around the world. It's great to have your company on the European Cricket Network. It's Vinny Sandhu here along with Rico Full, bringing you all the action. There certainly was a lot of it in the first half of match 59 as we saw a brand new individual performance with the bat, and we talked about the record, the team record of 198, and we thought they might be out of it early on, especially with the second over from Gurvinder Singh only going for 4 runs, but they ended up only 16 runs short of that record. And Gurvinder Singh from Gracia, from Fateh, I should say, is the only reason that they didn't get the 200 mark, you'd have to say. But a great performance, and you saw it here first. You see all kinds of matches here. You see low-scoring matches, you see high-scoring matches, and you see some outstanding individual performances, and that's what we saw right here. So please join us in just a few minutes because we have the second half of match 59. Still one match to go, of course, today. And that last match will see the Tigers returning, and they're taking on the 11 Stars. So hang around for that one in match 60. But for now, we'll see you shortly. See you in about 5 minutes for the run chase. This is the Fan Code European Cricket Series, and you're watching the European Cricket Network.
Wow, and welcome back. Wow, indeed. We've seen something special here today in this match. Match number 59, we'll remember it well because, well, we've seen history being made. Govinda Bajwa making 156. Yes, that's right, 156. An individual score in just 45 balls. That's the highest runs that have been scored by an individual in a game, not just in the European Cricket Series, but also including the European Cricket League. Just fantastic, awesome. And you know, one thing I will say is that it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. He's here every day before the start of play and late after the end of play. He's one of the helpers around the ground, working very hard. So, well done. And it couldn't happen to a nicer man. And you know what? It's not just a case of happening. He made it happen. It was pure quality. कई बारी कहते हैं ना, जेड़ा बंदा सेवा करे ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਬਣੂਗਾ। ਅੱਜ ਤਾਂ ਗੁਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਬਾਜਵਾ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਈ ਆ। History ਬਣਾਤੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਯਾਰ, ਕਿੰਨੇ ਰਨ ਬਣਾਏ। Outstanding batting performance. And well, Fateh, you know, who'd write him off? You can't. I know it's a massive score. It's a massive ask, 183. But they're certainly going to have a go. I can guarantee you that. And it looks like it's going to be the captain, Majinder Singh Lovely, who's going to give it a go first up. Just getting ready to go here. The umpire's not quite ready. But, just goes to show what can be achieved if you put your mind to it. He lost his captain early, Kuinda Lal, and then he decided it was his turn to put on a show, and what a show he did put on. And it's going to be Ali Azam. Open the bowling. We're off. We're starting down the leg side. It's a good take from the keeper. Salahuddin could quite easily have gone past him, and then once it goes down there, there's no coming back. Races along. Majinder Singh, lovely. It's hard through the gap. The ball will race away there, 4 runs. So nice, positive batting. You wouldn't expect anything less from the big man, the captain himself. The important thing here for Fateh is that there is a massive score, that they don't try and whack every ball out the ground and do a lot of missing and allow the bowler to do all the hitting. Ooh, just like that one. Because the one thing they'd want to do is still make this a respectable reply. It's a very, very big score. They wouldn't want it to look a complete and utter one-sided affair. Happy Singh, we've said many a times, we know he's a quality player. He can hit the ball big himself, and now that one has gone past the keeper, and great bit of fielding from the fielder there. Just swinging far too much. The bowler just struggling to get this Kookaburra ball to go in a straight line. They do move around sometimes, a lot of swing on them. So 2 wides, batsman changing ends. Happy Singh, the man on strike. Like I say, he's been a little bit out of touch. This would be a perfect opportunity and time for him to find his form, and that sometimes is his problem. We see there again, he does come all the way across, and if he doesn't get back down onto ball and make contact, well, he's candidate for LBW. We've seen him go a number of times that way. But it's the way he bats. He's not going to change that now. It's too late to change. What he's hoping for is that he gets his eye in, if he can. Hits on balls big himself. Majinder Singh Lovely now on strike. Guides that down. Will take a single. T10. Now we do know what can happen in this format of game. We've seen it already. We've seen it in that last game. So when you look at that that required run rate, it looks massive. Just under 19, but we know it can be achieved. We've seen it achieved. One short outside the off stop. And Majinda knows that Happy Singh, he's got to make contact. We've got to get something out of every ball. That's the important thing here. Can't afford to have dots. They're looking already at this stage to make the most of every ball. So if you're going to take singles, that puts more pressure on you to hit the boundaries, and already needing more or less 3 boundaries every over. Short, and well, hits it straight to a fielder on the offside. And that is the end of the first over, so the score is on 9 as we welcome back Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, who's just recovered. He's got his breath back.
Yeah.
Calmed down. But that was a show for you, wasn't it?
Oh, was it a show and a half? I'll tell you what, worth the price of admission. Now, most of you aren't paying anything at all to watch this anyway, but I tell you what, that was incredible. And I was there when Scott Edwards hit at 137 not out in the final. We thought, well, we can't get much more than that in a T10 game. We saw it beaten by almost 20 runs. Oh, here's the Hark. And if it just keeps getting more exciting for me, Harkamal Singh is going to bowl a second over. Probably the only thing that made me a bit upset is we didn't get to see the Hark out there with the bat. Didn't get to see him hark a few balls over the boundary, but I was just chatting to Muktia Singh as I walked around. Said that you and Kuldeep helped him out by getting out, so he can have all the balls to himself.
Yeah.
Next one's driven down the ground, only a single. I tell you what, did get me thinking, how many is the most I could see one batsman getting in one innings? Again, these are the things I think about when I'm walking back. And I'll come to it in a second, because I mean, that was an amazing innings, 156 on out of 45 balls. Well, this one, it might go all the way. It just pitches inside the boundary. So, again, 4 runs to Falco. No, not to Falco. To Fateh, I should say. And they'll pick up as many as they can, I'm sure. Yeah, so I was thinking how many one person could get. And I think it requires manipulation of the strike. So it comes, you have to work out how many balls someone could feasibly face in innings. It's a nice looking shot off the back foot. Just be the single. So like I say, the most balls I've seen faced in one of these ECS matches was 47, and Govinda scored 45. So I think that's pretty much topping out the amount of balls you can face. I reckon probably 45, 47 balls. But then how fast you can score, of course. Now he was going at about 3.5 runs a ball. Come back to that in a second. It's a nice looking shot off the back foot. It's going to beat the field. Nice looking stroke off the back foot, and that's exactly what Fateh need to regain some confidence. I don't think they're going to get within cooey, as we say in Australia, of this target, but still they want to put something like 100 on the board just to regain their confidence and regroup. And punishing that ball, hitting it through the offside for 4, so nice shot. So I'll come back to my thoughts in a second. And first we'll see the last ball, the over from Harkamal. It's up, it's in the air, the fielder's coming around. Kuldeep, well, it was a nice effort from that man. He stuck up the hand, and in the end, it just bounced just inside the field of play. So 4 runs to finish the over once again. And that makes the score 24 after 2 overs. So yeah, just coming back to what I think's the highest score possible. Probably one of the issues with manipulating the strike is that those last ball of the overs, quite often you have to hit them for a single. Okay, so you could be blasting 6 all over the place, but that means that, you know, maybe during the innings 5 or 6 times you're having to take a single. I mean, if you're very good, you could probably get a 3, but I don't know where the 3s are on this ground. So, yeah, I'd probably say the top score would be something like 3.5 times 48. There you go, come on. I'm not even going to use a calculator. I'm going to work it out. What's that, 142 plus 24? 166? Probably wrong. Well, I'm going to check it with the calculator. Anyway, let's give us your thoughts in the chat. It's an interesting discussion. Well, this one, yeah, it's up, it's in the air, and it's going to plug, I think. So in the end, it'll be just a single. Yeah, 168. And maybe you could nudge up a few more. So maybe I end up coming to the feeling it'll be about 175 or 180 is the most possible. So there you go. Go get your abacuses out.
Yeah,
Abacuses.
You know.
Sometimes I think too much.
Yeah.
And sometimes I don't think at all. This next one's up in the air, and the chance is on. It's that man. Well, what a day he's having. Govinda Bajwa. As if he hadn't already hogged enough Dream 11 points. He's taken the first catch of the innings, and he's well positioned as well, and you can't blame Fateh and Happy. Well, poor Happy. He's had to go again. He got most of this, but it was just a couple of metres short, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's Bajwa there taking the catch. We saw him do something very similar in the very first game, in a very similar place. And that, I believe, was off Kuldeep Lal as well. But the other difference is, I mean, I know you're doing all your calculations and theories, and at the end of the day, two things I've got to say to you. Number one, doesn't matter. To see it, to be sat here and see something like that is absolutely special. And the other point I want to make is all of those hits, all of those big hits, they were clearing the boundary easily. So some people will say, well, the boundaries are 50 metres. Well, what if it was a bigger ground? You know what? He still would have cleared them. And to show his strength, well, you just saw Happy Singh, who's a great hitter of the ball. He failed to make the boundary there. So it just goes to show you the strength and quality of Bajwa.
Yeah, you said it. In fact, yeah, these boundaries could be as long as you like, but they were going over by a long way. The way he was timing the ball. Well, Kuldeep putting in a late bid for man of the match with an early wicket. What do you think? He's been very good with the ball today.
That's something that's out of our hands, so anything can happen. But you know,
here we go again. Kuldeep's impressed me as well today with the ball. He's up in the air. It's going to go between the fielders. The chase is on. Watch out! Up and over. We've got a speed hump. There's a nice bit of fielding. Tell you what, wasn't as lucky as Sandra Pandian was. Unlucky, I should say, earlier in the day, because that was a lot stickier, the mud at that stage in the baseball mound. But yeah, up he went and down the other side, able to stop the ball going for four. So that was nice work. But yeah, you said it. It was an innings of beauty, wasn't it, as well? Very, very smart. Had a chance or two, you have to say, as well, but he definitely cashed in.
You mentioned beauty. So we have to go back to Kuldeep Lal's here. Right on cue, the camera's on it, so I don't know, be able to zoom in on that colour. Go on, zoom in, let's see his lovely locks. It's blue. So I had a chat with him. I said, Kuldeep, as you know, it's a character, we get on very well. I said, what's the story here? I'll tell you after this ball. Oh, and it's a beauty. It's right on the money. Knocks them over. Chakka there, Fateh style. He knows we're talking about him. Yeah, he has a look this way. Anyway, gets another man, takes a second wicket. I said, what's the story behind this here? He said, Rika Paji, it's blue. And it's blue because it's blue to win. So I said, okay, well, blue to win.
Makes perfect sense to me. Well, look, he's only maybe another 6 or 7 wickets off a man of the match performance here, Rico. Don't count him out. Although he's running out of balls already. He has 2 for the over. In fact, 2 for 4 off that over. So a bit of magic from Kuldeep. But you'd have to say that the pressure has more than well and truly been applied by Gracia with their total of 182 on the board. But still, that's the end of 3 overs. The score 28 for 2. I wonder if you might see Govinda have a bowl. He's not really a regular bowler, but if you're ever going to do it, I feel like this is the...
No. Why would you ruin your day? You know, he's had such a great day at the moment, doing a good job in the field. He's taking a catch. He's scored an enormous amount of runs, and he's probably saying, look, Vinny, I'll let your other man, Hakmal, have a go. Let's see if he can get his name in the book somewhere. So, Hakmal.
You saw a second ago you might see it now, the Manhattan, as we call it, the graph. We had to make that even taller because of Govinda. Well, 10 or 12 Burj Khalifas out there. As this is Hakmal. Harkin one through for a dot. We had Wazza saying the man himself takes the catch. And James saying it's been a while since he'd had a cooey. Now he's just waiting for a hooroo. He'll be feeling really homesick. Yeah, I don't go overboard on the Australianisms, but that was an obvious one for me. When you're not within close distance or something, you say you're not within cooey of it. Next one, this is almost a wicket. You know why we say cooey, right? Because cooey? Because it's like an echo. So if you're in a big space, you look at me blankly, Rico, but
okay.
Cooey.
All right, It's an echo, but
So you're not within Kui of it. So you're not within,
yeah.
you know, it's a large space. I mean, sometimes it takes me longer to explain things to you than it takes me to explain cricket to Americans sometimes, I tell you. Anyway, here's Hakama. Well, this is up, it's high, and I think this is going to go all the way. I tell you what, this one might bring some rain. Oh, it's a nice effort on the boundary, but Mukhtiar, he would have had to have been about 50 metres tall to stop this one. And the Hawk gets some of the treatment. Up in the air, nice shot. And Randip, we've seen him at times provide some highlights with the bat for Fateh. They're well behind in this match. This one's through him a little bit quicker. But what else have we got in the chat? There's a lot of people talking about the innings, of course. And also got some toss news. Luke Belgium, he's always beating me to it. I think he's got a camera on me, Luke Belgium. But the Tigers are playing 11 stars in the last match of the day. And the Tigers have won the toss and elected to bat in that game. So Wazza saying got him back to the pavilion. Let's see what happens now with the Hawk. This one was pretty well pitched, but just be through for a single again. Kuldeep upset, he misfielded that one, and it's the high standards that Grazia are setting for themselves. And after a slow start to the tournament, you'd have to say that Grazia just getting their tournament going. If I was to look back at their results so far, he started with a no result, but then loss, win, win. This will be another win. This one is going to bisect the fielders in the infield, but it will go just the single. That'll be the end of the over. So end of 4. It is 36 for the loss of 2. And speaking of that game, it's coming your way. Not too long to go. It'll be about 50 minutes from now, and it's the 11 stars. Well, they're without a win. They'd love to get on the board against the Catalunya Tigers, but it'll be hard because the Tigers, I think they'll be out of the cage and ready to go. And they could even potentially get up the top of the table depending on how they go at the back end of today. It's just both these teams having the one game today. And you see the lineups are out there with the Dream 11 points. Look out for Mustansa Iqbal and Yasser Ali to open the batting for Catalunya Tigers. They might have seen what Govinda did and said, well, funny enough, we had some of that on our minds as well. So watch out for that. Match 60. This is up. It's just over Kuldeep at cover. The chase is on. Govinda. Well, that was a very slight fumble. It's probably the only thing he's done wrong today, isn't it? Govinda, everything he's touched has gone to gold. So
He's just being picky now, isn't he? Just being, what's that song go? So picky, you're so picky. Anyway.
Is that how it goes?
Yeah, picky, 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 picky.
This should be out. And it is. So another one goes down. And it's Randip. Well, you can't blame him for having a go. It was swung away with a thick edge. And Trilichan, well, he's coming to the attack. Bit of a way movement. And never in doubt. Sun behind him, luckily. But it was a nice catch taken. And you know who it was that caught that? That was the Hawk. The hardest thing for Hawk there, getting his arms up in the air because they weigh so much. I don't know what he's carrying. I'm pretty sure I saw him pushing a car up the hill here today. Not because it had broken down, just because he wanted to.
Well, there's no the gymnasiums are closed, so he's got to get that the exercise and pump the iron somehow. Or maybe that's the way to do it. Well, it's all effective. Well, whatever it is that Grazia are doing, it's certainly working for them this time round. And they're looking the part. They're looking like the team that I was expecting to see last year in the first European Cricket Series. And, well, they know themselves that they came onto the scene and disappointed. But this time, well, they're out to set the record straight and show their true strength.
Here's Trilichan again. He's just flicked down the leg side. It caught a bit of something. And so there'll be no run. And we've got a few people. Ali Jr. saying another high total on the next game incoming. Well, that's possible. We've seen a lot of runs today. And Catalunya Tigers all fancy themselves against the 11 stars, especially in a game where the Tigers, they can't be complacent because top spot is within reach, but they're going to have to play well.
Yeah, well, Vinny, look, I mean, last time round when the Catalunya Tigers played the XL Stars, it was on the same day that Govinda Bajwa made his 100, but well, it was also the day that Mustansa Iqbal scored his 107, and well, it was against the Stars as well.
In comes Trillichan. Oh, he's got very close to a wicket a couple of times this over. As I like this comment from Ali. It was a little while ago now, but I wanted to come back to it. Ali said after that innings, I wouldn't be able to chase this down, even on stick cricket. Stick cricket is a great game on your phone. Give them a quick plug. I know they're big supporters of European cricket as well. I've got Pavel Florin as one of the bowlers you can have. They started a new category of bowler just for him, slow bowler. This one, a bit of glue on the hands. Forgot to let go of it. He just didn't find his footing, so holding on to that one. But yeah, stick cricket. I was playing a bit of it yesterday, actually. We struggle with the timing, though, against the slower bowlers on stick cricket. Not as easy as it looks. I panic. Wazza's enjoying some Aussie commentary. Well, that's great, Wazza. No more of an Aussie name than Wazza as well. This one, well, that wasn't a replay. That was just the end of the over. In fact, at the end of 5, they're 37 for 3. Nice over from Trillichan. Only 1 run off it.
Yeah, it's a little bit more like what we used to expect with Trillichan Singh. Wasn't at his best in their first game. A little bit wayward, couldn't get it right. Didn't look like the same bowler. That's right up there with the leading wicket takers. Took 4 for in one of those games as well. Kuldeep Lal. Hit firmly towards Bajwa.
So it's very nice also, Wazza's from Tasmania, but I'm not going to mention any. It's an easy jokes. You know, every country's got their bit that they make jokes about. And Wazza, I'm sure you're a lovely guy. And I'm sure you've only got one head. We sometimes say it about Tasmanians. But no, I've got a lot of friends in Tasmania. It's a beautiful part of the world. And the Apple Isle, they call it sometimes. Beautiful weather and greenery around there as well. So it's great to have a viewer from Tasmania. Now, Luke has asked me, well, asked if we can give the start time again of the playoff on Sunday. I'm just looking that one up at the moment for you, but I know the first game starts at 8:30 in Central Europe.
Yeah, top ball there. Kuldeep gets back to his mark very quick as well. That's the good thing about Gracia. They do get through their overs very quick.
Here comes Kuldeep. He's been a revelation with the ball today, hasn't he? And he does it again, Kuldeep. Well, we talked about it. Late pitch for man of the match. And he's got his 3rd wicket, so he has 3 for 6.
Well, this is his comeback. Remember, when he was batting, it was batting Kuldeep, caught Kuldeep. And this time it's batting Kuldeep, bowled Kuldeep. So, well, the two of these are having a little battle. And Kuldeep is the winner.
Yes, well, that's a bit of revenge there, wasn't it? Because it was Kuldeep that caught Kuldeep. And now Kuldeep's bowled Kuldeep, like you say. So, well, nice work. And they needed something, didn't they? Anyway, just going through making sure I'm getting these correctly. On Sunday for the ECL qualifier times, the Spanish qualifying games, best of 3 T10s. The first match is 7:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 AM in Central Europe. It's 1 PM in India, just like the start times we have here in the European Cricket Series. Here's Kuldeep again. This one's a very dangerous ball played out. But then the next game will be 3 hours later than that, so there'll be probably just over an hour's break between the two matches. The second match will be 10:30 AM GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe, and it's can do this. It's 4 PM in India, and there will be a third game that will be played regardless, Rico. So even if one team has won the first 2, and this is hit down the ground for a single. So that third game will take place at 2:30 PM GMT, which is 3:30 in Central Europe, and it's 8 PM in India. So make sure you join us for that on the weekend. That is La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club versus Minaj. That's the end of another over. It's 40 for 4 at the end of 6. Again, Kuldeep Lal, he took 3 for 7. I think he took 3 for 6 last game. Don't quote me on that. So anyway, 6 wickets for the day. Nice work with Kuldeep. Plus a half century. Missing out with the bat, but there was no harm there because his good friend Gravinda did the business. Now this next one has gone straight over our heads. It's going to bounce off the wall, come back for 6 runs and a maximo to Hargajit Singh. And he's getting on the action. So he'll enjoy that one. That was right out of the middle.
hit that really well. Get done with the slow ball. Yeah, I mean, it's important, isn't it, here, Vinny, for Fateh. Things are not going their way. They're going to be well short of the runs required. But if they can get a little flurry here and get towards the 100 mark, they would have done themselves some justice. It would have been a good outing, if you like, rather than a very negative one. They can hopefully get something positive out of this day. I mean, even if one of these batsmen can have a good knock and maybe a personal achievement, a personal high score, that's what they've got to be focusing on. The game itself, well, is gone really, hasn't it? When you look at the required rate now, we're over 35 runs.
Yeah, it's an understatement of the year, but still, we've seen the ability of this European Cricket Series even to provide highlights in these games where the result is all but decided. So stay with us, and of course we've got that interesting game coming up in about 40 minutes time as well, the fifth and final match of today, the end of day 12 of action. And clever slower ball, Trilchan pulling the pace off. I'm just putting in the chat right now the game times for Sunday in that playoff. Of course, both those teams will be so desperate to have the chance to represent Spain in the European Cricket League starting on the 31st of May. Just trying to remember what week Spain's been drawn, actually. This one's up in the air. Chase is on. And this is a bit of NBA action from Mukhtiar. Bit of behind the back dribble. Keeping that one in the field of play, so a nice stop. And even though they're well ahead in this game, it's good to see them chasing those balls down and stopping those extra runs.
Yeah, it's good work from Mukhtiar Singh. And that is the end of another over. So 47 for 4. Still 3 overs to go here. And wouldn't it be nice if both of these batsmen, Jinder Singh and Hargurjit Singh, could get a nice little partnership together, play some nice shots. Gracia. It's Manoj Kumar. It's going to come on to bowl now. Short ball hit straight back over to Bajwa. That's the fielding, single taken.
Yeah, so 47 for 4 at the end of 7 overs. Now it moves along to 48. So a few questions about that. Just clarifying that the matches on Sunday, they're not part of this series. They are just the rescheduled playoffs for the two teams that are vying to be the Spanish club representatives at the European Cricket League, which will take place from the 31st of May in Spain. So there are 15 countries participating this year, and each of them send one club, their champion domestic club. And the reason we have a playoff this year is because the tournament was cancelled last year. Cricket España has decided to let the 2019 and the 2020 champs play off in a best of 3 series to determine who will be their representatives at ECL 21. Of course, it would have been Minaj last year if the tournament had gone ahead, but it's good that they've still got the chance to do it. And so there's some 3 extra games coming your way this Sunday. It'll be in the same ground, the same conditions you see right here. We might just talk about that briefly as well, Rico, because yeah, it's not. It's going to be difficult for Lamanga. A lot of people would say they're the favourites for that, but they haven't been playing. And Minaj at least have a few games under their belt in the Fancode European Cricket Series, but Lamanga in that part of the country, might ask you after this ball. This is up and Kuldeep. Well, he almost took the catch. Oh, again, he wants that man of the match trophy. I'm telling you, Rico.
Doesn't he just?
He's dropped a catch though. Nice effort. This will make for a nice replay. Watch this. He goes, takes probably 6 steps and launches himself. Kuldeep. It was hanging in the air for a while. And you see here, just letting it go through his fingers. Back to live action. This next one's launched. It's over mid-wicket. It's going to go all the way for a Maximo. So a good finish to the over. Fateh. Well, they're past the 50 mark at least. After 8 overs there, 57 for 4. But yeah, Rico, tell us what you think about Lamanga Torrevieja not playing cricket. Do you think that puts them slightly behind the running, or do you think that they'll be able to do the business over Minaj?
You know, the one thing I would say is Lamanga Torre is that their attitude towards the attitude and the environment, the atmosphere that they've created currently within the team is very good. They haven't been playing, you're absolutely right, but they've always been communicating with each other. We just see this ball. Yeah, they've been in touch with each other. They're doing a lot of work, obviously, via things such as WhatsApp and Zoom. They're keeping each other busy. Obviously, they're keeping their fitness up by doing this fantastic work that we're doing for charity. What's this ball?
Vijay Kumar's coming to the attack.
So one thing is, I think the team morale is very good. It's very high. And I think what is missing in the lack of cricket practice has probably been made up by that. They've got very good players. They will also know that the other disadvantage they've got is playing on this surface.
Well, that one's gone from the surface and straight into the wickets. And those Fanco sticky wickets getting a bit of punishment. Again, you can't blame the batsman. Hargajit saw him hit a lusty blow or two, but he has to go now. But yeah, you were saying?
Yeah, so, you know, the one disadvantage they probably will have is not only haven't they not been playing cricket, but and been able to train, of course, but they haven't played on this surface as well. So that's a big plus in Minhaj's favour. Minhaj also themselves remember that some of the players that have been playing in this European Cricket Series for them would not be able to play in that match because they're technically not registered as part of the club. So they will have a couple of players in their squad that will not be used to these conditions as well. It's going to be a very interesting contest. I think we're going to see two teams that play their cricket very differently. And I think the question was asked the other day who I favour. And after this ball... Ooh.
Might have just been missing off. It was a bit of movement. Batsman got a long way across in the end.
Yeah. So I think just with the experience that Lamanga have and the players that they have in this squad, I think I would be just favouring them to come over here. They've got to travel a bit to come here, but I favour them to come and do the job. I think they're a professional outfit, and I believe on Sunday they will demonstrate that in their performance.
All right, I'll ask you one further then. Do you think they'll do it in 2 matches, or will they need the 3rd match? What do you think?
I think they'll need the 3rd. I think the first one, if Minhaj are gonna pip them on one, it may be the first one, as we see another wicket go through there, and that's very good bowling, just bowling wicket to wicket, bowling nice and straight. And Vijay Kumar, well, he's
late chance of man of the match.
Yeah,
Rico,
well, I'm
maybe.
saying he's going over to his captain and saying, "Look, I can do it as well, and I don't need to apply any colour in my hair."
Yeah, he's been good today, hasn't he? Vijay Kumar.
Yeah, so I think the first game will be the closest match. I think it will be the game where Lamanga will need to adjust. Not just the batsmen on the pitch. I think also the bowlers running on to the surface, etc., etc. And that may be the first and only opportunity Minhaj have. I think after that, Lamanga will go in and win the other 2 matches. But we'll wait and see.
Expert comments from Rico Full, Spanish cricket expert. That was the end of the 9th over, 60 for 6. And Vijay Kumar bowled 1 over earlier, took 1 for 1. He bowled 1 over today. He took 2 for 2. So he's got 3 for 3 for the day. This one's up in the air, but I don't think he's going to get caught. It's Trillichan. He's looking like he's bowled 22 overs the way he trotted after that. And even though these are short games, I tell you what, they can take it out of you. And this will be the last over of this match 59 of the Thancode European Cricket Series. And we certainly enjoy your company wherever you're watching around the world. And we know what this match will be remembered for. Certainly it'll be remembered for that innings from Govinda Bajwa. 156 unbeaten off 45 balls, lifting the total of Gracia to 182 for 2. This is the last over of the match. It's Manoj Kumar. Well, that one's done everyone. I think this was very full and just jumped off the surface. And the keeper, wow. He almost would have had to make a dental appointment, I think, if he was in the way of this one. Watch this jump up at the keeper. Surprised by it. I think he's just happy he's still to have his head attached to the rest of his body. And he goes, oh, well, don't worry. Govinda was hitting more than that every ball, so no dramas. But, yeah, make sure you stick around, guys, because we do have the last game starting in about half an hour's time. We'll be bringing you into match 60. Of course, plenty more action. This is just the 3rd week of 5 in Barcelona. This is very high. The fielder's in the game. The sun's right in his eyes. And the ball's on the ground. And who was it? It was Vijay Kumar out there. Well, I picked it straight away. And the sun, a bit of an issue when you're fielding in that position at this time of the day. Look at those shadows. It just tells you that he was looking straight at that giant fiery ball of gas. Anyway, that's history now. Next one's hit reasonably firmly down the ground, but we'll clean up. But yeah, we have that game. The Tigers, we could see some more fireworks, but don't count out 11 Stars. They've gone away and they've analysed their performance in the first week, and they were close a couple of times. But they're yet to register a win in the Fancode European Cricket Series. This is hit nicely into the gap, and that'll be 4 runs. So that will end this match. And Fateh, well, in the end, they stagger to a score of 72 for 6. They go down 182 to 72. The margin of victory, 110 runs. That shows you how comprehensive this performance was from Gracia. That will propel them to the top of the standings. We mentioned they might do it if they won handsomely. Well, that's an understatement. But what's interesting is that the Tigers, they'll come out here and they have every chance to claim that mantle for the first time. So that's how interesting Group A is. You see here the highlights of the second half of the match, and it was that man Govinda getting in on the action in the field. And Kuldeep, well said, don't forget me, I've had a pretty good day as well. Hitting an unbeaten 50 and contributing 3 wickets in each of their 2 matches. So a very successful day for Gracia. We know they're often slow to start tournaments, aren't they, Rico? But they certainly looked on some today. And you wonder if they can keep playing like this, how far they can go in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen the best of Kuldeep Lal in both games with the ball, in one game with the bat, and then, well, what can you say about that fantastic knock with Govinda Bajwa? Just awesome. And, you know, you just get the feeling that there you've got those 2 performing. You still have the likes of Muktair Singh, you still have the likes of Akmal. They, in their own right, are good batsmen and quality players as well. And if they all come good together, it's going to be very, very interesting. But one thing that they have done, and we should be able to update you on later on today, I think that win, even though you'll have a number of teams on the same amount of points, I think they will probably top the table because of those 2 emphatic victories.
Yeah, and the net run rate has been through the roof today as well. Of course, they won their first game after only 5.2 overs and then winning this game by 110 runs. Looking ahead, here we go, 11 Stars versus Caledonia Tigers. The Tigers winning the toss and electing to bat first. No surprises there in match 60. Watch out for that, well, very powerful top 4. You'd have to say, even though 3 of them are being borrowed, or they've been loaned from their rivals, Caledonia CC, but Mustafa Iqbal, the century maker, is not one of those. But Yasser Ali, the Big Mac, Muhammad Amran Khan, Saqib Latif have all looked good at various stages throughout this series. They'll have Shazib Akram behind the stumps. You wonder if we'll see some of the wily off spin of their captain Gulam Sawa. 11 Stars, well, Tanvir Shah, there's big raps on him, but he hasn't really got things going. Kakusa's listed at number 4, but I'd love to see him open the batting because we've seen how important he can be as far as the 11 Stars. And if he gets going, I mean, we've seen them do some pretty good hitting as well. Hamza Khan's another one who we've seen go long as well. So this game's no foregone conclusion by any means. Look out for Umar Riaz with the ball as well for the 11 Stars. So they're probably the ones that I'd be picking if I was picking a Dream 11 team in this match. So look, again, a lot of raps about the Tigers, but you think about them losing their first match in the first week against Bengali, coming in a little bit underdone. And so even though we've seen them recover somewhat towards the end of that week 1, this is their first match of a new week, and there's every chance that the 11 Stars could knock them off, Rico.
Yeah, every chance for an upset. I said before that last game, I just had that feeling. And was that feeling that there was an upset in the air? Well, no, that feeling was that we were going to see a man make history and score stat loads of runs. But yeah, there's every opportunity that they could be upset here. If you look at that Fateh scorecard there, nobody really making any big impact. It started well, I suppose, but once the wickets fell, that's the one thing that Fateh are not able to change. The wickets tumble. Good effort there from Hargurjit Singh. Scored 16 lower down the order, but 72 for 6. But the bowling again from Gracia was quality. Kuldeep Lal, I just think he's just a very clever bowler. He just varies around with his pace. Ali Azam opened up the bowling, just bowling that the one over, but You can see Kuliblan 2 overs for 7, superb. Trinachan Singh, he was better this time around as well. He picked up 1 wicket, went for 8 runs, and well, Vijay Kumar there at the end. Well, we can't forget him. Just got the 1 over in, and 2 runs for 2 wickets, and he could have been man of the match maybe, but he dropped that catch on the boundary, didn't he?
Yeah,
But no, joking aside, there's only one man of the match in this game, and well, he was a man that had this game in full control from the moment he went out there to bat. And well, we can't end the game without mentioning his name once more. Govinda Bajwa from Gracia, 156 runs of just 45 balls.
It's a new world record T10 score, and you saw it right here on the European Cricket Network. Well, poor Manjinder Singh Lovely, it wasn't the best day for Fateh, wasn't it? And he has to go home to a crying baby as well. And look, Fateh, they might not have won the matches, but you know, they won my heart today. You know why? And they won my stomach. Those cakes were delicious. Thanks again, Manjinder. I'm sorry that you had to spend most of the day. I'm not that sorry, because he doesn't have to pay for the balls. But anyway, you see the confirmation result in match 59. It's Gracia 182 defeating Fateh 72. Stick around, guys, because in only 20 minutes we'll be taking you into match 5 of the day. It's match 60 on the calendar between the 11 Stars and the Catalonia Tigers. And Rico smells an upset. I smell a little bit of something as well. Might be those cakes.
I was going to say, yes, there's burfies in front of you.
We've got a couple more to come, and we look forward to your company for the last match today on ECN. Don't forget, we have 5 matches every day, Monday to Friday. Also, don't forget to follow us on social media at European Cricket. Or you can follow me at Mr. Maximo if you like. If you want to see everything that's happening in the world of European cricket. And don't forget our website, europeancricket.com. It's a great place to go to get all your match previews. I'm sure the match preview for tomorrow isn't far away, but we'll leave it here for now. See you in 20 minutes at about 25 past the hour, which is 5 to the hour in India. We'll be rejoining you to bring you into match 60. Until then, this is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, along with Rico Fool. This is the Fan Code European Cricket Series. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. It's time for match 60. It's the last match of day 12. And there's two teams we haven't seen so far today. The 11 Stars taking on the Catalonia Tigers. The match referee is with the two captains.
Okay, that's the goal. And that is it. So you want to go first? Yeah, we will bat first. Tigers have won the toss and they are going to bat first.
Well, Gulam Sawa, he called correctly, had no hesitation in deciding to bat first, and I'm sure he would have seen some of the big hitting in match 59 and think that he has the team that can do something similar. They'll have Yasser Ali as well as Mustafa Iqbal, the other Centurion from the series so far, to be at the top of the order. Also, the big Mac is there, Mohammad Amgan Khan. Well, 11 Stars, they are without a win so far, and it's not going to get any easier, to be honest, against the Tigers, who will start big favourites in this match. So we've seen some big scores so far today. Will we see another one in match 60? So over to you, Rico, for the last game of the day.
Well, thank you, Vinny. Yeah, we have seen some big scores indeed, haven't we? It's been a fantastic comeback day, isn't it? After a day of being washed out, we've come back with a bang. And well, the man who was doing a lot of the banging was, Gurvinder Bajwa. What a knock. Something that's going to be talked about for a long, long time. Made history here, 156 he scored. And, if there's one man that's been matching him so far, also scoring 100 is Mustafa Iqbal. Well, we're going to see him again here for the Catalonia Tigers, and he'll no doubt will want to come out there and say, well, whatever you can do, I can do better. Lovely shot there off the ground in splendid sunshine. It's going to be a beautiful afternoon, and well, one of these teams will be the happier in just under 2 hours time when we know the result. The Tigers, well, we know their strength. They bat very well. They're led very well as well by their captain, Gulam Sawa. You just see the fantasy dashboard there. It's just strength all down that lineup, not just with the bat but also with the ball. But the Stars, we've seen snippets of very, very good work from them as well. Because he's been good as well in there. We've seen Hamza, he's batting well. So these are guys as well that are on their day, and if today is all about batting, there's no better day than today to try and see and show us what they can do. But the first thing is they've got to try and make sure that the target they're chasing is not out of sight. So they need to stay disciplined in the field. I have liked them in the field, I have to say. They've been very good. They've managed to contain teams well. They don't go too defensive. They always start to attack. They don't like teams taking cheeky singles to them. So that's the good plus side, and if that can be backed up by some good tidy bowling, then they've got a good chance. But of course, you know, the lineup, the Catalonia Tigers, well, Mustafa Iqbal is there. Yasser Ali, he's made starts but hasn't gone on to make big runs yet. Then of course there's also Mohammad Amgan Khan, he's in there as well. Saqib Latif, Razadat Ali, all players that can make big runs on their day. So the Stars have to be at their best. And to open the bowling is going to be Munib Ishfaq. So he needs to be on the spot straight away. And it looks like it's going to be Yasser Ali. Yasser Ali is going to be on strike. And Mustafa Iqbal is going to be at the non-strikers, and the umpires here, Nilkesh Patel, just checking with the scorers that we are ready to rock and roll. And at square leg, Safwan Naeem. So here's the countdown. So getting ready to see the first ball of this match number 60 here on day 12, the Fan Code European Cricket Series, and we're off and running. And starting with a wide, as we've seemed to do so many times. I think the build-up, maybe it's just the bowler just standing there waiting to deliver that ball, just getting a little bit anxious when it comes in, getting it a little bit wrong. Anyway, Ishfaq comes back in. It's better, but that's hit well. Fielder is coming across, but the ball is, oh, that's good work. That's very good work. I thought the ball once more was going to win the battle, but there was that planted foot. And 2 runs. Oh, that's excellent fielding there. never gave up the chase. Tanvir Shah, well done to him. And that's what the Stars have to do. Got to back the bowlers. They've got to be 100% in the field. That's too wide again. He's trying to keep the ball outside the off stump. It's good tactic when it works. I mean, yes, here no doubt will still be looking to, if he gets the opportunity to hit over the top. The men are inside the ring, so one good hit is going to go over them anyway. There is one man deep, extra cover. Oh, well, confident that there was a little bit of something on that. Didn't carry to the keeper anyway. Abukar Hussain. And this time, started and then goes back, sent back by Mustanza. So, Yasir. Still very much a tiger in the cage, Yasir. If he starts and he starts roaring, runs, pile up quickly. But they're containing him so far. Well, keeping it out of his reach is one method, but if the umpire keeps calling it wide, you're going to have to bowl it again. Just a man long on the boundary. An extra cover, just the two that are allowed out. This one's been lofted, he waited for it and he sent that pack in. And that's 6 carreras, the first boundary of this match, match number 60. And Yasir Ali sends it over the fence for 6 runs. And, well, you can see his intent here. Been a lot of runs scored today. You just get the feeling that one of these Catalonian target batsmen wants to score quite a few themselves and be right up there with Gurvinder Bajwa. Well, this time it's just a single. They certainly have the ability, we've already said that. If one of these two that are in the crease at the moment get going. So, Mustansa Iqbal now to face his first ball. And smashed away, and that's going to race away to the boundary, and that's 4 runs, and that's the perfect way to end the over. So at the end of the first, the score racing along moves on to 16 of the first over as we welcome back Mr. Maximo back into the commentary station.
Thanks, Rico. And we've been in the chat and we're a bit of talk about MMBC, Mr. Maximo's big call. But before we do that, I've seen Mark Lovell has posted a link to an article. Now, how quick are they in the ECN media department? He's already got the article up called World Record. Just clicking on it now. World Record individual T10 score, Gurvinder Bajwa, 156 not out off 45 balls. Fan code ECS Spain, Barcelona. So check that one out. Click that link if you're in the YouTube chat. And I didn't actually say in the chat that my Mr. Maximo's big call would be an 11 stars victory. But here's my big call for you, MMBC. You ready for match 5 today? 11 stars will surprise. Okay, there you go. That's my big call.
It's a big call. And this is going to be the first opportunity, is it? No, it's just going to fall short. The batsman doing well. We'll take the 2. And sometimes, well, you're seeing there, that is the advantage for the batting side inside the power play when you've got the man inside the ring. Normal circumstances, I'm sure you would have had a fielder bat there coming in and taking that at comfortable height. Yes, here, well, this time hits this one so well. Nobody's stopping that. Ginna, Badda, Shakka, Watsoni timing see. Shakka ho gaya, 6 runs.
Well, this was absolutely clobbered. Well, there's nothing surprising about this start. We knew these two, the top of the order, are both very dangerous. It was Mustanza Iqbal previously who starred in the first time these two teams met back in match 21 He scored 107 not out off 37 balls. It was the first century of the series. Since then, there have been 2 more, both by the man I mentioned a second ago, Govinda Bajwa from Gracia.
And there's another one, and well, taking advantage. He knows there's no danger in those shots, so even if he does miscue it slightly, he's still going to go over the infield. That's great batting from Yasir Ali. So consecutive 6s, and well, he's looking to go big here, isn't he, Vinny?
He certainly is. And Zubair Ahmed, well, we saw him playing in a beanie early in the tournament. I want to think about a helmet because some of these are coming off the bat pretty fast.
Well, shadow, wait. That's sensible. And then when the opportunity there, then they just drop through for an easy single. So
got a message for you here. Stuart Simpkins saying, "Hey Rico, great to hear you out there, mate." A friend of yours, Stuart.
yeah, Stuart, and I think his delivery. Yeah, very good cricketer. Lovely batsman. When he's in flow, he's lovely to watch, and he can be destructive in T20 format. Well, we're going to probably, I'm sure he's going to be part of the squad for Lamanga Torre, and if he can get going, we're going to see a few boom booms from him, no doubt. And good luck to Stuart Simpkins and all the Lamanga Torre boys in that match coming up on this Sunday. 3 matches, remember, the team who wins out of Lamanga Torre, and Minaj will be the representatives for Spain in ECL 21. Of course, good luck to Minaj as well. You know,
yeah, of course.
May the best team win. I'm sure whatever happens is going to be 3 very entertaining matches.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more, Rico. That was the end of the over. So 33 for no loss after 2. And yeah, we talk about big matches, and of course the finals here. When we get there on day 25, I'm sure there'll be big matches in the Fancode European Cricket Series. But this series of 3 matches, it's going to be very, very interesting. It'll be hotly contested. The big prize of European Cricket League qualification to the winner. And imagine if it went to game 3 as well, under pressure, and have all that the pressure and excitement of a finals day compressed into 3 matches this Sunday, beginning at the regular time.
And there's another one. It's gone just 1 bounce, 4 runs. So, well, no let up from Yasir Ali. And this time it's Tanveer Shah who feels the brunt as he comes onto ball. And Yasir just making room for himself and hitting over the top in that area. And we're seeing now the field, some adjustment being made. Remember, this is the last of the power play, so they can only have 2 men out. Will he still take him on? Oh, that's awesome. That's lovely. And that's, well, smashing into the scaffolding behind us where where the cameraman is, and he's just indicating to us there just where that went. Well, I bet you he's still feeling the vibrations of that smashing into the side. But
wow,
he's okay up there, don't worry. The sun's shining. What are you complaining about?
Well, I hope that Yasir Ali's got a good lawyer, because he almost had involuntary manslaughter charge on his hands there as he almost killed a cameraman. He's just pointing to where that hit him. And this time, well, it's going to be 6 of another variety, I think, or it might just bounce. No, it carries all the way to 6 more. So, well, we thought we might see some hitting. It's been very graceful, you have to say. The Lamanga Cricket Club saying, we'll certainly hope that Stuart's in full flow on the weekend. I tell you what, Tanveer Shah, we'll probably see him batting near the top of the order for the 11 Stars. But right now, got some problems on his hands. This is another one. Will it carry all the way? It does. So there's 6 more.
Well, you know, we've seen some explosive batting here. This is what T10 is all about. It's a frenzy of action-packed entertainment. We're already, how about this, 14 balls and he's on 47. This is just crazy stuff.
Well, maybe he saw what Govinda did, and maybe Mark Love will have to rewrite that article very quickly. Yasir Ali's got a record on his mind, but this one will sneak through for a dot. That'll be useful. But it was a unique set of circumstances in that last match that allowed Govinda to score such a high score individually. The departure of the other 2, let's call them frontline or top order batsmen for Gracia, allowed him to take control of that whole innings.
Well, there we go. That one's been clubbed right over, and what a way to bring up your 50. So he's moved on to 53 of just 15 balls. Well, we've seen some batting here. It's a day of the Master Blasters here at the Fancode European Cricket Series in Spain, Barcelona, at this Mount Dewey Olympic ground.
Oh, we've seen some big power players in this tournament. Packard Care comes to mind. Of course, we didn't get to see them yesterday because of the rain. But at the end of 3, 61 runs off the power play. And the spinners, well, Tigers taking a bit of a liking. They were mauling them, if you like. And you see the difference as well. These batsmen just stroking the ball. They're not trying to overhit it. They know on these grounds you do get value for your stroke. We got Mark asking what the MMBC was. I said 11 stars to surprise. It's a bit vague today. Maybe MMVC. Mr. Maximo's vague call. Anyway, here is Hamza Khan. Ball the 4th over.
And just wide of the fielder, 1 bounce and 4 more. And, well, Mustafa Iqbal, he's been a little quiet. And he's deciding, well, okay, it's about time he got going. So plays nice shot there. That's his second boundary. Moves on to 9.
He only faced 2 balls in the power play. Did Mustafa Iqbal, while Yasser Ali did a good job of hocking it. He had 16 balls faced, scoring 53. Makes a bit of difference, doesn't it? When you runs you can score. Depends on how many balls you face. So, well, Mark Lovell says 100 alert. Well, that's very dangerous in the last ball today. Ask Mohammed Jaffrey about that. But he's well on track, isn't he? On track for 150 actually at this stage. 3 overs already bringing up your 50. Who would have thought that it's possible in cricket? 3 overs in and you're already 50. Always got taught, just be careful early. Like first 20 or 30 minutes. Don't play any horizontal bat strokes. I'm from a different world now. Not even 40, and I'm from a different world. But that's what the crash and bash of this T10 format's all about. And you'll see it right here in the Fancode European Cricket Series.
That's short and it's put away, and it's just raining 6s here at this Olympic ground in Mount Dewey. 6s and boundaries all over the ground, and they're having a party here. Catalonia Tigers, they've had to wait before they come back and show us what they can do. Had a week off, and well, it looks like they're starting off where they left off. The big guns are blazing.
Tigers on the prowl. I know it was raining all day yesterday, but it's raining 6s at the moment. Jamie Bundy, a very good question. So we see an individual hit 150 plus. Can we see the Tigers score 200 plus collectively? We haven't, of course, seen 200 in an ECS match. 198 is the best score. They're right on target at the moment.
Nicely played. It's to the fielder, but the backing up was good from Yasir. Yeah, of course. I mean, we've seen one historic moment, the highest individual score from a batsman scored in ECS or ECL. Wouldn't it be great if we could also the highest team score scored as well? 222, is that right, Vinny?
222, that was in the ECL, but 198 in the ECS, so slightly different. If you get a couple of times, we saw Rian get 197 as well. That's one behind the Grazia record. So knocking on the door of 200. This is well bowled though, and that's what you have to do if you're bowling for the 11 stars here, is just try and beat the batsman for 1 ball, perhaps force an error, and you could be right back in this game. We've seen some teams fold after the power play, and they've got a couple of pretty good hitters themselves in Karkus, and I know we haven't really seen the best of Tanvir Shah, but he's also one who can hit the ball a long way. So good little comeback from Hamza Khan, but you just can't give them those easy short ones which sit up and ask to be hit with these guys. They're going to make you pay.
Yeah, it's a good recovery this from Hamza Khan. He's bowled well, and that is the end of the over, so very well bowled indeed.
He only went for 13 in the end. The context of this match, it's a lot better because the overs have gone for 16, 17, 28 and 13. So it's getting out of control, although almost maxing out, you'd have to say. But this is Jesus. He's saying, I'm back. Please don't talk about the Fateh game. I know what happened. Oh, Jesus. Oh, speaking of the ECL, we have the qualifier this Sunday, but the actual tournament, May 31 to June 25, over 4 weeks. Make sure that you join us Sunday for a bonus day of cricket. 3 extra games on the European Cricket Network, starting at the regular time, 7:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 PM in India. Those 3 games will be spaced out a little bit more, an extra hour after the first match, an extra 2 after the second. Anyway, here's a new bowler. It's Umar Riaz, one of their frontline bowlers. He's going to have to pick this one off the fence. There's 4 runs, Rico.
Yeah, it was too short, and Stud Iqbal just guiding that over square leg. Couple of bounces into the fence. It was easy picking, and you can see how easy he made that look as well. I think it's a case of both of these men just keeping themselves focused, not being distracted, and well, they can go on here to score big runs, both of them. Oh, that's big. That's the biggest of the day. That's gone all the way over the protective fencing there. Well, that takes a big hit. That was here big. That was massive.
Yeah, that one's going to come back with a flat side, Rico. In comes the box of chocolates. Actually, they're cricket balls. The reserve umpire running onto the ground and saying, be a bit more careful with these ones, please. The umpires, yeah, they're not mucking around here. They don't just take one. They take about 3 or 4 and put them in their pockets.
It's been one of those days. Yeah. It's been one of those days.
They learned their lesson. It's a good way to rack up the Ks if you're the reserve umpire getting onto the ground. It's yeah, you got to feel for the Stars here a bit. They can't find a way to remove these two. It could get very, very ugly very fast. Already 84 up in the 5th over.
A terrific shot, but there is a man out there, gets down low. That's a good job, keeps it just to 1.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. Just control what you can control at this stage. If you're in the field, you can stop the boundaries when you can. Because even when it just changes the strike, which sometimes when one batsman's going crazy, just force another batsman to face and doesn't allow them to get in their rhythm. You see it there. Normally we say rotating the strike is good in the general thinking, but in this case it can be one batsman that does damage 3, 4, 5 balls in a row hitting boundaries. So if you can turn a boundary into a 1, it does force the other batsman to have a go, and perhaps they're not seeing it quite as well, have been out of the action for a little bit, but anyway, grasping at straws at the moment, the 11 Stars.
Oh, this will be the first chance. It's got to be taken. He don't look very comfortable, and well, dare I say it, he was there was a lot of pitter-patter with his feet there, never looked comfortable, didn't get into good position, and in the end going straight through him, and well, the bowler will be very, very disappointed with my raise here.
Well, this one, we talked about it before, was burning up on re-entry to the Earth's atmosphere, and good on him because he called it, and he had 3 of them there. He decided to take the responsibility on, didn't he, Rohit Islam? But unfortunately, burst through the hands. One goes down, and the 11 Stars. You just wonder where their first wicket's going to come from, the way these two are hitting them. It was the end of the over. Only a 12 off that, so getting there. The Tigers, after 5, they're 86 without loss.
Yeah, and in comparison, in case you're interested, Gracia, when they posted 182 at the halfway stage, we're on 72. So if we're talking about records, it certainly is on, especially with that chance going down. And yes, here Ali, well, he's the type of batsman, if he gives a chance and you don't take it, he will punish you. So let's see how much further he goes. So he was dropped when he was on 54.
All right, here is Ali Ahmed to bowl.
Oh, that's been hit with so much power. The fielder didn't have to move very much. But both power Sigi, both अच्छी placement, chokka ho gaya. And wow, he's roaring away and just wanting the umpire to have a look at the bat. He's saying, I'm done with this one, I need another one. I want to knock in another bat.
Is it broken or is he showing off? Maybe showing me that one came right out of the middle because that was rocketed away. So you see, Ali Jr., his opinion was the wicketkeeper should have put in the effort and called it there. Again, that's traditional theory, is that the keeper is in the best position to take those high balls. What I would say is sometimes if it means the keeper's running to get there, it makes it more difficult catch. So it's a bit of probably a little bit more complex than just saying it was the keeper's. And that time, look, once someone calls it, it's theirs. And so it was Rohit Islam that called it. Fortunately, he couldn't hold on, but don't know if he was second guessing himself once he called it, thinking, what am I doing? But unfortunately, that's a chance that's gone begging, and just think the Tigers might make them pay.
Oh, and that's gone a long way up, but I think it's also got the distance as well. Yes, it has, dropping right in front of the the flags, European Cricket Network Series flags there. And that's 6 more, and he's just in the mood now. You just get the feeling that he's thinking to himself, okay, I've given one chance, and now from now on in, I'm just blasting every ball. And if I'm out, well, give somebody else the opportunity to have a bat. Oh, there it goes. Balle, balle, balle. Bowling it short ain't going to help. That one was dug in, and on this pitch, it just stays there to be hit, and that's smashed away. This is carnage here at the moment. The ball, these Kookaburra balls are being murdered all over the ground.
Yeah, put the kids to bed. This is adults only action, because we got some violence happening in match 60, and it's the Tigers doing the damage.
Slower ball, same result, over it goes. It was slow, it was down the leg side, and Yasser Ali dealing in sixes. Patake chal pe ground de bich, tol bhi bajda. आज इन्ने रन स्कोर होए ग्राउंड दे विच हाय 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 बॉलर नु सारे बॉलर नु चंगी कुट पेंदी.
Yeah, we see the Tigers already passed the 100 mark. Yasser Ali, he's moved on to walking 677 off only 23 balls. He's got a century on his mind, and who's going to stop him? That'd be the question at this stage. Ali Ahmed's the one with the ball in his hand.
Oh, well, slow on the other side, also being called no ball. So, well, that's a no ball. It's gone all the way for 6. So it's 6 with another one. That's 7 runs.
Well, from bad to worse to worser. And I know it's not a word, but I had to think of a word because it couldn't be any worse for the Stars. This is a worst case scenario. No ball, plus 6, plus a free hit. He doesn't need any invitation, does he, at the moment? Yasser Ali moves on to 83 off 24. Again, I have to call in the extra accountants to work out this score. All right, free hit for the Tigers.
Smashed away. It's gone all the way as well. Well, he's just joining them up. 6, 6, and 6, and 6. I think that's 4 on the spin, is it, Vinny?
Oh, here we go. I'm going to have to count it up, am I? So we've gone 4, 6, 6, 6. No ball plus 6, 6. All right, I've got 31, 35 off the over with a ball to go. The record's 38, so he needs 4 for the record. What are you doing? Has he done it?
He's done it. He's done it in style. It's going to be 4 runs. Vinny was gobsmacked. What are you doing? And Yasser Ali says, well, if I'm going to set another record here, I'm going to do it my way. And this is doing it my way. How about this? Lovely shot. 4 runs. Yasser
Well,
Ali.
We've seen the jink, as we call it, be failed a couple of times. That is the world record, or the ECN record, I should say, in runs off a single over. It was formerly 38 runs in 1 over in Helsinki last year. But we've had records falling today. That's 39 off the over. Ali Ahmed, probably not the figures you want when you come on to try and stop the damage. He's worse than 6 a ball. It's 6.5 a ball, 1 over, no maiden. No wicket for 39. And I don't know what you call that. That's a super magic fantastic over. Because we called 20
We'll
magic
have
over.
to give it another word. I think we're going to have to call it a supersonic over, aren't we? I mean, that's all you can say. But look at this score. Well, there's more records in the break in here. These two stay together. And that's smashed away. Fielder coming across. Does stop it.
And Muneeb Ishfaq has come on to bowl. His over of 16 doesn't look too bad now that he bowled the first one of the day. Well, I did say Stars to surprise. Well, they're surprising me. How much they're going for. I'm pretty surprised to see 39 off and over. Anyway, can Ishfaq stop the bleeding?
That's hit hard and it's gone through. It's another boundary from Yasser and he races. Well, he's gone on to 97.
I think it was actually Iqbal that struck that one, but we are used to seeing one batsman do the damage.
Yeah, 97. I believe it was. Yes, yep. I mean,
Yeah, you're right again.
the sun's
Rico.
in our eyes.
Yeah,
I'll give
it
you an
is,
excuse.
sorry.
Anyway, will this be it?
97.
That's into the way. It's going to go all the way to the boundary. Yes, it is. Shaba, Shaba. We have another centurion here. It's just absolutely unbelievable. Awesome stuff. What a day we're having. Well, European cricket, a frenzy of explosive and action-packed entertainment taking the world by storm. Isn't it just?
Well, 101 off only 28 balls, and what a way to bring it up. It hasn't been all slogs, has it? There's been some nice stroke play. You see him just picking the gap on the offside. They've only got 11 fielders to put wherever they want the stars. There's not enough of them out there for Yasser Ali.
And well, there you go. That's good fielding as well. I thought if we went past the man, it would have been the delicate of shots for 4. Fielder takes the grab one-handedly, keeps it to 1. Well, Yasser Ali, 101 of 28 balls. It's all happening here today, Vinny.
And look, we haven't seen 200 in an ECS match, and they're right on track. They have to be 140 after this over. Every chance.
Well, that'll help. Volley. Well, we've seen Mustancic play these before. He's so strong on that side. Once he hits them, they stay hit.
Did I say 140 at the end of the over? I meant 140 at the end of this ball because they're already 141 now with a ball to go. And still a lot of things going to happen, but that record of Gracias of 198 in the European Cricket Series match is under attack from these two. Last ball of the over.
Ooh, and a rare, very, very rare dot ball.
Have you ever seen anyone less wanting to take a single? And it was Yasser Ali saying, I'm fine here, Mustanza. That's the end of the over. So the rare dot ball, like you say, but still 16 off the over. The score, 141 without loss. 3 overs remain. Well, we saw 61 in the first. 3 overs in the power play. We have 61 of the last 3. We'll have 202.
Yes, I mean, it's just all happening here. There's so many landmarks, so many records that are going through our heads here. Of course, the highest score scored in the European Cricket Series. I mean, that's possible here. The highest partnership, 178, perhaps. The highest opening partnership, that rings a bell. That's on the cards. Like I say, so many things happening all at once. Well, balls like that will help, and you see the cool and calmness of Yes here. He's not chasing it. He knows it's a wide ball. Gives himself the opportunity to take a few deep breaths. He's a very talented player, and I know he has a lot of admirers for his cricket. And, well, he's shown his worth here today. Well, he hasn't quite middled it, but it does split the fielders and goes for 4 runs. Or, yeah, this 4 signalled. So the first one, I suppose, he hasn't really timed, other than the one where he was dropped. But that's 4 more to his total, 4 more to the total of the team. Racing along, 146 now.
This is Karkusits coming to the attack, but and more of the same.
Oh, and that's just easy. You can't bowl it there. Smashed away. 4 more along the ground. That was a loose full toss on the leg side, and Yasser just timing that beautifully. Well, that brings up the 150.
Yeah, so Karkus, he's getting some of the Karkus treatment, isn't he? He's probably wondering, well, if you gave me 40 overs, I might be able to get as many runs, but he's no slouch with about himself.
Hi, Kinley Kurtependi. 6 más, qué fuerte está, hombre. Es genial. Vale, eso, batador. Es genial. Es más, qué grande, tío, qué grande. Increíble.
You're just hoping now that one goes straight up in the air, you can hold on to it, but the way things are going, the 11 stars, they're shooting out of the sky at a very big rate.
Oh, and a wicket's been taken. And, well, Karkus, well done to him. And, yeah, you should be happy. All the other bowlers have been taken apart, and Yasser there just going for another big hit. And clean bowled. So the end of what was a very, very exciting, exceptional partnership. Yasser Ali, 116 of 33 deliveries.
An important early wicket for the 11 stars. The Tigers, 156 for 1 in the 8th over.
Wow. It's all happening here today. So that's one partnership, the only partnership which can't be achieved. But you know what? They still have got a chance of beating Gracias 198. I just wonder if they're aware of it or not. And, well, look who's coming in. He's doing a little bit of dancing as he comes out there. And, well, you just got to make sure he doesn't get run out, really.
Big Mac, Muhammad Amran Khan, here he is. Kaku's got to hand it to him, and he just kept it straight and hoped for a mistake, and it came from Ali. But again, very impressive innings from that man. Surely 200 isn't still on, is it? New batsman at the crease, though. Gets this one in the gap. It's going to take some stopping. And nice bit of fielding on the boundary. So just the one there. Again, it shows you how hard it is to get 200, isn't it? Because, you know, they're on for all money, but you lose a wicket and new batsman has to come to the crease. And 200's over 3 a ball, of course, over the innings.
Well, that's going to be 6 of them. Just powering that over. It's all about the muscle, isn't it, with Mustansa Iqbal. He muscled that one over. Didn't really time it, but had enough on it. 6 more at the end of the over.
Yeah, 163 without loss, so they're still on target. Just as I was saying, that perhaps the momentum would shift with that wicket of Yasser Ali, who departed for 110, but Mustansa Iqbal, we know that he's no slouch with the bat. But Umar Riaz is going to bowl. He's got a bit of pace on the ball, but again, it was turned against him the first over he bowled. Only went for 12, though. He's bowling to Hamdan Khan, and first one's a thick inside edge, and I think Mustansa Iqbal will be pretty happy to take responsibility. He's the man that's been there. Hasn't had a lot of the strike, you'd have to say. But yeah, he's still in good touch. Again, not easy for these guys coming out after a week and a half. But yeah, Iqbal, he faced 15 balls so far. And less than 2 balls and over.
Yeah, didn't quite get underneath that, so takes a single. So Mohammed Hamdan Khan comes back on strike.
Oh, balls. How did that end up there, Rico? Can't take my eyes off the game, can I?
Yeah, it was an interesting throw from the fielder. He's all smiles from Ishfaq. Just no damage done, but the batsman really weren't alert to that.
Oh, Jamie Bundy enjoying the action from England. Oh, good fielding by the stumps. And they need all the help they can get at the moment, the Stars. Well, maybe there's 12 Stars out there. One of them's the wickets at the bowler's end. That would have been, well, at least one, you'd say. It was a nice shot down the ground. Yeah,
and then, well, the run's drying up here now, aren't they? They're drying up.
20's not easy. I mean, what are we at? 165 at the moment. Again, still 3 balls to go, especially the Mac. Again, he does like to have a look at a couple when he first comes in. So don't really have too many to look at, though, with only over and a half to go. Yeah, nice to see a bit of encouragement as well from Asif Mahmood, the skipper of the 11 Stars. Trying to keep their heads up here.
Oh, didn't time that. The big Mac will take the single. So, well, if we're going to get close to breaking this record, we're going to have to see some sailing out the ground here.
Yeah. Don't want to leave it too late. We've got 9 balls left in the innings. Or, sorry, 8 balls now. But Iqbal's on strike. I think he's got Maximo on his mind.
Well, that will be just a single, I believe. So, yeah, good fight back here from the Stars. And that's good. It's encouraging. I mean, loads of runs on the board. They've been hammered all over the park. But this is good commitment from Umar Reyes. He's come back. He's kept his head, kept his shape, bowling well. Just goes to show what can happen when a wicket goes down.
Last ball of the 9th.
And that's hit hard, but straight to the player. This time he gets a better throw in.
And that will be the end of the over. It'll be 168. So only 5 runs off that over. Umar Riaz, we mentioned him as one of their key bowlers, so he wasn't disgraced in this match. He had only 17 off his 2 overs. But now, well, only 31 for the record, 30 to tie it. And it won't be easy, of course, but I'm sure they'll give it a shake, the Tigers. And we've already seen the highest score of the day, 182. Well, that's under attack, that's for sure. You wouldn't expect that to be beaten very next game, but
Hamza Khan, the bowler. Ooh, and, well, unlucky. Don't think the keeper had much chance there at all. That raced away from the edge. You see that again here. It was wide off him, and, well, it was past him before he even moved. So, a streaky 4 runs.
He does move to 47 with that though. Iqbal has been more of a supporting role. Pardon me, that's the Big Mac on strike, isn't it?
Yeah.
Give him credit. So he's away at least with a boundary.
He's still not building it. I think he
No.
needs to stick to street cricket, doesn't he? Street cricket
I
was
think
building everything.
might have played him out of form. Or it could have been that quite large meal we had over the weekend. That's still affecting me. That was very good though. Knows all the good spots, doesn't he, Armgarn?
He does, and yeah, we went to a lovely place. Was well looked after by one of the main sponsors of the Stars and Trinidad Royal Stars. Oh, another red, and oh, this one also agonisingly, and for the bowler, not only sails past the wicketkeeper, but also the third man, and that's 4 more runs.
I'm ahead of my time. See, I knew that Iqbal was going to edge a 4 this over. It was just a little bit early. And he moves to 47 now. So with 3 balls remaining. Again, looks like Grazia will hold on to their record for the highest score ever in the European Cricket Series, which is 198, but they're 182 they scored in match 59. Looks to be knocked off. But let's see if Iqbal can bring up his 50s on 47.
Wow, he's going up in the air. There's a fielder getting under it, but I don't think he's going to have a chance at all. He goes right the way over his head, and there it is, 50. Well, it's taken him 19 balls to get to 53. And well, he was starved of the strike earlier on, but he's come back with a big hit himself.
Well, maybe it is under attack. If there's a no ball or a wide, it's possible. 183, the highest score of the day.
Ooh, and there's the wide.
Need a couple more though. Still need 15 for the record with 2 balls to go. But I guess when you've seen 39 off and over, you might get 15 off 2 balls.
Yeah, anything's possible.
5 juicy 5 wides maybe. It's well, 11 stars. Apart from that 1 wicket of Yasser Ali, hasn't been very fun for them late in the day. But Tigers, they've got a point to prove. They've got to get back up the ladder. They're showing the way to do it.
And there's a chance here. Fielder a little bit slow. Getting to it. Probably didn't pick it straight away.
It's Karkus. I like to watch Karkus play because he's one of these players that the bowling and the catching and the batting, no problem. But the running, not a huge fan, is he? Doesn't like to move too much. Anyway, it looks like Iqbal will be finished there on 54. Here's the Mac, last ball of the innings.
And he sent this one out of the ground. He's mistimed a couple, but written it mattered. The last ball of the innings, it sails over for 6 runs, and they get into the 90s, 190s, so 191 at the end of their 10 overs. And well, we've seen some superb batting here once more, and this time the hero, the centurion, another man to go in the Hall of Fame of the Fan Code European Cricket Series, Yasser Ali, 116 of 33 balls, led the way.
Yeah, I think I'd say if it wasn't for him getting out, they would have got that magic 200 mark. But amazing array of shots from Yasser Ali. Wasn't just the big hits off those short balls over the onside, but also he was able to open himself up to get those Maximos, also scoring him on the offside as well when the ball was on the off stump. So poor Stars, they didn't know where to bowl to him. And they didn't quite have the pace to trouble him either or rush him into his strokes. We have seen sometimes some of the better bowlers test him, but really it was all Tigers. And this was the one, it was half a chance. The fielder caught, it probably was a good call in the end because he didn't have the sun to contend with that angle, but what he did have is the ball coming down at a very serious pace. And then we saw, again, intelligent batting. Once you get it up high, it does tend to carry straight, doesn't it? So a lot of runs we've seen in the last couple of games. The Tigers, they were carried to the highest score of this series so far, 191, and that was the record. We did see a record in that innings, didn't we? We saw the most runs off a single over was 39 runs. And Ali Ahmed, well, that's a record that he won't want to hold, but he is in the Hall of Fame as well, as we saw some amazing batting from Yasser Ali at that point, hitting 38 off the bat, plus the no ball. That was the solitary wicket for 11 Stars. The only moment that they were shining. It was Karkus who came up with the delivery. Again, good umpiring. And then the stumps helped down a bit. Well, this could have been where the record went as well, because that would have gotten Mustanza Iqbal on strike. Like I say, to get 200, it shows you how difficult it is, because almost everything went right for the Tigers in this innings. So you see there, the 2 stars of the Tigers innings were Yasser Ali with 116 off 33 balls with 13 Maximals. Mustanza Iqbal, well, he's playing second fiddle, you'd have to say today, but he still chipped in with 54 not out off 20 balls. No strike rates. I mean, Yasser Ali again scoring that 350 a ball, which to me is kind of how you top out at one of these innings that's quite long. And it's very difficult to get more than that, and on the maybe 350 to 375 range. And we were talking earlier about what kind of scores are possible. Mustanza Iqbal, well, he went at 270. He was no slouch. Even the Mac didn't quite hit him the way he wanted, but he was almost 2 a ball as well, chipping him with 15 not out at the end. So 19 sixes in that innings. To give you an idea, that VOC Rotterdam total of 222, there were 28 Maximos in the innings. Right. Out of 60 balls, it just shows it. Those bowling figures, well, probably the standout for me. Congratulations, Ali Ahmed. In the record books, 1 over for 39. But also Umar Riaz, he came good as well. He had 12 and 5 off his 2 overs, so only conceded 17, but the rest were in double digits, and most of them were in the 20s. So not the kind of magic you want. It was kind of a bit of dark magic, if you like. But look, the 11 stars, it is their first tournament. You have to say, Rico, it's a good experience for them, of course. Playing against these top teams, you do get the experience, and really encourages them to work on their game and work on their bowling plans. And they've got plenty more cricket games to play in this tournament as well. So you hope for the best that they can go. And they've got some capable bats as well, much like Fateh had to do in the previous game. Hopefully they go out there, they can put 100 plus on the board and walk over something from this game. Yeah, absolutely. Well said. They've got to go out there and be positive. They can't be daunted by this large total. Go out there, have some fun, enjoy the game, enjoy the moment, score some runs, and get some practice in and make it look respectable. But hey, you know what, this is a funny game. If they get off to a flyer, they get 2 batsmen that get in, who's to say that they can't get these runs? Well, that's a bold prediction. So Rico thinks they'll get the runs. I guess we'll find out. We'll be back in about 5 minutes time with the action from the Montjuic Olympic ground here in Barcelona. It's match 60, but don't forget, we do have 5 more games tomorrow. In fact, at the moment, Monday to Friday, we have 5 games every day. And the bonus this week, of course, if you didn't hear, on Sunday we have the 3 games for the European Cricket League playoff between Manaj and La Manga Torrevieja, coming your way at the same time, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. So we'll see you shortly for the run chase. But for now, this is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, along with Rico Full, and you're watching the European Cricket Network.
So welcome back. Just seeing images there of the umpire Nilkesh Patel. He's done a fantastic job. Him and the other men in black. The sun setting. Safwan Naeem, man at square leg, and well, what a task the 11 Stars have. A massive score, massive target for them to get to 192. And you heard myself and Vinny saying earlier that it's very important that they go out there and bat well. Don't just throw the bat at everything and lose the wickets early and leave themselves in a really very low scoring predicament where they've lost a lot of wickets and haven't got a decent score on the board. Go out there and bat, make a good opportunity of this, and this is their debut really in the European Cricket Series, so they haven't played many games, many T10 games at all, so it's all about getting the practice in, playing a good game, getting a good knock, and maybe try to get to the 100 mark. That'd be a good achievement against a very good and outstanding strong side. We're talking about some of the pumps, should we say, that some of the players have had. But what about Nawazish Ali? Look at these. I mean, a bit of pink. We've seen bright yellow, a little bit of pink in the air as well. Well, anyway, we're getting ready to go. It's going to be Amir Abbas to bowl the first over.
Yeah, so you just hope the Stars can salvage something, like you say, Rico. It's quite the onslaught from the Tigers. Yeah, one of the few teams that haven't topped the table in Group A, but could be headed that way. The way they're playing at the moment.
Yeah, Tabish Kakush is the batsman. That's not a surprise. We thought he'd be opening. Well, that's not bad. A run on the board with technically without a ball being bowled. It was a wide ball, so it has to be bowled again.
They're ahead of the rate.
They're ahead of the rate, yeah.
They're ahead of the rate.
What a good start.
Yeah, so the Tigers, they can jump to the top of the table. They'll go away from 4th to 1st if they win this game, and it does look like they will. But no, we've had a very fun day's cricket, and I think we've had 992 runs in 9 innings according to Luke Belgium today, so be heading for well over the 1,000 mark. And yeah, the Tigers were a bit late to the party, weren't they? They dropped their first game to Bengali, but since then they've been pretty impressive. It might have just woken up the Tigers.
That's first runs off the bat.
Yeah, Kakus. I think I heard you call him Couscous before.
Couscous,
You're
yeah.
not going to make me hungry again, are you? Because one of
I know,
my favourite
it's
foods.
easy to do, and it's easy to do. Just mention food.
Especially in Game 5. Maybe you can tell us what you're having for dinner. If you're in the chat right now, I'd love to know. Give me some ideas.
It's very wide. But not wide enough for a wide, says the umpire. Surprised at that.
That's the way the batsman played it made it look wider than it was, but not thrilled about the call, was he?
No, I mean, I'm also looking where the wicketkeeper took it now, and this is one of those that has gone past the batsman and has continued to swing.
Who'd be a bowler though, Rico? Honestly, on a day like today.
Oh, well, how about that? Right through, hitting the top of the bails. And, well, they're happy about that. So that's the first wicket.
Yeah, Abu Bakar Hussain, he has to go without scoring. So from bad to worse for him. And you see the Tigers, well, just hope to keep their standards up. Of course, net run rate could be important, especially in this group that's so tightly bunched. But nightmare start for the Stars. But again, they've got more matches coming up this week, do the Stars. They'll be hoping to get their first win at some point during this tournament. You can see they've got games coming up on Friday. Pardon me, on Thursday. You lose track of what day it is sometimes with this format, don't you? But it's great, we've got so much cricket going on. Yeah, the Stars definitely one to watch. They've got some good players and they're chasing more reasonable scores. And they've got men in blue, then Bengali, and Bengali are on the slide as well. And Gracia, then Fateh to close out their campaign. So We do have men in blue, I should say, and Bengali. Those games will be on Thursday, so they can bounce back. It all starts here for them, though. Karkus, the quick singles now. Must have heard me.
Yeah, that's the new batsman, Asif Mahmood. He's off the mark straight away.
James Stewart has said, Vinny, one of the best things about living in Estonia, fried tongue sandwiches, yum. What do you think? I've heard tongue's very good. It's just when you say it out loud.
But what tongue?
Sounds gross.
What animal are we talking?
Maybe James can tell us.
Oh, that's straight to the fielder. And no mistakes there. And he's gutted with himself, the batsman. It was a short ball and he should have put it away. And, well, Tavish Kakus is on his way.
Well, if you wanted to see the difference between the two sides today, nothing illustrates it better than this. Again, well, he was definitely looking for it. He got the length he wanted, but he wasn't able to get it out of the middle. And then perhaps asking the fielder, give us a chance, will you, Mustansa? as he walks past. And unfortunate, the Stars lose another one. And one thing I'm not sure about is the margin of victory record. That's the one to keep an eye on. It'll be around the 120 mark or something like that. But at the moment, well, with 2 wickets in the first over, and that was the end of the first over, it's 3 runs for 2 wickets. Amir Abbas wasn't the best over I've ever seen, but definitely the chances were there and the chances were taken. It's going to be Nawazish Ali, and a big raps on him as well, coming into the Tigers lineup. He's a fairly slippery bowler. We'll see him bowl in the second over. Tavia Shah is the new batsman. Again, you see there just slight extra pace from Nawazish Ali, making things a bit difficult for the 11 Stars batsman.
Yeah, he's got seen him bowl before in one of the earlier series towards the end of last year, and he bowled well for me. Gets his rhythm, comes in, good pace, he gets good bounce. He was one of few bowlers, in fact it was himself and Mohammed Cameron, the only 2 bowlers that were able to get something out of the pitch.
Ooh, it's a good ball as well, isn't it?
Very good delivery.
When you're chasing about 200 to win, you got that coming down at you, but we see him out here in his first outing, and again, it's great. You won't get better practice than out in the middle. And whether you're batting or bowling at this stage, you can get something out of this game.
Yeah, lovely young man as well. We met him at the weekend. We spent a bit of time with him. And he was telling us how he's only been in Spain this about 5 months, played a lot of cricket in Germany, in Frankfurt, before he came over here to Barcelona.
Big swing, only 1 run, but let's have a bit of a look ahead to tomorrow perhaps over the next couple of overs. And we've got Group B back in action. Of course, they missed out yesterday because of the rain, all 5 matches getting washed out. But we'll see Pakai Care in the first match against Barcelona. Pakai Care will play the first 2 matches tomorrow. Matches 61 and 62 on the calendar. And so they'll be keen to entrench themselves at the top of that Group B ladder, as we see Nawazish in again.
Oh, and that's too good, isn't it? Just too good. She's bowled so well. Good pace, good wheels, and, well, knocking the castle over.
Yeah, it was fast, it was straight. And again, this is the kind of option that the 11 Stars lacked, isn't it? And the batsman just losing his shape altogether. Another one goes down, so makes it 5 runs for 3 wickets. And the 11 Stars, well, a lot of thinking to do, but they have to regroup. Like I said, they have 2 winnable games, you'd have to say, on Thursday against Men in Blue and then against Bengali. And both those teams have been, you can say they're middle of the pack now, those 2 other teams, and it's the next rung up the ladder for 11 Stars to be able to challenge teams like that, but they've been outclassed today by the Tigers. But yeah, tomorrow we've got Pakai Care playing first 2 games against Barcelona and the Barna Royals. And the Ripoll Warriors play games 3 and 4. Looking forward to seeing them in action once again. We see the Prince. We will see the Prince for the Ripoll Warriors. Prince Timan. And Barcelona playing them in match 3. So Barcelona play matches 1 and 3. Barna Royals play matches 2 and 4, taking on Pakai Care and then the Ripoll Warriors. And then we have 2 new teams join for match 5, much like today. It'll be Hira Sabadell versus the City Lions. So all that action coming your way tomorrow on the European Cricket Network.
Going for a slow ball to surprise the new batsman. And
interesting option, grunt slower ball. I mean, just knocked a guy over with a fast one. But again, maybe a chance to try and execute his skills. This was like a fast off spinner. It was held back in the hand. Some casual fielding down there on the boundary as well. They just get one extra. But Pakai Care, they've been pretty strong in Group B, haven't they, Rico? And I just wonder what kind of side they'll put out there tomorrow. But I'm sure it's one that's capable of winning those first 2 matches.
yeah, absolutely. Just see this delivery from Nawazi. Oh, there you go. That's the one, I think. That needs to be the first one up to a new batsman. He fires that Yorker in. Yeah, I mean, Pakai Care, you know, you often hear a lot of the players in different teams and some of the ground staff here talking about who they think is going to win, and they're always asking us, aren't they? But when we ask a question back to them, they feel that well, that this team out here, the Catalonia Tigers, Pakai Care probably amongst the favourites. But Pakai Care, well, they've seen Gracia today and the Tigers play, and play very well indeed and look very strong. So they know that even though they are one of the favourites,
Ooh, that might have been a cheeky little run out chance.
yeah, that they've got to up their game. They can't afford to get complacent. I mean, they're pretty well placed in that group. They're way up there. They've won 4 out of 4, but they've got to maintain the momentum, because you've seen here already in this group, Bengali were looking good at the halfway stage, having played 5, sitting top of the pack, and all of a sudden today, after losing their 2 games today, they've seen, well, teams that are overtaking them.
Yeah.
Still leaves this group very much in the open, though. It's still very close. I mean, again here we should see the Tigers be on 9 points as well, along with Gracia. So it keeps it interesting.
They've had some off games, the Tigers, as well. You have to remember that. And obviously they've been very dominant in their performance today. But just wonder they lose the top 2 or 3 wickets. We've seen them drop a game, of course, to Bengali first up. It's going to be Amir Abbas to bowl his second and final over. Starts with a dot. We've got Nate in the chat. Nice to see you. He couldn't believe the tongue sandwiches. He said, fried what sandwiches? Oh no. Now I know you're in Tennessee, Nate. Not sure if you're in Memphis, or maybe you can let us know what town you're from. But I want to know, Nate, if I came over to your house for dinner, and once you sort that pandemic situation out over there, but if I came over to your house for dinner, what would you cook me, Nate? I'd love to know. Give us something really traditional. The South, it's really good food as well. Another swing and a miss. And that's one of the things I love about being in Spain, of course, Rico. You know, I love my paella. I like the squid ink paella. It's my favourite one. It's on my Sundays when we get the day off here. And the worst thing is, though, you never want to come with me, but I maybe haven't asked you, but you have to have at minimum 2 people. Dos personas. And I say, that's no problem.
But sure.
I'm 2 people.
Yeah, we just watched his delivery. Oh, that's very good bowling. In fact, that's excellent bowling. He's very unlucky. He's bowled the first 2 balls here outside the off stump, and the batsman backing away and unable to get anywhere near it. And then this one, he's banged it right in at him. You're going to bowl a shorter delivery. That's where it needs to be. That's top bowling. Fortunately, just not carrying to the wicket keeper and going for 4 runs.
Yeah, it would have been an outstanding take. It was taken by Shazab Akram, but
no, you say unfortunately.
Yeah.
Now, you would have to share. You polished it off by yourself.
That's true.
So
there's a reason. I just realised you never want to come with me, but I've never asked you because I don't want to share. Exactly right. All right, here's Abbas again. That's some great foods. Now,
again, the one thing here in Catalonia, and where I think the team take full advantage of it is at the moment the restrictions as they slowly release them.
Yeah.
You can go to a restaurant. Obviously, it's not full capacity, about 30% capacity, and obviously with all sorts of restrictions in place. But between 12 and 4:30 throughout the week. So in the weekends, when there is no cricket, you can take the opportunity to go to some places and, well, Vinny, as you're finding out, there's some superb places to go and eat.
Amazing.
And tapas. We talk about tapas in Spain, you know, but out here in Barcelona, you go to one particular street and it's just all tapas, all one restaurant after another, and the variation of food and tapas you get is absolutely marvellous. It really is. It's so good though, isn't it, to see that side of things starting to pick up and places open and people able to enjoy the different variety of food that's available here in Catalonia.
Yeah, and so like there's so many of these family-run businesses as well, and the small businesses, and each have their own character and specialities, and it's a bit of a foodie myself, so I do like getting around. And you yourself a restaurant? Again, you haven't invited me out, have you? But we're not really in that area.
I've seen how much you eat, mate.
Put you out of business. Here's the last volley over. Pushed away for a single. No, they're not going to take it. So that's the end of the power play, but all the power is with the Tigers. It's 14 for 3. Well, go on. Get a quick plug for your restaurant, Rico. Are you open at the moment? I know you've got some issues with
yeah, well, I mean, the lockdown is still a little bit more restricted in the Valencian region, so we're not open at the moment. But when we are, we do a little bit of everything. We've been 21 years in Torrevieja, and a lot of people know the area very, very well. It's a beautiful part of Spain, lovely place to live in, no regrets there at all. And yeah, the beaches are fantastic, best in the world, I think. And yeah, we do a bit of everything, so the Spanish food as well as typical English food. So you get the fish and chips, and I should say typical English, you get a good curry as well. But yeah, a bit of everything, burgers, kebabs, pizzas. So if you're ever in Torrevieja, look it up, Rico's, and we're right opposite the Park of Nations, and we'd love to have you and entertain you and give you some good proper grub.
And I think that if you request, then if Rico's there, he'll come out and give you a vale as well. It'll be a bit distracting for your meal though, but that's how I would be ordering my meal. I'll come to that in a second. Here's Mohamed Kashif, who's bowling. So it's up in the air. It's going to clear the mid off, so a nice shot. And Tigers leaving the fielder in the circle. Nawazish Ali, but deciding to take it on. And a nice shot by Munib Ishfaq. Yeah, I think if I was eating at a restaurant, I'd probably start with a tiki-taka. But I'd definitely be going the boom-boom.
A little bit of tiki-taka.
Big main course. And what do you got? Some nice ice cream for dessert for me? What do you got for dessert? Maybe a nice cake?
Well, that's nice to see. Positive batting. And this will be with 4 runs as well. The captain, Ghulam Sawa, chasing after it. And couldn't get his little feet on that ball. It's beaten him.
Yeah, it was a nice shot, and Ishfaq showing something with the bat. So again, little things that can get out of the game, the 11 stars.
Yeah, you'll have to come and try one of our kilo kebabs. Kebab rollo or duron, as they say out here.
Can you order 2?
Well, you got to get through one first. Or the XXL burger, that's the big one. And, well, this I noticed few things that keep you quiet, mate, but either one of those will keep you quiet for a while, buddy.
We've got some chat, and Nate saying that he enjoys smoking food, sitting around all day smoking a beef brisket, drinking beer. He says, only the most authentic Australian beer, Foster's for you. And then a few of these like laugh faces, because as James Stewart says, as a fellow Aussie, we don't actually drink Foster's. You can't even get it in Australia. You know that about you? It's a myth, the Foster's.
Is it really?
Yeah, we don't drink Foster's. We don't have it. See, I'm dispelling any other Australian myths I can put to bed. We don't have shrimps on the barbie either. Did you know that? I mean, you might grill prawns, but we don't call them shrimp. We call them prawns, and probably more likely to.
So okay, then what about this Vegemite? Then does that exist?
Vegemite, yeah. But the key to Vegemite is you don't have too much of it. You just need a thin scraping. Okay, otherwise, it is a bit much, the flavour. But I never liked it growing up, and some kids love it. I've grown to it a bit as an adult. But yeah, Vegemite. Look at this one.
Oh, he's had his Vegemite. Any mighty might is that. That's a good shot. 6 runs. Well hit. And it's nice to see this little bit of a fight back here from the Stars. They're not going down without a fight. Good shot.
Yeah, we'd say he's a happy little Vegemite after that one out of the middle of the bat. And that is 6 of the best. And Maximo to finish the over. So the Stars, they are 30 for 3 after 4. A nice shot by Tanvir Shah as well. We've wanted to see him get going. hasn't really shown too much with the bat so far in this series. Yeah, but no, Vegemite's a thing, and what else? We call you call them flip-flops. We call them thongs. But again, this can be confusing if you're in America.
Yeah, very confusing.
And you ask someone, you're at the beach and you say, "Where's my thongs?" They look at you because you know what they call thongs. That's a very revealing swimsuit.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Or,
I don't think
garment.
just in America. I think most places.
Is that the same? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. We're all learning all the time. Look who it is. It's one of our old favourites, Syed Shirazi. Now, he was an ECL hero back in 2019 for Catalonia CC. He was the leading wicket taker for the tournament. His left arm wobblers. And he is coming in to bowl the 5th over. Yeah, so any of your Australian questions? Still remember what it's like.
It's in the air, fielder gets down and takes it well. Mustansa taking his second catch. And well, it was there for the taking, there for the hit. Just unfortunately for him, straight to the fielder.
Yes, and the second catch you've seen him take, and he has a safe pair of hands. It's so important, and these are the things the good teams do as well. Don't miss these chances. And I think when we see these group winners play off in the final series, the fielding is going to be an important aspect of the game, and Mustafa Iqbal showing that he can do it in the field as well. But Jesus saying, Vinny, Chapli Kebab and Roti, oh man. And James Stewart says, on, Balmain bugs are the Maximo. Well, I think it's a type of sea creature. We've seen, I know in my part of Australia, up north, northwestern Australia, we have these Moreton Bay mugs, maybe a bit like that. Not Syed Shirazi used to hit straight back at him, and it was to his wrong side though, and they get just a single. What else? Tell us if you've got any questions about Australia. I mean, I love answering these things. I love the people. I mean, I've gone to America before, and I've said, they said, where you from? I say from Australia. And then they go, oh, Austria. I'm like, no, Australia. They go, oh, your English is very good. I get that all the time.
Yeah.
I'm like, thank you. Been working on it. Unlike you, I only speak one language. I try and do it well. This next one's just bunted down the ground for a single. But yeah, shrimp on the barbie, that's another one. And there's certain things that we never really say, like crikey. We don't really say crikey.
Don't say crikey.
Or bonza.
Yeah, I think for probably my generations of people that hadn't been to Australia or known any Australians, just watched this delivery.
Oh no!
There was a little bit of silent communication there, and
it's a silent movie.
Only one of the batsmen reading the script. No, going back, I suppose it all came into light with probably. I think it was Paul Hogan. I think he had his own little show, and then he went on to do Crocodile Dundee, and it took off from there. And then, of course, within a few years, had some very good Australian cricketers come down and play as overseas players at our clubs, various clubs I've been at, and of course found out a lot of information from them. Yeah,
well, quite accommodating people, Australians as well. One of our hallmarks, obviously we play our sport pretty hard, but off the field, we're pretty warm and friendly individuals, but that's why sometimes misinterpreted. Some of our on-field actions are pretty aggressive, but gets off the field. Oh.
Well, that is, you mentioned off the field, well, that's out of the ground. And, well, it's nice to see that. Look at the captain there of Catalonia Tigers. He's also applauding that shot. It was a top quality shot, this. Wow. Giving that everything as Ishanullah.
Yeah.
And, well, we've talked about a few balls being out there feeding the snakes. Well, that one's eluded them because it's gone way, way, way. There is another baseball ground out there somewhere. Well, I think they'll probably find a kookaburra ball mixed in amongst the baseball balls down there.
The baseball's wanting to use cricket balls soon because they have so many of them to practice with. End of the over, 39 for 4. Actually, that brings me to something as well, that a lot of people are afraid to go to Australia because they think everything's going to kill you. They think that snakes are there and there's spiders that can kill you and they've got jellyfish that can kill you. And, I mean, it's all true. Don't get me wrong.
Well, everything's going to kill you, so it's true.
I'll give you a more substantive answer in a second. See the first ball? Just a single. Now, look, we do have some of these things, but they're not really in the cities, is what I would say. So, for example, I'm almost 40 years old, and I've never seen a snake outside like a zoo or outside, maybe a shopping mall or something where someone's deliberately brought it in to show you. It's not like you don't need to take a... Oh, I got another wicket here. Razakat's done it.
Razakat's done the trick, yeah. He's come on to bowl, and he's just tossing those up, really. Not trying to do anything else. This is also, it's nice to see here. It's difficult, isn't it, this for Gulam Sarwar, the captain, because not all of the batsmen have had a bat today, not required. So it's quite he could be quite tempted to try different people to bowl, but he's got to make sure that the key bowlers, some of the key bowlers do have a bowl, because he doesn't want them to become loose and then complain that they haven't got much practice. We haven't seen Yasir Ali bowl, and normally in a tighter game he would be bowling. And Nawazi, he's bowled the 1 over. We saw also Mohammad Kashif bowled, so he's giving them the 1 over, but to making sure that everybody gets a bit of a game as well, so they don't get too rusty. Yeah,
that's a good point actually, and Razkat Ali, one of their key bowlers, so again they're having to find the balance, get some overs into their key bowlers, because especially with the rain intervening, you don't know if they're going to get the practice they need. Well, this is almost 2 in a row. Nice flighted delivery. Yeah, no, so there generally aren't things that'll kill you, just kind of in the street. Like, you don't need to go out with like a big stick to like ward the snakes off or anything like that. And also the snakes are more afraid of you than you are of them. Oh, he's got another one, Razkat Ali. So again, this one is perfectly pitched, and he's jumped in and taken a couple of quick wickets as well. So
yeah, you saw this one in the card. I think it was, you see the ball before this, as soon as it was bowled, Razkat Ali had a look, and it was almost like say, yeah, I'm going to get you next one. And well, it was easy, isn't it? I mean, when the batsman's stepping away like that, showing all of his stumps, well, pitch it up there and you're going to get him. So Razkat Ali in the action straight away.
That was a good ball. I mean, even...
You mentioned the snakes being afraid. I tell you what, the snakes in Catalonia are afraid of white things, especially little round white things, because they'd be coming over that fence. I don't think there's any snakes there anymore.
No,
they've all gone down the hill and found somebody's garden to hide in.
I wonder what kind of weird animal has these eggs, these really, really hard eggs that you can't crack open. And Razkat Ali, he's come straight in. He's got 2 for 1 off only 4 balls. And he has another one. So there we go. He's got 3 for 1. And he's on a hat-trick. And do we have another twist and turn? As Razkat Ali, he hits the timber for the 3rd time in the over.
Well, I mean, it's as easy as that sometimes, isn't it? We've seen one team bowling these sort of deliveries and them going over the fence for massive 6s. And, well, we've seen the Stars being outfoxed by this slow, straight delivery. And it's one of the things I was saying right at the beginning of the Stars innings. One thing they must ensure they don't do is go out there and play shots similar to that, unfortunately, and miss the ball and get out, wickets tumbling, because it makes things look even worse than what they are. And, well, Razkat Ali, he's probably not taken easier wickets than that. All he's done is push the ball up and bowled it straight, and he's got a wicket. And I think if he does the same thing here again, he has every chance of getting his hat-trick. I think it's going to be either the ball is going to sail away to the boundary or he's going to pick up a wicket.
Yeah, so a question from Nate. He wants to know what a hat-trick is. Is it 3 consecutive bowls or 3 consecutive batters? It's basically if the bowler can take 3 consecutive wickets. And he's on a hat-trick now, Razkat Ali. Very close. That's the end of the over. I'll give Nate a bit of a better answer as well, but the end of the over, I can tell you after 6, it's 40 for the loss of 7. So yeah, in cricket, Nate, wickets or outs, some are credited to the bowler and some aren't. And probably the most obvious one that isn't credited to the bowler is a run out. So when the batsmen are attempting a run and the wickets are broken before one of them makes it past the line. Now that's a wicket and it's an out, but it's not credited to the bowler. Whereas most of the others are credited to the bowler, where they're caught out or they're bowled out, like you saw the ones last over from Razkat Ali. This one's a giant swing, but just doesn't want to run this time. Tanvir, he's the established batsman. So a hat-trick, very simply, is 3 consecutive wickets or outs made off a bowler's bowling that are credited to him, and so not a run out or something like that. And there can't be any wides or no balls in between. The other thing is, it does have to be in the same match. Doesn't have to be in the same over, for example. Doesn't have to be in the same innings if you're playing a 2-innings match, but it does have to be in the same match.
Well, that's a nicely played shot. And well, this man batting, he must be wondering what's going on. Tanvir Shah, he came in. He's held his end up pretty well. He's played one lovely Maximo as well. But the wickets, well, just tumbled around him. And he's, well, finds himself now watching.
He's the captain of a sinking ship, isn't he, at the moment? Tanveer Shah. Yeah, non-strikers end at the moment. This will go away for a run. But still, it's been interesting days of cricket, and make sure you join us tomorrow as well. We've got cricket Monday to Friday this week, as well as the bonus games on Sunday. We have those 3 ECL qualifying matches between Minaj and Lamanga Torrevieja right here on ECN. Here's Syed Shirazi. Almost another one. But yeah, you feel for the Stars here. They're on a hiding to nothing, you'd have to say. But again, good practice for the Tigers. I know that it's important that they keep the Stars down to as few as possible, especially, I don't know what's going to happen with rain and other results. Perhaps that net run rate will come into play as a tiebreaker.
He's made very good contact there, and that's gone all the way through the gap. The 2 fielders there, 4 runs. So, well, there's something positive coming out of this, and that's the batting of this man, Tanveer Shah.
Yeah, he dropped down the order a little bit, and we've seen him opening in the early games, but yeah, Tanveer hasn't really come off for him, so he's coming in at, I believe, was number 4 in this match, and at the moment he's equal top score. So keep the Stars shining here. Tanveer.
And in the end, he's put this. Oh, well, that is an absolute dolly that's been put down by, well,
they can't
Ghulam
believe
Sawa, the captain.
They absolutely can't believe it. And again, you don't normally laugh. I guess you can because of the game situation. This one was right in the breadbasket of Sawa, the captain. And even he couldn't believe that one's gone down very late in the day. Still, that's the end of the over. And we just were talking up Tanveer Shah. He's the top scorer now with 17 for the Stars. They get 1 run off that. So the end of the over, it's 47 for 7. We could be in record margin territory. If anyone can find a game with a bigger margin than this, I think I'd be surprised. Here's Razakat Ali.
Oh, and he's thereabout again. And, well, if he gets a couple of good ones in here, maybe he could, well, we haven't had a fifer yet, so that would be another landmark in this European Cricket Series. And that could be a wicket if he's taken the bells off. Yes, he has. A little nod from the umpire there at square leg. Nilkesh Patel. Good work. I thought for a moment he was going to miss him.
Yeah, and it's a good bit of wicket keeping. And I think it's a good decision as well. I'm sure we'll see it in a second. Just not quite getting back. I'm not even sure if he got back the first time. You see, when he put the bat down, it was a good piece of wicket keeping and a 4th wicket. You're right, we haven't seen a fifer so far, which is quite surprising because we played, well, this is match number 60, isn't it? So we're almost halfway through. In fact, we will be halfway through the group matches after this match today. So 120 matches plus 4 finals matches on Finals Friday, the 25th day of competition, which will be the 12th of March. But right now, it's the Razakat Ali show. He's got 4 for 1. And Tanveer, well, he hit a couple of nice shots and I'll be happy with that. But Razakat Ali, he was right in the game. He's got 4 more balls.
It's well bowled. He's in that area to the new batsman.
A question from Jesus. What time do games start on Sunday? And I'm going to tell him it is same as usual. Okay, so it's the same start time, 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 o'clock p.m. in India. There's just a slight difference in the schedule, which I'll come to in a second. You see another run. So he's going for heaps now, isn't he? Razakat Ali. And the difference is we will start the same time on Sunday in that best of 3 ECL playoff. But there'll be a 1-hour break after the first match and a 2-hour break after the second match. So the 3 matches will be played regardless.
Oh, and there we go. That's a Michaud Pfeiffer, 5 wickets. Razakat Ali, he's the first player in this fan code European Cricket Series to take 5. So it's all happening here today. The batsman in on the runs. We've seen a century. We've seen 150. And now we've seen 5 wickets.
Yeah, he's seen it and he's been accurate, hasn't he? This is the difference. It's still got a ball to go as well. So I think according to mine, he's got 5 for 3. Not bad figures. And still a ball to go. I don't think the batsman's blocking this, is he? So they've fallen to 9 down at the moment. Oh, he has has a go at it, doesn't he? This is number 11. I think he should have been coming out a bit earlier for the 11 stars. And he's made a meal of his figures. So he'll end up with 5 for 7. Still, it's the best bowling figures we've seen so far. Razakat Ali contributing 5 wickets for his team, 4 bowled and 1 stumping. So Ali Ahmed is the one who came out, and we saw him go for 39 in an over. So he's finally getting his own back. Good on him. At least he gets a bit of a highlight. You got Jesus asking me, Vinny, are the beaches in Australia safe because of sharks and jellyfish? Very good question. Very, very good question. Depends where you go. Now, sharks typically aren't a factor, except when they are. Look who it is. It's Gulam Sawa coming on for an over. We're hoping to see him, weren't we? And a single first. But look, sharks are you're more likely to, you know, be killed crossing the street on the way to the beach than by a shark by some manner of magnitude. And also there's always helicopters and stuff just watching out the sharks aren't getting too close. So shark attacks are pretty rare, though they do happen from time to time. Jellyfish, well, there are some places in the tropics that the jellyfish can be an issue. And we have this thing called stonefish up north as well. If you step on them, it's not good news. I'll give you a little tip, though, in a second. Might just save your life, Rico. As long as the batsman survives, which he does. Nice, down the ground.
I think I know what you're going to say.
No, I was going to say, so one thing is if you're right up north in Australia, which is the tropical areas, the Northern Territory and maybe the top of WA or Queensland, don't go swimming in these little watering holes, these little creeks. Right? And tourists fall for it all the time. There's signs everywhere, don't go swimming. This is going to be a wide down leg side. I'll tell you why. Crocodiles.
Yeah?
Crocodiles. And tourists, they might not realise, and look, it's beautiful, it's probably, you know, 30, 32 degrees, maybe a nice evening, and you feel like to go for a swim, don't do it. So there you go. That's a bit of life advice from Mr. Maximo. This one's called Dead Ball. I'm not quite sure why, but calling it before the bowler was into his stride, so that one will be rebowled. Crocodiles, and again, it's the tourists, they read the signs or whatever, but it can be dangerous, but most of Australia is very safe, and of course the people, lovely people. I think so anyway, for the most part. And people all over the world, in my experience, are good people. So it's one of the things I love about travelling with this job.
Well, he's got hold of that, and that's a nice shot. Look at this, just dropping short of the boundary. So, well, Gulam Sawa finding out that it's not that easy. It's not just the case of coming on and tossing it up and you're going to get a wicket. He probably thought, well, Razakat Ali can do it and pick 5 up bowling that I can do. Well, he's been tonked a bit and he's bowled a few wides as well.
Oh, I like it. I like this attitude from Ali Ahmed. Got James Stewart saying it's the salties that'll get you. He's talking about saltwater crocodiles. There's 2 types. You don't want to see either of them, to be honest. What else have we got? Now, I was going to give you a little one. We had a day of records. Could this be the first time, long way off at the moment, could it be the first time that a number 11 has top scored? Because he's not top scored yet, but he needs 9 more runs. He got just over and over to go. Needs a bit of help from his partner. And this isn't going to help because this is 1. So he'll be stuck at the wrong end. Ali Ahmed, who's come out after going for 39 off his 1 over. That'll be the end of the 9th. And the score is 63 for 9 after 9. So again, just a reminder to everyone, cricket starting every day, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. As we've got 1 more over today. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Well, Ali Ahmed, he's moved on to 10.
Yeah, he's got Mohammed Afghan Khan. He's going to have a bowl and loosen up his arm as well.
He just gives us a little wave. Hello, I'm gone. Nice to see you in a very casual atmosphere at the end of this, day 12. All right, come on, just the single here. Because I've never seen a number 11 top score in a T10 game. But he's going to need a couple of good shots. Plus, Armgun's not the worst bowler. 18's the best. So I don't know, he's going to have to find 9 runs off somewhere. Maximo on a 4. Yeah, we've seen everything else today.
Couple of boundaries.
Come on, Ali Ahmed. Happy to see him get somewhere. Come on, Mac, help him out as well. Here we go. Well, that's not going to get many. But still, he survives.
Well, he's got the right intent to play his shots, and, well, if he gets hold of it, He's going to sail over towards us. So 2 big shots.
Nate's talking about the rips in Bondi, and they can be pretty dangerous as well. Yeah, that's another thing, drowning. So maybe there are lots of ways to get killed in Australia.
It doesn't seem that safe
Lucky
anymore.
to have survived so long. Well, this is a nice shot. And I think they'll probably just get this single going right hard. Well, they've only got the 1 wicket in hand, so they can't really push for anything extra. But it's been a nice little counter-attack from these two. Hamza Khan with 6 and Ali Ahmed with 11. And they can be proud of their efforts, at least at batting the 10 overs out for the 11 Stars. It's been a difficult match for them, and it's been difficult, I'm sure, for a lot of people to watch the carnage in this game. Well, this one is edged. Again, I think this is going to plug, and they're going to have to get their skates on. You wonder how often they get to the crease, these two, but you've got 1 run there. So he's still on for this record that I just plucked out of nowhere. He needs, what he needs? Needs 8 runs in 2 balls. So there, we do have a last over game. All right, can we have a last ball game?
It's good to see him enjoying themselves. I said right at the beginning, go out there, enjoy, and they have. Well, he's hit that well.
Where's that gone?
Fielder gets down and, well, he cuts out the boundary. So, oh, watch that throw. How about that? And a good take there from the wicketkeeper as well.
So 12 not out. Ali Ahmed. Well, there you go. He's got a few Dream 11 points back. I don't know how many you lose for going for 39 and over. I mean, you might be paying off those Dream 11 points. You know, you might have to get a loan. Might be paying it back for 5 years. Anyway, here's the last ball of day 12, and it's a wicket. And the 11 Stars, well, they've turned into black holes. Last ball of the day is a wicket. And they finish 67, losing all of their 10 wickets, losing the last one off the final ball of the day. And they lose this match 191 to 67. If you are leaving us, don't forget, join us tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT. That's 8:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India for 5 more matches. We'll have Pack I Care back in action in the first 2 matches. And Group B, well, they missed out yesterday because of rain. But at the moment, the forecast is pretty good. We hope you join us then. But stick around if you want to recap this and a little bit of what happened on day 12. Well, I'll tell you what, the 11 Stars going out and chasing 192 for victory. It was never on, but we have seen some of their hitters go big in this series before. But Kakus, well, he was upset and said, do me a favour, will you, Mustanza?
He's having a word with Mustanza saying, how come when you do it, it goes over the top?
We're asking for a bit of free batting advice. Tell you what, as a keeper, I've dished out some batting advice on occasions from behind the stumps, but it was a game played in good spirits. And look, let's be honest, the 11 Stars, their first time in the series against the seasoned campaigners, and probably the favourites still for me to progress to the next level, especially with the top order firing the way it is, especially with Bengali kind of falling off the pace a bit as well. I think Gracia may provide a challenge for the Tigers. We look forward to that matchup when we see it as well. But there were just wickets falling at regular intervals. The 11 Stars, well, they had the odd moment. That was one that was smashed out of here. But then this man, Razaka Ali, he came in. I'll tell you what, those stumps had a bit of a workout, didn't they? Esanola, he hit that one good shot, but then this one, he's trying to repeat the dose. And Razaka Ali's accurate spin, you wonder if that might feature later in this tournament. And again, this pitch playing a few tricks, but the bowler getting the most out of it.
Yeah, I mean, just remind you, Razak Ali picking up 5 wickets, and that's an amazing feat in T10. Remember, that's 5 wickets in only 12 deliveries. Amazing stuff. And remember right at the beginning when we were talking about the Catalonia Tigers, when we see that horrendous drop there.
It was, wasn't it?
From the captain. And one of the things I was saying is that I know that it's an all-star cast, especially with them picking up a couple of players from Catalonia Cricket Club as well. We see a good bit of work there from the wicketkeeper. Yeah. But Razak Ali, I said to you then, didn't I? I said he's a guy that I think, you know, we're not talking about, but he can turn it on with bat and with ball. And he's, well, he's sort of shown my faith in him there with taking those 5 wickets today.
Matt getting in on the act with the last ball wicket. We saw the stumps go down so many times. We had 7 bowled dismissals in that innings and 2 catches and a stumping. So pretty comprehensive in match 60 to round out day 12 of action. What was great, Rico, is we did get 5 matches in, which is so important. We have 5 more coming your way tomorrow. And don't forget that ECL playoff So we don't often have cricket on the weekends at the moment, but we have that best of 3 playoff between Minaj and La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club coming your way. Same time, same start time on Sunday. And for all the latest, then visit our website, europeancricket.com. But at any rate, just confirmation of the scorecard. You see 12 not out from Ali Ahmed, a nice little cameo from him at the end after he went for quite a few with the ball. It was nice to see him score some runs. Also, Tanvir Shah playing himself into some form, scoring 18. Also, Munib Ishfaq, we saw him contribute 13 to the total. Well, the bowlers dominated by one man, 5 for 7. Razakat Ali, he had 5 for 3 until the last ball as well. You wondered if he could take only the second 6 for that we have seen in the European Cricket Series. 5 for 7. Also 2 wickets to Amir Abbas and singles to Nazawish Ali, as well as Saeed Shirazi. And the Big Mac off the last ball, of course, Muhammad Amagan Khan. Well, it's a tale of two cities in the Manhattan. You can see that there were a lot of runs. And look, how big do we have to make that Manhattan? It had to go up to 39 for that one. So all the other ones are dwarfed. Even the Magic overs, they're less than about halfway up that graph. And that was the kind of innings there. So we saw plenty of runs here on day 12. But you just wonder, will it continue on day 13, or will the bowlers have the right of reply?
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic day. Great image there as well. You see it on your screen as the sun makes its way down here in Barcelona. We're way up here in the Olympic city, if you like. They call it the Anillas Olímpicos, so the Olympic ring. So this ground, this Montjuic ground, is part of that setup. We're just around the corner from the Olympic Stadium, where myself and Mr. Maximo will make our leisurely walk back down the hill and talk about some superb action that we've had today. And well, it's not very often that you see that you have a day where 2 centuries have been scored. Well, we've had that twice, and well, the first time around it was Mustansa Iqbal and Gurvinder Bajwa. Today, Bajwa, wow, he was on another planet, scoring 156 runs. Well, you know what? I've seen some hitting before. I've seen some master blasters, but that was just unbelievable. And then Yasir Ali in on the act as well for the Tigers. So just a crazy day. And then also seeing 5 wickets as well. Yeah,
Bengali, they've slipped all the way to 4th on the table now, but they're only 1 point behind the leaders. Net run rate is all that separates the top 3, but a game in hand for the Tigers, and they do have a very, very good net run rate. Looking ahead to tomorrow, of course, like we mentioned earlier, Pakai Care, they'll be trying to entrench themselves at the top of Group B. They'll play Barcelona and Barna Royals in the first 2 matches. Then the Warriors will play matches 3 and 4, once again against Barcelona and the Barna Royals. And we have the remaining 2 teams, Heras Abadel and the City Lions, that will play in match 65, which will be the last game of Wednesday, the 24th of February. So again, thanks for joining us wherever you've been watching around the world. It's been a pleasure to have your company today. Again, we saw a few things that we've never seen, and that was what's so fantastic about the Fan Code European Cricket Series. The records are made to be broken, and we certainly had a few broken today. So Rico, we'll get ready for our walk home.
We certainly will. Plenty to talk about. What a fabulous day. Muchas gracias todo. Me encanta todo de aquí con vosotros. Tú es nosotros familia de cricket.
Yes, it certainly is a family as well. So this is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, along with Rico Full, wishing you all the best for the rest of your evening. We'll see you tomorrow for all the action in day 13. But from everyone at the European Cricket Network, it's bye for now.